round 9 of the Club 100 Sprint Championships for 2021. We're having the shortest intro ever because this is the start of heat number 1. Hussein Rashid from pole position, driver number 10 there. Jonah Barker, number 63, and Sam Slater, number 51, your top 3 as we go up to Christmas Corner for the first time in this race. 12 heats scheduled for today, and it is indeed Hussein Rashid who will lead us down into Christmas Corner and down into Ashby Corner for the first time. Jonah Barker down the inside, number 63. Very quick introductions. Good morning to Mr. Howard Mitchell.
Good morning, Andrew. Good morning, everybody. Nice wake us up a little bit there. That's Ned Douglas defending against Sam Slater there, and he's taken to the grass, I think. Well, I don't think he definitely took to the grass there, onto the back straight. We're here at Whilton Mill for Club 100. One of those combinations you just gotta love. Yes, round 9, race 1 or heat 1, and you could see there, Andrew, Rihanna Percox in the number 5. Red number plate denoted her as the only Class 1 driver in this first race of the day. We've got 3 classes, or subclasses, I suppose I should say, within the lightweight class for you here today. And Rihanna there making a move on Ned Douglas. That will have taken her up into 5th place. And who was that going across the grass there?
I think it may have been Stephen Westwood, judging from the helmet. New suit for Stephen, but he was running in that region of the order. But there's Reese Pope, driver number 42, one of our C2 runners in this race. Good opportunity this if Reese and Jonah behind, Jonah Barker, can work together. They've got 1.5 seconds over the rest of the field as Rihanna Percox goes down the inside of Hussein Rashid into the boot. You're going to see that move a lot today, but Hussein Rashid's going to try and fight back. Loses the back end, though, over the toe of the boot. In the end, has to concede the position. So it's Pope from Barker. Sam Slater up into 3rd place. Rihanna Percox now 4th. 3 minutes on the clock, Howard.
Yes, indeed. Coming thick and fast, these heats will be throughout the day. Ned Douglas now defending against Adam Wheeldon up the hill towards Christmas Corner and manages to hold that off. Some good battles going on throughout. Not too much field spread in this 19 kart race. Go on, Andrew.
Problem for Hussein Rashid falling down the order there, looking very slow out of Christmas Corner. Yes. So he's out of the mix in this one. There is Stephen Westwood, number 81, recovering back through the C3 novice class. He's having a battle there with Jake Wilkins in the number 29.
Now this will be a bit of a, I'm sure Rihanna will have identified this as a bit of a gift race, mate, because not only is she the only Class 1 runner in this heat, but this is a circuit that's done very well for her, or proved very successful for her in the past, as there is a confirmation there of Hussein Rashid dropping down the order there, and the change for the lead as well of Jonah Barker getting by on Reese Pope.
Yeah, good move there from Jonah. And we look there at Bryn Albin, who's been in some really good form recently in his number 16 kart, fighting with Stephen Westwood over 11th place. And number 19 of Ned Douglas still up there in the top 5. Here are your leaders. So Jonah Barker there, number 63, ahead of Reese Pope, number 42. But they still look like they're working together quite nicely, Howard.
Yeah, indeed. They know how the sprint, or how to construct a good sprint race, if you like. You don't want to lose it all in the first few minutes. So working together a little bit, but one wonders if now this is where the gloves start to come off. That was the fastest lap of the race from Reese Pope, 54.256. So as they head up the hill, you can see now Pope is really trying, ducking his head, shrimping as that's known in karting, to try and get any aerodynamic advantage. Further back though, here's Callum Brule, side by side with Jed Toole, and gets the job done there into Christmas Corner. So that will have taken Mr. Brule up into 7th place.
Yep, another driver with a lot of experience around here. Stephen Westwood looking down the inside there of Justin Draper. Justin Draper currently our C3 leader in the 111, and I think Westwood did get that move done. So more progress from Stephen Westwood, who was very quick in the free test, free practice session on Friday evening. As there's a commentator curse striking there. Stephen Westwood off on into Ozier's. Final lap board, though, is out for the leaders.
Yep, absolutely. Jonah Barker has been controlling this one well since he took the lead a couple of laps ago, but he is under, there's no doubt that he's under a lot of pressure here. He goes to driver's right. Pope is going to go to driver's left and try around the outside and set something up into Boxing Day. They're going to bump bumper to bumper, side by side. They're still side by side into increments, and Barker somehow hangs on. That was a beautiful exchange with good racing room given, one must say. Through Ashby Corner they go. Good battle over third place as well. Sam Slater versus Rihanna Percox. Look out for that in the back of shot. Through Wilkins they go. Pope is now a little far back to try anything into Osiers unless he gets good drive onto the back straight. Meanwhile, though, the battle for third is anyone's guess. Slater's still with the advantage. Here come your top two into the boot for the last time. I think Barker's going to have enough in hand. Is there anything going for third place behind? No, yes, Percox is through. Percox is through, but it's going to be Jonah Barker who takes the first win of the day, winning heat number 1 in the lightweights for round 9. Reese Pope in second. Percox confirmed there in third. Sam Slater, Ned Douglas, Adam Wielden, Callum Brule and Jed Toole round out your top 8. Bryn Albon has got up to 9th. There's been some drama for Chris Lewis-Evans and Sam Essery on that last lap, so it's Bryn Albon 9th, 10th for your C3 winner there, Jake Wilkins. That rounds out your top 10 as they continue to cross the line. Good race that, mate. I think already we're looking ahead, though, to Heat 2, probably, because I can hear them
a classic sprints race there. We're going to take a short break on the commentary and be back for Heat number 2. That's out next. Heat 2, first appearance of the day for all these drivers. Let's have a look through your grid and see how this one shapes up. Fraser Brunson has pole position for heat number 2. Dan Healy joins him on the front row. Ed Bars and Josh Adams. Josh Adams, who's been very, very quick so far this weekend, are on row 2. Mike Coppin and James Martin start this race on row number 3. Bailey Morgan and Garrett Berry start in the top 10 on row 4. Chris Powell returning. The former Premier Sprint champion Premium Powell is here on row 5 alongside Dan Cohen. Andrew Rabbage and Oscar Lancaster form up on row number 6. Into our novices, Rizwan Mange and Sam Morris, they're there on row number 7. Peter Sharp and James Dunnett on row 8. Russell Cooper and Michael Daltrey on row 9. It's a 19 kart field wrapped out by Aaron Stillwell.
And we get to breathe for a moment now because there's some practice laps. So,
good morning, everybody.
Yeah, hello. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for joining your Alpha live stream for round 9 of the 2021 Club 100 Sprint Championships. As Andrew said, this is myself, Howard Mitchell, and Andrew Mather in the comms box. We're from Double Dash Motorsport Media. And yes, bit of a frantic start, but as I was saying,
early starts. We're ahead of schedule.
Indeed, which is, means that everything must be running shipshape on the Club 100 side here at Whilton Mill. But yes, as ever with the Sprints Championships, we have got lightweight and heavyweight classes in action for you today. Lightweights are out now, and heavyweights will be out later on in the day, in the afternoon. So if you're here for the heavyweights, they're out a little bit later. But stick around for the lightweights, because this is a class that has provided, well, both of these classes really. I've thoroughly enjoyed covering Club 100 so far this season. It's been a really, really good year. Just to remind you of how this all works, we've got 12 heats going on in each of our classes, and then we'll go into a series of finals. There will be C, B and A finals after the heats. The heats are about setting up the best qualification position for those finals, but there are also points on offer in the championship, so that all counts. It's 20, just to give a sort of context of the scaling of points, 20 points for a win in one of these heats. It's 130 points for the win in the A final. And as I mentioned briefly in the first heat, there are 3 classes out today. Excuse me, 3 subclasses out in lightweight. Your class 1s, 2s and 3s, all in the same Club 100 machinery, these Club 100 Rotax Evo karts, but it's just based on former successes, general pace and prowess. The experienced kart drivers are in the class 1. Class 3 is our novice class, drivers who are cutting their teeth in Club 100 karting, and it just gives everybody something to fight for within their own performance class.
Good morning to everybody. You can see a good plethora of people in the chat already. Hello to Rosario Mendez, Michael Burke, Ryan Sandel, who says, don't restart on the grass. Did someone get excluded yesterday? Steve Hicks, who, as ever, his eye is on the prize and on the competition, has just said that Dan Healy's gone for a kart change, so he's going to have a cold kart at the start of this race. That is an elected decision by the individual drivers. There's your weather forecast. Pretty good conditions, I'd say, for karting. It's dry, it's cool, which is good for the engines. It's also not foggy.
I was going to say, unlike yesterday, we can see the drivers at this time in the morning, which wasn't a luxury that we were enjoying yesterday, the endurances. It was rather fun, though, to be honest, when I was out in practice in the thick fog. It was a different I haven't done that in a good few years.
Someone else going in for a kart change now. That looked pretty... OK, we are going to go around again, so that driver will have opportunity to change their car. There's Josh Adams in the blue suit with the white shoulders. Keep an eye out for Josh today. He was rapid yesterday in the endurance race, to the extent, and regular viewers will know what I mean by here, he was tailing Joe Holmes for a good part of that race, and looked in very good nick, Howard.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely one to watch, sort of up-and-coming talent, definitely to keep an eye on with that one. So going to be interesting to see how he gets on in this first heat of his day. Just to finish the sort of format discussion, I said that there are 12 heats. There are 4 rotations of heats, if you like. Each driver is going to take part in 3 heats ahead of whichever final they end up qualifying for. So we're going to have 4 rotations of 3 heats. So each driver will be in 1 race out of each rotation. So if you're a driver, you'll be in 1 race out of heats 1, 2 and 3, 1 race out of 4, 5 and 6, and so on and so forth through to the 12th heat. So if you're here to support a particular driver and they're not on the grid that Andrew read out a moment ago, stay tuned. They'll be out in the next race, or you've just missed their first race. It's either or they're in the heavyweights. So that's how that will work. And just a final reminder that your Class 1s are denoted by your red number plates. Black number plates here denote either Class 2 or Class 3 runners. You do head over to live timing if you've got a monitor. Spare live.alphatiming.co.uk, click on Club100, and there it's giving it even more, even higher resolution detail, if you like, because there the reds are Class 1, black number plates are Class 2, blue is your Class 3. You'll also see that timing tower on the left once the race gets underway.
Dan Cohen is going for a kart change here late on, but we have got a little bit of excess time, which allows the drivers to keep circulating on these formation laps. So just to remind you of the grid for this race, let's just get it up on the screen. There we go. Fraser Brunton, number 71, will be on pole position. Ed Barnes, number 2, alongside on the front row. And this is a big day, of course, for Dan Healy and anyone competing to take the title. It really does feel like this morning is the start of, you know, similar to the Formula 1 in Istanbul today. Today marks the start of the journey towards crowning our champions. Every single race between now and the end of the season will be streamed. Today here at Whilton, Lyd in a few weeks' time, and then the season finale at Bayford Meadows for Club 100 2021. And this could be a big race with a number of championship contenders in it. We are under starters orders here at Whilton Mill. Away goes Fraser Brunton from pole position. Good start for Fraser Brunton, and Ed Barnes is going to nip through and take P2 straight away off of Dan Healy. Josh Adams scrapping there with Mike Coppin as they stretch up to Christmas Corner for the first time in this one. Bailey Morgan coming through the middle of all of that as well in the number 14. The blue and pink overalls there, side by side with Mike Coppin off of Boxing Day, but that was a really, really good start, Howard, from Fraser Brunton.
Yeah, really grabbed the ball by the horns with that start and off and away. Good racing room shown through Christmas Corner. They were splaying out 4 wide, even 5 wide into there. I thought that Mike Cohen, this is the 34 of Dan Cohen, battling away with James Martin there as they come onto the back straight. So he's had a decent start as Cohen. Did you mention he was one of the drivers who went for a kart change? So. Yeah,
he was the last one to go for a kart change. So now that's going to be the problem for him, that his kart's going to be cold at the moment. It takes a couple of laps for these Rotax Evo engines to come up to temperature and you start getting the performance out of them. So he's going to be a bit of a sitting duck early on.
Yeah, Bailey Morgan under pressure here from Garrett Berry on the way up the hill here. This is for 5th place, and Berry's got the job done. No, he hasn't. He went too deep into the Christmas, and Bailey Morgan saw the opportunity to swoop back, so that was well judged there by Morgan, and for now he retains 5th place. There's a certain Mike Coppin in the number 3 kart now, all over the back of Garrett Berry there for 6th place. Coppin will be looking to make some places up in this first heat. One of the Class 1 runners. He's got Premium Powell, as we like to call him. Chris Powell behind, and who's that? Who's come to a
Class
stop?
3s.
We'll double check that one on timing as they come round. But for now, at the end of lap number 2, it is Fraser Brunton who still leads. Ed Bars, though, trying to give chase, although not at the moment, not able to reduce the gap. Dan Healy's trying to catch up to Bars as well, so that's one to watch. Here we go up the hill, though, again for a repeat performance of Morgan versus Berry, and this time Garrett Berry gets the job done. Mike Coppin, it's good sensible driving from Coppin, doesn't want to get a penalty for bump and pass on the overtake, and managed to keep Chris Powell behind him. But just to explain, there are 2 Chris Powells who compete in Club 100, the man we're referring to as Premium Powell here is the has competed in Club 100 for longer, former champion, and we don't see him at every round these days, but we sometimes see him, particularly here at Whilton Mill. So good to see him back. But he's a bit of a disruptor today. He's not in the championship. He's just here to have some fun, as Mike Coppin has now got by on Bailey Morgan. So Morgan down to 7th place. And this is Josh Adams. Here's one of the drivers that Andrew was talking about to look out for, and a nice move there into Christmas corner on Dan Healy. And gives the gesture to say, let's work together and catch on up to the top 2. That was exactly the kind of thing you were talking about, Andrew. A good move there from Josh Adams. I'm
loving how much confidence Josh is driving with this weekend. You know, that is a top driver that he's just put that move on, and you would have thought, you know, he's been doing that kind of stuff for years. This really does feel like a big step forward from Josh over the last couple of rounds. As I say, it was very, very quick yesterday in the endurance. And look at Garrett Berry there in 5th place, doing a great job, leader of the C2 mode. Just to go back to that incident we saw earlier, it was Rizwan Mange who's fallen down the order. So he's now in 18th place. Fastest lap of the race from Chris Powell, 54.002. He's still got it as the old chap. He's still there with that pace in the Gulf style helmet, and he is starting to put Bailey Morgan under a fair amount of pressure. Down the inside goes Garrett Berry on Dan Healy. Dan Healy, this is not the way that he would have wanted to start his day, and in fact I think he's got back through. But the driver, as Mike Coppin looks down the inside of Berry now, he's going to have a block pass there into Ozies. Berry takes to the grass there onto the back straights. For me, Coppin was well alongside. It's kind of inevitable when you're on the outside. You do have to yield as the corner tightens there. But and then, off is the number 32 of Daniel Cohen, and deep in the plastic bollards there.
Yeah, so he's gone on.
Sorry, it's Sam Morris. It's Sam Morris, number 32.
Yes, apologies there. So yeah, he's gone off so far at Ozies that he was actually picked up by the camera at turn 1, is how I read that one, given the side of the bollards he was. But yes, apologies, fans of Dan Cohen. He is still running A-OK.
They were side by side though, those 2 karts.
Yes.
So Dan Cohen may have been involved. Ed Barr's starting to close in on Fraser Brunton here, just less than 2 minutes on the clock, and a new fastest lap of the race last time around, 53.822.
Yeah, he's starting to ramp up the pressure, is Ed Barr's. And this one is, and he's timing this brilliantly, isn't he? In fact, he looked to me like he's gaining quite significantly on this lap as well. So Brunton, who has been controlling this one so well after that lightning start at the green light, is now being put under serious pressure, the first serious pressure of the race, to be honest. And this is possibly going to be a bit of a grandstand finish to our Heat 3. And don't count out the likes of Josh Adams there in 3rd place. And Dan Healy is staying with him for now as well. Then comes your battle that was that Chris Powell getting past Bailey Morgan there over the top of the hill here. at Whilton Mill.
So Powell up to 5th place now. I think he's got past, well, he has got past Mike Coppin as well. In fact, he's let Bailey Morgan back through.
Okay.
Now, I wonder if that was as a result of earlier in the lap, him getting by, but it not being fully clean. Good work there from Chris Powell, ensuring he doesn't get a penalty. But look at this. First and second going at it. They're going to have one more lap. 40 seconds on the clock. Lap time's around 53 seconds. There is the last lap board. And with the context of this championship, we're yet to see Jack O'Neill race here today, but he'll be coming up soon. If Ed Bars could get a win here in heat number 2, that would be a big, big statement for the rest of the day.
Absolutely. Chris Powell all over the back of Bailey Morgan's bump, but still can't get the pass to him. Mike Coppin looks for the opportunity there through the corner we colloquially call Boxing Day. They're side by side heading down towards Ashby. This is going to give Bailey Morgan a little bit of breathing space and give a bit of opportunity to Garrett Berry.
It is indeed. This has been a great battle between these 4 drivers across the course of the last few minutes. We are on the last lap, keeping an eye on Fraser Brunton and Ed Bars. Does Ed Bars go for a move, or does he just take the points here? And I think that is what he's going to do here. Fraser Brunton is going to come around the final corner and take a brilliant victory from pole position. Very much set up by that strong start. Fraser Brunton takes heat number 2 ahead of Ed Bars. Josh Adams, a very impressive 3rd. Dan Healy 4th. Bailey Morgan top C2 in 5th. Followed home by the returning Chris Powell, Mike Coppin, Garrett Berry, Oscar Lancaster and James Martin. That's top 10. Andrew Ravage and Daniel Cohen are 11th and 12th. Top C3 runner was Aaron Stillwell, at least provisionally. James Dunnett, Peter Sharp, Rizwan Mangat, Michael Daltrey, Russell Cooper and Sam Morris wrap out the 19 runners in that one. Well, a very good start to the day for Fraser Brunton, and our young drivers really putting on a show so far today. We're taking a short break. Next up out of the circuit will be heat number 3. Heat 3 out next. First appearance for all of these drivers. Let's have a look at the grid. Lloyd McGeoch-Williams on pole position. Greg Smith, last year's C3 champion, alongside on the front row. Charlie Summers and Tom Dix on row 2. Alistair Irvin and Tom Kemping. Great to have Tom back there on row 3. Matthew Cockram and Peter Knight on row 4. Keith Segal and Dante Dillon on row 5. Jason Bradbury and Dan Seeger on row 6. Into our novices, Simon Sharp is the first of them, alongside Kim Ely on row number 7. Luke Dunnett and Arthur Desai on row 8. Dean Everest makes it 17 runners in this one.
You know, it was interesting what you were saying about in the previous heat, mate, about Josh Adams. Does actually, it feels like it's a bit of a theme to me whenever we're here at Whilton Mill, because was it not 2 years ago that one of the drivers in this heat, Peter Knight, really came to the fore? Another young driver who I remember putting a performance that day, and then some of the experienced drivers were going over to John Viger of Club 100 going, who is this guy? Who's that guy? So it's a little bit of a talent. I don't know what you call it. A talent scouting circuit, is that even a concept? But yeah, it's an interesting one. But you are right. Adams driving brilliantly and took a good 3rd place in that first heat of the day. Heat 3 drivers just out for their practice laps now, and this is still, of course, in our first sort of rotation, as we like to think of it, of our heats. Do send in your comments via the YouTube stream, and we'll try and keep tabs on that throughout the day. But yes, round 9, as Andrew was talking about ahead of that last heat, we're in round 9 now, mate. We've got 3 rounds of this, well, including today's running. We've got the 3 rounds of this championship left, and there is that feeling that we're entering in. I don't think it's just us as commentators. No. There's that feeling that you're entering into that last stint of the season.
We're doing a 400-metre race.
Yep.
We're coming around the final bend now and into the last 100 metres.
Yeah.
Is how I akin it to. Let's talk about this 3rd heat. Some interesting drivers in this. Dante Dillon, one of our British Indoor Karting Championship champions. He starts P10 in this one. Dan Seeger it's one of those, I don't have the records to hand, but I always think Dan Seeger, Whilton Mill, things go well.
Yes.
So let's watch out for him from 12th place on the grid. And I'm interested to see how Tom Kempink does as well. 6th place on the grid. I think it's his first time doing Club 100 sprints in a while, but he's got a lot of experience in these karts, a lot of experience around this circuit because he's fairly local to here. And in previous years, he's been a BUKC graduates champion as well. So very quick peddler alongside Alistair Irvin there on row 3.
Yeah, very good point. Very good point. So an interesting field that we've got here at Whilton Mill, which, won't lie, slightly more overcast than the shot you've got right now necessarily shows, but it is always a good track to come to. We're here in Northamptonshire, England, just outside of Daventry, for those familiar with the area, and always a popular track on the calendar.
Hello to Peter O'Connor and Jay Elliott. Thank you for tuning in, chaps. We're cheering on Chris Powell, as I say, in the last race. But give a read out to their messages, especially Peter's, who said, "Go on, Powell, rustier than an old nail, but confident the farmer will do well." Thank you very much. Keep your comments coming in. Good morning to Kieran Kelly Rye as well. Who is the handsome chap on the thumbnail? I mean, that's an inaccurate description of the thumbnail. But it's Callum Brewell, who is the face of Club 100 sprints here today. And we've already seen him out there once. There's the number 17 of Jason Bradbury, king of the B final.
Yes.
In recent streamed rounds. But will hopefully be going through into the A final directly.
In some ways, it's a bit of a dubious title, isn't it? Because what it basically means is you.
Hey,
So
it's a skill.
It is a skill. Don't get me wrong. But what I mean by that is we've got our system. We haven't touched on this yet, but for anyone unfamiliar with this format, we have the repechage system, which is basically a promotion system from the C final to the B final, and then the B final to the A final. So if you're in the top 4 of the C final, you get repechage, as the regulations call it, onto the back of the B final grid, and the top 2 of the B final get through to the A final. So there is an opportunity for a reprieve if your heats don't go to plan, but that's not the way that these drivers would choose to do this necessarily. But nevertheless, Bradbury has done a very good job this season of taking those B final opportunities to get into the A final. Are we going round again? We very much are. And I think that's because I just saw a driver split into the pit lane to get a different kart, and there is the 77 emerging.
Simon Sharp, who's due to start 13th, first of the C3s.
Yep.
We should explain a little bit. We often talk about start from the front and middle and back. The same applies for the C3s, by the way, in their mini part of the grid. So this will be his chance to start from the front of the novice pack.
Yep.
So from the middle, 5 or 6 carts, the novices in each heat, and one on the back later on in the morning.
That's a policy that I agree with, having once done a British University's Karting Championship rookie start from pole here at Whilton Mill. Actually, did that in my very first year at university, and it was slightly scary to be on pole as someone who had done one race previously. So it's a good idea, I think, to keep those Class 3 drivers towards the back so that they can learn the art of starting a race before they're literally given the job of leading away. Here, though, we are ready to lead away. Lloyd McGeoch-Williams on your right, driver's left, and the 98 of Greg Smith alongside. And so they're still side-by-side into oblivion. That means Smith is going to have the inside line into turn 2, and he gets it. And there's some people swirling out onto the curbing there as well. And that means that our pole sitter has not had the best start. Now it's the 92 of Tom Dix who goes for the lead on Greg Smith at the top of the hill, Christmas corner. They all managed to make it through Christmas corner relatively cleanly, but it is Tom Dix who has got to the front there. Greg Smith slotting into the second place where he started, and it looks to me it was that Alistair Irvin who's got up a few positions as well to 4th place, because in 3rd that is our pole sitter of McGeoch-Williams, as Peter Knight goes side by side here with Dante Dillon into Ozier's, and I believe made that new stick there, so he's moving up the order as well. Looks here though like it's a dream start for Tom Dix. He's got a few kart lengths in hand over Greg Smith and Lloyd McGeoch-Williams and indeed Alistair Irvine, who rounds out your top 4 as they finish lap 1.
Yeah, really good start there from Tom Dix, using all of his experience. Simon Sharp has a cone penalty, so he's knocked one of the Collins over there on lap number 1. Alistair Irvine down the inside, driver number 36 in the pink lid there, still side by side, well defended there by Lloyd Williams. That is something that you can do here at Whilton Mill through Christmas Corner. It's an uphill braking zone, positively cambered as well. You can hold it round the outside and go for that form of defence that we've just seen there. Is Tom Kemping down the inside now. Driver number 143, here he is on the scene, and gets a move done there.
Yep, absolutely, and Dante Dillon trying to follow through as well here in that number 50 kart. Was almost working with Kemping there to try and bump draft through down at Osiers. Didn't quite pay off because Kemping's now a couple of karts ahead, and now Peter Knight fancies his chances on Dante Dillon and gets the job done through paddock, which is something we don't see so much these days at Whilton Mill after the reprofiling of the apex curve there at paddock. But good little move there from Peter Knight, takes himself up to 7th as Tom Kemping now puts pressure on Lloyd McGee on Williams, and there's pod-to-pod contact there, and is Alistair Irvine going to swoop round all of them? They're going to go 3 abreast into Boxing Day. That very rarely works, and it didn't work there. Alistair Irvine has to cut across the grass there and rejoins, but Peter Knight has definitely got by, and there's a penalty for Greg Smith in 2nd place for a jump start.
Matthew Cochran off there, and a restart on the grass there, Matthew. That was at Ashby Corner. We should explain as well, ladies and gentlemen, for those at home, probably seeing drivers flying and spinning off the grass and thinking, well, JV tells everybody to get on the brakes when you are out of control. The grass is incredibly slick here this weekend. It's holding a lot of moisture. We had a bit of rain overnight in the region, and as I said yesterday, it was very dewy yesterday on Saturday, so that is why you're seeing some of the karts going a little bit further, shall we say, than previous visits here to Whilton Mill. Lots of jostling going on there. Jason Bradbury's having a good run in this race, in 7th place, trying to get past Dante Dillon. Alistair Irvine still fighting with Lloyd McGee Williams, this time over 8th place.
Yeah, and that's bulked both of them up. Actually, Alistair had a bit of a fluffed move there into Ashby, and it's meant that he's now got very close attentions of that number 20 there going onto the back straight. I don't mean the number 20, do I? Yes, I do. It's Dean Everest, who is your Class 3 leader at the moment.
And it's come from the back of the C3 pack as well, so that's a really good run from Dean so far.
Yeah, apologies, Dean. That actually took me a moment to read. He's having a brilliant run in this one, in 10th place there, so well done to him so far. A lot of personal bests being set now, and coming up the hill once again, we've got Lloyd McGee Williams versus Alistair Irvine again.
Penalty for Tom Kemping, forcing a driver wide. If you're wondering what that acronym is on live dots, Alpha Timing, FDW, forced driver wide. I imagine it was last corner. I didn't see the incident myself. Apologies if it was on the screen and I've missed it. But by the by, that is a penalty for Tom Kemping. He'll lose a couple of places for that at the end of this race. Dante Dillon having a good run here in 6th place. The eagle-eyed amongst you will note the NTU Motorsport logo on the back of his suit. We'll talk about that in a moment, because there is a move being put in by the 159 of Arthur Desai. That's a good move there, and up to 11th place, I think.
Yeah, I think that was him getting by on Charlie Summers. Indeed it was. In fact, Charlie dropping down a few positions there. I think just taken, when the rhythm gets upset, it's so easy to lose multiple positions. It's still Irvine and McGee Williams are battling away, and now it's Irvine who has the advantage as they head through the top part of the lap, through the Inkerman's right-hand kink and down towards Ashby. That's Irvine up into 8th place. We look slightly further ahead in the order, which is Peter Knight versus Tom Kemping, and Dante Dillon, as I say, Andrew, having a really good opening race of the day here. Tried the move into Osiers, but didn't make it stick.
I'll go back to NTU Motorsport now. Nottingham Trent University, and I mention it because BUKC is coming. It's approaching that part of the year, ladies and gentlemen. Keep an eye out on the various social medias and at Double Dash and across everything. Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, all of that business. Details coming about that. We're getting very excited about it indeed.
Penalty for Luke Dunnett for forcing a driver wide, and also managed to pick up a warning for hitting the monster curve. That was a good timing. That refers to the large curve in the apex of that probably still calling it reprofile. It's been that way now for a couple of years now. It was 2019 when that apex curve was changed, but that is referred to as the monster curve in penalties, and yeah, it's one you don't want to hit. Here though is a change for second place. Dan Seeger ahead of Greg Smith, and that is shown here whether it will update itself as they cross the start-finish line this time around. Also a cone penalty, unfortunately, for Luke Dunnett, so a few costly penalties there. Jason Bradbury now on the back of Dante Dillon, who's still chasing Tom Kemping, who's dropped a little bit off the back of Peter Knight now, but Kemping taking a mid-trap defensive position into Christmas Corner. What this does is it allows Bradbury to get up onto the back of Dillon. And you can see there, Irvin's dropped a little bit off the back of this, I think through his battling with Lloyd McGeoch-Williams. They did start battling away very early on, didn't they, in this one? Yeah. Irvin's race was slightly upset by that off-track moment where he had to cut across the grass, but I think it was difficult to find the momentum afterwards.
Last lap board then, and here come the leaders through the final corner. Tom Dix takes a very straightforward victory there in Heat 3, and another really good drive at Whilton Mill from Dan Seeger, top of the C2s. Greg Smith third provisionally, but has penalties. Peter Knight fourth, Tom Kemping fifth, Dante Dillon sixth, Jason Bradbury seventh. Solid start for Jason there. Alistair Irvin eighth, Lloyd McGeoch-Williams. Great drive from Dean Everest, up to 10th overall, but importantly top of the C3s. Arthur for Desai in 11th place, good drive from Desai as well. Luke Dunnett 12th, Kim Ely in 13th, Craig's Charlison's not Craig's son, hello Craig if you're watching. Simon Sharp, Keith Segal and Matthew Cochran, that was the field for Heat 3. We're going to take a short break. The last race of the first rotation heading out now is Heat number 4. Here we go then for Heat number 4 at Whilton Mill today. Steve Hicks, you just saw him nearly spin coming out of the pit lane there, is on pole position. Chris Woodger alongside him on the front row, Ben Lambeth and Aidan Rudge on row 2. Raunas Sakauskas and Rogerio Mendez, a youthful row 3 there for this one. Row 4 has James Wattis and Darren Daz-Teal on it. Cameron Williams and Archie Hobson, another Warwick BUKC driver of years past there on row 5. Jack O'Neill has work to do from row 6 alongside Ashley White. Moving into our novices towards the rear of the field, Ross O'Brien and Andrew Bushell on row 7. Amy Breacher and Jagjit Singh on row 8. Tim Clark on 17th on the grid is the last runner in this field. And we've got Finn Farrow as well, though I'm now trying to remember because I think Finn may not be here today. Yeah, I know JB was mentioned there's a couple of drivers who've been late withdrawals from the event. We'll know soon enough.
Jack O'Neill then out in this one, our championship leader coming into today, and won the race here in Endurances yesterday as well, so already with success this weekend. Indeed, apologies. Was he out in Sprint 60 as well?
He was out in Sprint 60. I got a nice shot of him yesterday at the front of the grid. So this is kind of a not too much pressure on this race. This is his starting from the back race, albeit ahead of all the novices as we've discussed. But this is if you see Jack O'Neill 4th, 3rd, 2nd, maybe even 1st in this one, that is a very, very good start to the day. Not just because he's getting some good points, but because he's turned, you know, the race that you wouldn't think would be the one that you get the good points from into that, and it takes the pressure off for later in the day.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So, just to give that situation in the championship, it is Jack O'Neill who leads that coming into today. Ed Bars, who we saw earlier on, is 2nd in your championship. Dan Healy is 3rd. Then it's Daz Teal and Mike Coppin to round out your top 5. Then in 6th place in the championship is our Class 2 leader, that being Peter Knight. He's in 6th overall. Steve Hicks, your pole sitter, in this race is 7th in the championship. Josh Adams, who we were talking about earlier on, 8th. Fraser Brunton taking that first heat win of the day is 9th in the championship, and then Rihanna Percox, who was also in that heat, rounds at the top 10 currently in the championship. In Class 3, it is Sam Essery, who is your highest placed C3 driver coming into today. So racing him out today as well. But just to be clear, the points in terms of rounds which at the moment would be counted if the season ended here, there's only 6 points separating our top 2 in this one of Jack O'Neill and Ed Bars. To be clear, there are 11 rounds, but not all of them get used to calculate your championship score at the end. The best 8 of 11 are taken, unless I'm about to be massively corrected. It's 3 drop ones for this season. Yeah, we always double check that. But it's so at the moment it's 946 points for Jack O'Neill and 940 points for Ed Bars. But interestingly, if all rounds did count, it would be Ed Bars in the lead. But that's largely down to the fact that we didn't see Jack O'Neill at the previous round.
A couple of public service announcements. If you're enjoying the coverage and you want to get your comments in, do make sure you've subscribed. You've clicked the subscribe button on YouTube. It's the Alpha Live YouTube channel, because comments is in subscribers only mode. So there we go. Also, Steve Hicks, we should say congratulations, because recently, well, since we last saw him on one of these streams, he's got engaged.
Yes, indeed.
To Laura. So I'm pretty sure Laura is watching as well. So congratulations to you both from us here at Double Dash Motorsport Media and Alpha Live. That'll be a good party when we get round to it. Right, coming around the final corner then. This is heat number 4. Last of the first rotation. Steve Hicks on the right of your screen. Chris Rudger on the left. Eyes on the lights. The red were green were racing at Whilton Mill. Good start from the pole side again. Ben Lambeth up into P2 straight away. James Wattis with a great start as well, coming through the middle of the pack. Up to Christmas corner for the first time. It's Hicks leading from Ben Lambeth, and then everybody else trying to survive through Christmas corner. Jack O'Neill's on the grass there, and he's going to lose out time there. That is not the start that the championship leader would have wanted. Has he still kept going just about, but that's a little bit scrappy in the second half of the field.
Yeah, you can say that again. There's several stories going on in that run up the hill. Somehow Ramanas Sakauskas was almost off onto the grass to the driver's left at turn 2, but had the inside at Christmas corner. He had a journey up the hill going through all that. But somehow everyone's still facing the right way over the top of the hill, but that was not the start that the championship leader wanted. It is Steve Hicks, though, who has held on to the lead coming around to the end of lap 1, and as you said, Andrew, a good start for Ben Lambeth. Seemed like a good side from the pole side of the grid, didn't it?
Daz Teal there on your screen, just picked up the behind Ramanas Sakauskas. Sakauskas checking through, wanting to work with Daz Teal. Daz Teal is not compliant with that. He wants to get up the order and goes for a move there, gets through into 6th.
I think that will throw Sakauskas immediately into the close attention of Archie Hobson in number 33. He was close behind them. This, though, your lead battle, just sweeping through into Oziers. Sorry, mate, that Jack O'Neill's by on Ashley
Jack
White.
O'Neill through past Ashley White, and Amy Breacham having a good race so far, has had C3 success in previous trips here to Whilton Mill. So we'll be expecting more of that as the day goes on. 5 minutes and 48 seconds to go. Penalty for Jack O'Neill, so that progress that he was making is undone now with a bump and pass penalty that'll be +4 positions on top of wherever he finishes this race.
Yeah, Costly won this one then for Jack O'Neill. He's down there in 13th place. As there's Ramanas Sakauskas being passed by the 66 of Jagjit Singh into Christmas corner. Singh being your highest placed Class 3 runner at the moment in this one. Good racing for Jagjit there, but yeah, this is not the start to the day that Jack O'Neill wanted at the moment.
And it's just one of those things around this circuit in particular. We've seen this sometimes happen at BUKC finales. You get to this point of the season And all it takes is a little crack in the door to be opened, and your title rivals can be in and close things up very, very quickly with how these points formats work. Chris Woodger here, having a good go, closing in on Ben Lambeth, and yes, indeed, fastest lap of the race so far, 54.186. There is the 99 of Jack O'Neill up to 11th place on the road. That's pre-penalties. Those are going to have a good run on Ross O'Brien here in the number 23. Imagine go for a move into Christmas corner. Maybe not, it's a bit bunched up ahead of him.
Did I see Daz Till making a move on Aidan Rudge further on up the road as well, potentially? We'll double check that one.
Yes, he did. And he is through, so Daz Till, another experienced driver.
Apologies, that might have been an ongoing battle with James Wattis.
Okay.
As Jack O'Neill there is putting a move on O'Brien, as you say, Andrew, trying to work his way up and negate this penalty. But here is the lead battle. You were mentioning how Chris Woodger is catching up to Ben Lambeth. He is, but Lambeth is also caught up to Steve Hicks, so this could be an interesting battle here. We've still got quite a way to go in this one, though, Andrew, so one wonders, does Lambeth try and strike whilst the iron's hot, or slot into a rhythm here? I think he is going to do so, try and work together to stay on ahead, but Woodger's already got the draft at them as further back. This is now Jack O'Neill on the tail of Jagjit Singh.
Audrey Hobson just ahead of them. He likes his hobnobs, as you can tell from the rear of his lid. He's holding some good speed at the moment at the front of that train. Here are your leaders, 2 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock remaining. Still Steve Hicks, who we should say as well has had a lot of success here at Whilton Mill over the years.
I was just trying to think of all the successes we've seen him have here. I mean, the one that stands out for me, mate, is a certain super final victory that he had here. That was the inaugural
It was the very first one that we had in Club 100 ranks. Chris Woodger, new fastest lap of the race, 53.979.
To go defensive. No. That's good. That's good in communication from Ben Lambeth there to get that message across. Because you could feel how Hicks was instinctively going defensive there, and then now knows, no, it's fine. For now, we make a little bit of a ceasefire for the time being. Chris Woodger, though, still coming up onto the battle, and when the dam does burst in regards to this battle, it would be amongst the three of them, wouldn't it?
It's been a tough race for Ashley White, the C1 driver, currently down in 12th place, and now he's got a cone penalty for his troubles as well. This will be one that will be a drop score, you'd hope, towards the end of the season. 90 seconds to go, 2 laps then for Steve Hicks, Ben Lambeth and Chris Woodger to sort themselves out. Aidan Rudge now the fastest driver in the field, set to 53.971.
And Daz Till as well has got into the no man's land between Rudge and Wattis, and he was ducking his head there. You can see the battle that's beginning to brew ahead. Meanwhile, there's a battle going on right here. This is in amongst our Class 3 ranks. That's Tim Clark battling away with Andrew Bushell and Ramanas Sikauskas, wasn't it, through the top of the hill.
Yeah, really good move that from Tim Clark. I think he saw the opportunity with the 2 drivers ahead, busy amongst themselves, and thought, well, there's a lane here up the inside, I'm going to use it and take 2 positions for the price of 1. Round the final corner then. This should be the final lap board going out. Yep, here indeed, there it is. Steve Hicks, big lap that, has actually pulled out a bit of a gap over Ben Lambeth. And if you can carry that speed. In fact, Lambeth's wide, and has had a bit of a moment there. He's going to lose a lot of time. Woodger up to second. And I could say from personal experience, that will have caught his attention, because that is one of the points where, in fact, he's done very, very well to save that and gather it up, because someone had a moment a little bit further left yesterday and ended up in the tyre wall as a result.
Yes. But he has gathered it up, but he's immediately under pressure from Aidan Rudge. And this, if you're wondering, what was Aidan Rudge pushing for and setting the fastest lap, this is the kind of opportunity that can present itself. I don't think there's going to be anything in it for Ben Lambeth on Steve Hicks. I think Hicks did enough on that penultimate lap. There's a battle here for third, but I think that's going to stay as is. So it is going to be Steve Hicks who takes the win for Heat 4. Chris Woodger in second. Ben Lambeth gathers it up to finish third. Aidan Rudge in fourth. Daz Till battled his way up to fifth there. James Wattis, good points in sixth. Jack O'Neill in the end up to seventh, has that 4 places to be deducted from that. Jagjit Singh, great race for him in eighth. top Class 3 runner Archie Hobson in 9th, and 10th for Ashley White rounds out the top 10 from that 4th heat.
We're going to get on with things now. No more practice laps. Next up out on circuit, it's heat number 5. Heat 5 then, this is second appearance for all of these drivers. Andrew Ravage has pole position. Dante Dillon is alongside him on the front row. Stephen Westwood and Chris Powell on row 2. Reese Pope and Charlie Summers, I read that the wrong way round, but they're both on row number 3. Dan Healy and Lloyd McGeoch Williams start on row 4. Chris Lewis, Evans and Bailey Morgan row 5. Peter Knight and Ned Douglas are on row 6. Into the novices, Matthew Cliff and Samuel Essery are on row 7. Kim Ely and Justin Draper on row 8. Luke Dunnett and Peter Sharp make it an 18 kart field. Keep comments coming in. And if you haven't already, make sure you've pressed that subscribe button here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Every single Club 100 sprints round between now and the end of the season is streamed for you. Looks like we are good to go then. Thumbs up from Pusher Kart, Pace Kart driver. I'm still going to call it Pusher Kart even after all these years. And Andrew Ravage in the red and black suit, left of your screen. Now, right of your screen will take us from pole position. Can the pole side of the grid get the good start, or will Dante Dillon hold it round the inside? Dante Dillon will do more than hold it round the outside. He'll take the lead. What a start for the Nottingham Trent University driver. Up to Christmas corner they go. Big point to say let's crack on. Chris Powell has popped through into P2 already, and they're all getting through Christmas corner pretty well. Someone is out on the grass. It's going to be Bailey Morgan. Is he going to be able to come back on circuit without causing a further incident? Yes, he can. That was well avoided by everybody, but round goes the number 22 there of Matthew Cliff. So that's one of our Class 3 novices out of the race already. There's a slightly tense moment for Bailey Morgan, sliding on the grass there, but did the right thing, kept it to the right, and controlled the speed and didn't cause an incident. Down the inside goes Christopher Powell. A bit of a robust move there past Dante Dillon. That's offered Reese Pope the opportunity to go and round the outside. Gets at least second place for his troubles. Here comes Dan Healy as well in the number 2, fighting with Dante Dillon. So Dante Dillon, after that great start, it's all gone wrong for him, Howard, through the boots, and he's down to 4th.
He is, but he's not out of this yet. Under pressure from Lloyd McGeoch Williams up the hill. Was a great start, wasn't it? He's one of the drivers that you and I have actually commentated on for the longest time, I think, is Dante Dillon. Surely one of them. Commentating across a load of championships, including Northampton Karting League and British University's Karting Championship, the lot. And of course, that BIKC championship win as well. And that was a cracking start from Dante Dillon off the back of an already pretty competitive first heat. So it was an impressive start for him. Chris Powell under pressure now from Dan Healy.
Interesting group this. You've got someone very, very quick, not in the championship battle in Powell. Yes. Someone very, very quick, very much in the championship battle in Dan Healy. And the young pretender of Reese Pope has already had a strong result so far today, but Healy looking up the inside. Is he going to go for the lead? Yes, classic Christmas move there. Powell doesn't put up too much of a fight. Slots into second place.
Yeah, that was textbook. But one could imagine easily that Powell might be playing a slightly longer game in this one. Maybe doesn't want to be at the head of the peloton right now to shoehorn a completely different race sport in here, as it's the 61 versus the 81 of Ravage on Steve Westwood, indeed. And they were side by side through Osiers. Didn't catch quite how that one transpired down the back straight. In the back row, we'll double check the long timing, but they come round to finish lap number 3.
Samuel Essery, one of the top runners in C3 this year. You can see on the timing tower left of your screen. That's a good start to 11th place.
Yep. Ravage did get by on Westwood, so change of position there for 7th, and of course you change the lead confirmed on the timing tower now as they cross the start-finish line that time around. There's Bailey Morgan, got it onto the back of Sam Essery.
He has recovered from that incident on lap number 1. So
see who've done it as well, trying to get a move done on Charlie Summers as they came down into Ashby. So brilliant battles going on all the way down through the field here. But some very experienced drivers at the head of this one. But as you say, Andrew, Reese Pope getting onto the back of these two, staying with them at the moment.
Dante Dillon looking over his shoulder, hoping for a bit of help from a very, very quick Peter Knight, who's just done a 53.7. That may be the quickest lap of the day so far. This is what we've seen from Peter Knight before at Whilton Mill. Has come through the Club 100 Young Drivers Championship. I'm sure we'll be hearing of as we go into 2022 as well. The new 2022 Club 100 Cadet Championship.
That's an interesting place to get alongside, though. He was on the outside of Dante Dillon through Wilkins, and was also on the outside of Oziers. And Dillon defended well there, but will be compromised in his ultimate speed down the back straight. So it'll be interesting to see if there's anything going for Peter Knight through this boot section that the leader's going through now. There's not. Just see in the back of your shot there that Dillon is still at the 4. And this isn't really what Dante Dillon wants, is it? He wants to work with Peter Knight rather than battle with him, because he can see the opportunity on up the road. What about this time? Does he feel he has to go defensive?
Yeah.
He doesn't, I think. Is he basically saying, all right, Peter, you go through and then I'll work with you.
To be fair, I think that's the better option, because now Dante, it's not the biggest slipstream circuit here at Whilton Mill. There was a move there. I think it was Samuel Essery on Chris Lewis Evans.
Yep.
It's not the biggest slipstream circuit, but there is one to be had.
True.
Peter Knight, we know he's got very good pace, 53.7 his fastest lap. If Dante can just sit in Peter's slipstream now, that could pull him along and try and get him back into this battle of the top 3.
Yeah, it's not an effect we talk about too much in Club 100, because the effect isn't too massive. But you're right, this is particularly in that first sector of the lap here at Whilton Mill. It is an effect that does come to bear some effect on people's pace. As Chris Powell, for example, has just set the fastest lap of the race, 53.741, which is beats that fastest lap that I think we've seen of the day. It's getting warmer outside. It's not overcast a bit when it starts to get running. It's a lovely day for October for going karting in the UK. But Chris Powell just ramping up the pressure now, and it will be the time that he wants to ramp up the pressure, because having worked together and been patient throughout the whole race, if he's going to strike Andrew, it's going to be on this next tour of the circuit. Yeah,
but they've worked really nicely together. They've negated the pressure from Reese Pope behind. There's the minute to go on the clock. Last lap board is out for these drivers. Oh my goodness, Peter Knight's just put in a 53.431. Watch out for the pace of Peter Knight as the day goes on, because this is Peter coming from towards the back grid slots. He's had his one from the back, he's had his one from the middle, and he's clearly got a lot of speed here today at Whilton Mill. Could be a big factor in the A final if he can get there.
Yeah, and as we were saying earlier, it was 2 years ago that he came to the 4 at this track when we were streaming here before. So this is a circuit he goes so well at. There is pressure being brought to bear on Dan Healy. I'm not sure if Powell's going to be close enough coming into the boot to make a move here, though, Andrew.
No, I think Dan Healy's got this one under control, and this is a good response after a difficult first heat earlier on this morning. Round the final corner, here comes Dan Healy. He always tends to run well on a stream day, and he's won heat 5 there ahead of Chris Powell. Another good drive from Reese Pope. Peter Knight impressive in 4th. Dante Dillon, good points for the BIKC champion in 5th. Lloyd McGeoch Williams in 6th. And there's been some changes on the last lap there. Stephen Westwood up to 7th. Samuel Essery top of the C3s in 8th. Chris Lewis Evans and Ned Douglas wrap out the top 10. David Morgan, Justin Draper, Andrew Rabbage, Luke Dunn, Charlie Summers take us down to 15th. Kim Ely, Peter Sharp and Matthew Cliff wrap out the runners. We're going to take a short break. Next up, it's heat number 6. Heat number 6. This is an interesting grid. Let's have a look at it. Callum Brewell has pole position alongside Warwick BUKC teammate of past years, Archie Hobson. Cross your fingers, everybody. Dan Seeger and Bryn Albin on row 2. Ben Lambeth and Tom Dix on row 3. Jonah Barker and Steve Hicks on row 4. Tom Kempink and Adam Weald on row 5. A lot of experience in this middle part of the grid. And here's some more. Daz Teal and Alistair Irvin on row 6. Into the novices, Michael Daltrey and Aaron Stillwell on row 7. Sam Morris and Simon Sharp, row 8. James Dunnett there on row number 9.
So we've got an all Warwick University graduates front row.
Yes.
I also noted Alistair Irvin's thrown in for good measure as well.
I'm standing back
with regards to that particular stable of drivers. So here we go. Sorry?
I joke, of course. I'm sure it's going to be
a
very,
it's going to be lovely.
Race.
It's going to be great. Callum Brule leads them away then into oblivion. It's another good start from the pole side of the grid because Dan Seeger is making hay whilst the sun is shining here. Tries to go all the way around the outside of 2, and he almost does it, but he's going to slot in behind Callum Brule as they head up the hill, going 4 wide, even 5 wide behind, side by side through Christmas Corner.
Not the best of starts for Daz Teal. He's been shuffled back a little bit there, was caught out wide. Steve Hicks and Alistair Irvin in the middle of that, but it's a good start for Mr. Thumbnail. Callum Brule leads.
It's an even better start, I think, mate, for Ben Lambeth there in the 53, who I think has slotted into 2nd place. He had a great run up the hill, and it was a good start from the pole side of the grid. Who was that going round towards the back? Was that Simon Sharp? No, it wasn't.
James Dunnett.
James Dunnett.
Oh, there's another driver off there. Can't quite make out the helmet colours and the number plate, but we'll catch it in due course. It's the 100 of Michael Daltrey. Thank you guys on the cameras for picking that one up. And as we come through, this is a... Well, I was about to say this is a C1 heavy field, but I think it's because there's quite a few big runners in C2 in it. It feels like it's a big C1 field. As someone's off towards the back, I think it might be... is that Sam Morris who's gone round? Or is it Michael Daltrey? Yeah, it's Michael Daltrey having more problems, but...
I think it was Morris who was going up from paddock.
Yeah, Daltrey hasn't come over the line yet, so yeah, Sam Morris a bit of bother. There's the number 63 of Jonah Barker.
We've not sped up the formation lap through that one, folks, honest. That is a genuine battle going on at the moment, which is at the moment it's Adam Wealdon who's got to the head of that in the 79.
So there's Callum Brule leading in the number 27 in the yellow helmet. Ben Lambeth, another good start for him, P2. Big race this for Dan Seeger in the context of his day. He's already had a strong result racing from the back of the field in his first heat. Can he take this opportunity starting towards the front and get some more good points? Daz Teal, well, was having a difficult time on lap 1, but is up to 5th place, Howard. He's had a very, very good second lap.
Indeed, look at this, Tom Dix versus Steve Hicks going on at the hill as well. As Hicks has got the job done, was squirreling around on the brakes there. But that is Hicks by on Tom Dix, the 21 now ahead of the 92 and up into 6th place. As the leader now coming under severe pressure from Ben Lambeth, who in his 2nd race of the day, Andrew, is standing out to me here. Drove very strongly in his first heat earlier on. And right now is applying the pressure to a very experienced Callum Brule.
Yeah, another lightweight really coming to the fore here once again on a streamed round. There's a bit of communication between the drivers to say let's keep working together, but it is very much forming up into a bit of a trolley train behind, and in fact the trolley train is breaking now as Ben Lambeth goes down the inside of Callum Brule. I think I'd call that a fair one to me. Ben had a good run alongside, but here comes Dan Seeger. Oh, I have flashbacks to a BUKC finale a couple of years ago there.
Look at
this, Kempink and Teal coming through, and Steve Hicks and Tom Dix. Everybody's involved in the party here. Dan Seeger's going to get forced out wide and lose 1, 2, 3, 4 positions. This is almost like a final at the moment, the way they're racing out there.
If Ben Lambeth had a rear view mirror, he'd be smiling at what he saw in it, because this is exactly what he wants to see. Look at this, 3 wide almost coming into Wilkins Corner. Daz Teal has somehow navigated himself up into 2nd place there, managed to be on the inside at Christmas Corner, and it paid dividends, was able to hang it around the outside of Boxing Day. Alistair Irvin battling away with Tom Kempink there, but at the moment, your top 3, it'll all change on your timing tower in a second, folks, because it's Ben Lambeth ahead of Daz Teal, and I think Steve Hicks, now in 3rd place.
Yeah, great move there from Alistair Irvin round the outside of the highlighter crew, as we like to call them, from the Warwick stable. One of them's missing, which is Ben Simpson. He's the green helmeted one, but the pink highlighter around the yellow highlighter there. And that'll be talked about in the paddock. Here we go again into Christmas Corner. Jonah Barker fighting alongside there. In fact, he's going to be on the grass there. And now there's going to be a load of grass on Inkermans. Now people are going to have to pay attention to that. There's a bit of a
event yesterday, shall we say, when a similar occurrence happened. But now everybody looks okay through Inkermans. This has been a very topsy-turvy race so far. There is Adam Whilton. Good support for him in the chat, now ahead of Dan Seeger. How much time have we got left? 2.5 minutes to go. 1.7 seconds is the lead for Ben Lambeth over Daz Teal. Make that 1.5. Hicks in third. Alistair Irvin sets the new fastest lap of the race at 53.8, is up to fourth.
It's not been fancy this one. I feel like we've basically just run 5 instances of a first lap. But
Yes.
as they come up the hill once again, Jenna Barker trying to recover, so it's such a costly moment for him in a train like that to have an on-the-grass moment. To keep together is just about to things. This is Daz Teal versus Steve Hicks in the battle for second place. 1.5 seconds that Ben Lambeth has in hand at the moment.
And you can imagine that these two drivers know each other well, will try and work together to catch Ben Lambeth.
This would definitely be Ben's first heat win of the season, if he can convert this one, right?
Yeah, we saw him out for the first time of the season at Bayford Meadows, and had some good results that day. Another new driver to this lightweight championship. My goodness, Hicks, he nearly did the exact same thing I did yesterday. He didn't, because he's a better driver than me, and survives that one, but that just skirted the edge of that grass again. He's clearly pushing very, very hard.
Home penalty for Simon Sharp could be costly in his Class 3 running, which he won't take usually the highest placed Class 3 runner on the road, but unfortunately with that penalty, as things currently stand, not retain that.
Tom Kemping doing a great job. So it's hard to put into words how difficult it is to come into this championship, you know, when you haven't been in it for a while. The style of racing. If you're quick in a kart, you're quick in a kart. Tom definitely is, but having that reading of the situation to get good results and not get spat out the back in the rough and tumble of it all, Tom's clearly got it down quite well here.
Yeah, absolutely. On to the final lap then. Ben Lambeth has 1.2 seconds in hand. Daz Teal, Steve Hicks and Alistair Irvin has just set the fastest lap of the race to get onto the back of them. Here is the 79 of Adam Whilton versus Dan Seeger. That's for 6th place as they come over the top of the hill. Are there any moves left here? Steve Hicks is closing in on Daz Teal. He's closer potentially. 6th place going into Wilkins Corner. Still Whilton at the front of that one. You'll just see further up the road, it is still Teal ahead of Hicks. Ben Lambeth, though, is already in the boot ahead of these two. There's a bump on the bit of a love tap there on the rear of Daz Teal's kart, but it is going to be the 53 of Ben Lambeth, who comes round to take an impressive first victory of the season. Daz Teal takes 2nd place and is the highest placed Class 1 runner. Steve Hicks in 3rd, Alistair Irvin in 4th. And then it's Tom Kempick in 5th, 6th for Dan Seeger, Adam Whilton in 7th, 8th for Tom Dix, Bryn Olban in 9th, and Archie Hobson rounds out your top 10. I'm not sure if the former Warwick drivers will thank me, but I think they've inverted the order they started in.
They have indeed. Yeah, that's not the way that they would have planned for that to go. Michael Dalton with the last kart over the line. That's heat 6 done halfway through our heat schedule for the lightweight. So let's crack on there with heat number 7. That's next. Looking forward to Heat 7. Here is the grid for this race. Jack O'Neill has pole position for it. Jed Toole alongside him on the front row. Oscar Lancaster and Cameron Williams on row 2. Sam Slater and Josh Adams on row 3. Chris Woodger and Hussein Rashid start on the 4th row of the grid. James Martin and James Wattis wrap out the top 10. Rihanna Percox and Mike Coppin will be looking to move through from row 6. Althavra Desai and Dean Everest are on row 7. Rizwan Mangat and Ross O'Brien are on row 8. James Browning and Andrew Berry make it an 18 kart field. Another interesting grid, this one, Howard. You've got championship leader Jack O'Neill on the front row. Josh Adams, as we said, has been very quick so far today. There on row 3. Percox and Coppin. This is their starting from the back of the C1, C2 grid. Lots to talk about ahead of this race.
Yeah, agreed. Agreed. This is going to be an interesting one. We need this needs to be a good one, doesn't it, for Jack O'Neill to get his day back on track in many ways. Here we go then. He's on your right as you look at it, and that doesn't look like it is. Sorry, Jed Toole alongside. Apologies, and they go into oblivion and through turn 2 for the first time. Looks like a good start from Oscar Lancaster as well. Chris Woodger is out on the curbing there for turn 2, but he's going to slot back in as they head through Christmas Corner. Looks like Sam Slater is looking to make early moves there and has got a bit of third place. So a good start from him. There's driver dipping their wheels onto the grass, but has managed to recover before Inkerman's. No, there is the 23 of Ross O'Brien, who unfortunately is facing the wrong way. The start is otherwise called good, and Jack O'Neill has had the start that he needed. Oscar Lancaster, though, great start from him to get up into second. There's Mike Coppin down the inside of James Wattis, who had also had a good start, though, even though he's just lost a position. That means he's moved on up the order on this first lap, although he has got it courtesy of a contact warning there, as has Dean Everest. As they come around to finish lap 1, it is Jack O'Neill who leads ahead of Oscar Lancaster, Sam Slater in third, Josh Adams and Mike Coppin up 6 positions on that first lap to 5th place.
Yeah, very big lap there from Jack O'Neill, because this is already, as Josh Adams is looking down the inside of Sam Slater, that's over 3rd place. What Jack wants to do here is get this heat into a scenario where second and backwards think, well, second's as good as it's going to get. In second place, and then just romp off into the distance. 0.7 of a second on lap 1 is a pretty good way of doing it. Mike Coppin looking very racy in this 7th heat of the day. That was a very good start. I think it was our biggest mover, up 6 positions on lap number 1. Can he find a way past Josh Adams? Can Josh Adams find a way past Sam Slater? In fact, Coppin's going to look down the inside into the last corner, and that was wisely done by both drivers there. Well read by Josh Adams there. Could see Coppin coming through, didn't fight it, lives to fight for another day.
Yeah, really good spot. I think there from Coppin to say, yeah, appreciate that. Good courtesy shown. There is the 103 of James Watson. So here is Hussein Rashid versus Jed Toole for 9th place. That is Rashid done, albeit not the neatest, as Rihanna Percox, I think, dipped some tyres on the grass there coming out of Inkerman's, but managed to hold it together.
Coppin past Sam Slater now is making efficient work through the traffic here. And, Josh Adams will be looking at that and thinking that's potentially a way past Sam Slater if he's a little bit weak coming off of Inkerman's.
Not a great start to the race for James Martin, Andrew. Class 1 runner down in 14th place, dropped some 4 positions on the first lap, and at the moment isn't able to recover through the Class 3 traffic.
Yeah, and he's behind some C3s who've already had good results today. Desai and Everest. He's got past Everest. But yeah, I hear what you're saying there, Howard. It's already looking for James Martin. This is going to be a tough order to get into that A final. We have to rely on Champion PB.
Oscar Lancaster, I think, doing a good job here of keeping Jack O'Neill on.
Yes.
We were talking about how he needs to, O'Neill will want to set the pace that means everyone gives up. But at the moment, Lancaster is denying him that possibility. This is Chris Woodger and Rihanna Percox, who have had the feeling the last 4 laps have been working together to try and get themselves up and onto the back of greater riches up the road, which come in the form of these 3 drivers here, of Coppin, Slater and Adams.
Just a little nibble there of the monster curve. We saw the back end of the kart get quite unsettled. Here's Rihanna Percox and Chris Woodger. Rihanna looking for that tighter line, the slipstream up to Christmas Corner. May have a shot here if she's brave on the brakes, and of course she's brave on the brakes. Another great move from Rihanna Percox. That's 6th place.
Yeah, I mean, brilliant move there. I'll be honest with you, I thought she was a bit too far back at the start of that straight, and that's why she's running up in 6th place in Class 1 of the lightweights, and I'm not.
Hussein Rashid, I think that's the 2nd code penalty for Hussein, so that's 2 positions at the end of this race. James Martin still tucked up behind Martha Desai. But at least both of those drivers will be beneficiaries of the penalties for number 10. Now 2.5 minutes on the clock. Jack O'Neill leads. This one still isn't done here. Oscar Lancaster 0.8 of a second behind. Mike Coppin, though, fastest driver on circuit now, 53.830, but did run a little bit wide out of turn 2. And it's it's, as I say, it's dry conditions out there, but it's this period of the year with Whilton Mill where if you just get a little bit of oversteer as you come through turn 2, it can catch you out very, very easily. Almost akin to what a certain Super GT had in the senior X30 earlier in the year that a lot of folks will have seen on social media. That similar sort of just get a little bit wide, the back end goes, and you've got to be very, very aware of what's going on to be able to pull it back in.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Oscar Lancaster underwater, but Mike Coppin gets the job done quicker than I could even set the scene for you by on Oscar Lancaster up into second place. And that was between the third apex of the boot and paddock corner.
Sam Slater's come alive, 53.7 for him, also a 53.7 for Rihanna Burcox. Two fastest drivers out there on circuit, the 150. Rizwan Mangat has got a contact warning. That's not a penalty. But that will be his last warning for Travis Simmons from race control. 1 minute to go on the clock. And this is a big couple of corners, I feel, for this group of 3 drivers. If they can work together, they could try and pull Jack O'Neill and give him a bit of a hard time on the last lap.
Yeah, just one other story to watch on that last lap. Rihanna Percox just set the fastest lap of the race. She got by on Chris Woodger a few laps ago. She's now looking to challenge Josh Adams. You can just see it in the back of your shot there. But going on to the last lap, Jack O'Neill has an advantage of 0.6 of a second. Mike Coppin pushing hard though here, Andrew.
Very, very hard indeed. Rihanna Percox goes quicker again, 53.3. I think that's a new fastest lap of the race. Here she is trying to get past Josh Adams. Josh Adams defends well into Christmas Corner, but maybe a little bit vulnerable now on the run down to Ashby. Has Rihanna got the lane? Josh Adams closes the door. Great fight this over 5th place. James Watt is still there in 8th place. Rihanna Percox to the outside now. He's going to be hung out to dry field. Oh, and into the tyres. Into the tyres there goes Rihanna Percox. Jack O'Neill still leads, but look at this. You get the feeling that one more lap was needed for Mike Coppin to get through, but this is a very good result nonetheless. Jack O'Neill is just going to hold on for victory here in heat number 7. Mike Coppin, a big move over the line. Oh, he's lost it by 0.069 of a second. It's still good points, though. That is the way to do you from the back race. 2nd place for Mike. 3rd for Oscar Lancaster's top C2, Sam Slater 4th, 2nd for the C2s. Josh Adams holds on for 5th ahead of Rihanna Percox. Chris Woodger, James Wattis, Hussein Rashid, and Cameron Williams takes us down to 10th. Althavra Desai top of the C3s ahead of James Martin, Dean Everest, Ross O'Brien, James Brown, Andrew Berry, Jed Tull and Rizwan Mangat.
The neutral race fan in me wanted that to go on another lap or so, but we need to look now ahead to heat number 8.
Heat number 8, here is your grid. Jason Bradbury will take us from pole position in this one. Dan Cohen alongside on row 1. Ashley White and Keith Segal row 2. Ed Bars and Aidan Rudge on row 3. Greg Smith and Fraser Brunton will start this race from row number 4. Rogerio Mendez and Matthew Cockram on row 5. Garrett Berry and Ramanas Sakauskas on row 6. Jagjit Singh and Tim Clark on row 7. Russell Cooper and Jake Wilkins on row 8. Jack Booth and Amy Breacher on row number 9. And then Andrew Bushell completing the 19 runners in this, the last heat of the 2nd rotation. Keep your comments coming in on the YouTube stream. Make sure you've clicked that subscribe button as well. Just for these Club 100 rounds, plenty of other content on the Alpha Live network as we're in the bathes of the autumn sunshine, not just here, but various places across the UK motorsport world today.
Good opportunity this for Jason Bradbury.
Yep.
We've been calling him king of the final. We'll be looking to optimise this pole start. Not this time around though, because we're going round again. Drivers got a kart change going on in the pits. Distinctive multicoloured helmet and the 34 of Daniel Cohen alongside I know we had a bit of a frantic start on our end of things, mate, but how are we at the end of the second rotation of these lightweight heats already? They can come in very quickly, turn around, very impressive today between the races, the drivers and the Club 100 crew.
Yeah, very efficient running the event as always, JV and the team. And, 2 more of these rounds to go after today. It'll be at Lyd, the second trip to Lyd of the year. In a few weeks' time, we'll be finishing the season at Bayford Meadows in November. Both of those sprint stays you'll be able to watch here on Alpha Live with commentary from Double Dash Motorsport Media.
I do love the fact that we are going to be able to bring the conclusion of this championship,
Yes.
mate, because that's this one's going to be fantastic to the end. I've just got that feeling. Right now, though, heat number 8 is ready to get underway for round 9 of our lightweights. It's Jason Bradbury on pole in that 17 kart, the 34 of Dan Cohen alongside. Away we go. It's another good start from third on the grid, not for the first time. Ashley White slots into second place as they go through Oblivion and the crook. Greg Smith is out quite far onto the curb, but he's going to swoop back across as they head on up the hill. Jason Bradbury, though, with a good start. And it's Ed Bars versus Daniel Cohen into the braking zone for Christmas Corner. And to the head of the field there is Ashley White, trying to make up for what was perhaps a bit of a lacklustre first heat earlier on. But Ashley White right now is hard on the brakes into Ashby Corner. Everyone pointing the right way, it looks to me, through that first sector. Oh, big moment there for Keith Segal, I think, in the middle of the field there. Had to swoop across the middle of the track and then causing a bit of a hold-up there in the middle of the pack. The number 60 of Garrett Berry having to take almost to the runoff there in avoidance, but manages to slot back in. And unfortunately, we do have a driver who's become stationary. That looked like the outside of Wilkins to me. In all of that, it allowed Jason Bradbury to get back ahead of Ashley White, who briefly led the race, but it is your pole sitter, Bradbury, who's in the lead ahead of Ashley White, and Ed Bars up to third.
I think the kart in question on Wilkins there was actually beached up in the air on the curb, hence why the rear wheels were spinning furiously. It was either that or the wrong address, which is not the way to get back onto circuit on the breach there. It's already making a way through the order. Russell Cooper, number 26. Cone penalty for the number 60. I thought that was coming because some tyres did get launched into space.
I think it was
on that one there.
Apologies, I think it might have been Tim Clark. Definitely Jack Booth, Tim Clark, and Garrett Berry have had an eventful first lap. Garrett Berry yet to be registered on timing. We're here though with the battle over second place indeed.
Yep.
Although maybe it's a bit early to not call the battle for the lead. Still the question is being asked of Jason Bradbury as to whether he has the pace to pull away on the main pack here. Cars follows Ashley White up the hill towards Christmas Corner. Greg Smith has attentions from Daniel Cohen in that 34 car at the same time, and the first of those moves was converted to a pass in the form of Ed Bars going by on Ashley White, but Daniel Cohen was not able to convert that one, and indeed had a hairy moment there on the grass. Coming out of boxing day and has lost quite a bit of that. I think he's gone down to 8th place there, now behind Keith Segal.
Yeah, Rogerio Mendez looking for a move in the 101. I do feel that move that Ed Bars made was really, really crucial in the context of this race, to take control of this second place battle and not get held up and into a bit of a group battle with those behind, particularly. So you've got the likes of Fraser Brunton and Aidan Rudge going very quickly a few places further back. Cross start finish, there's your second place change confirmed. 1 second between first and second. Brunton up to 5th place now. And Jagjit Singh having another very good run here. There's the 58 of Keith Segal. Jagjit just behind in the 66 currently, top of the C3 ones.
Absolutely. Greg Smith close to the back of Ashley White here for 3rd place. Followed the rise of the 100 ranks for the last couple of seasons. Fastest lap of the race, you haven't mentioned it, mate, apologies, Jason Bradbury trying to extend that lead, but as you say, Ed Bars' pass up into second feels crucial for the story of this race, because he's going to want to try and capitalise on that. That is the 71 of Fraser Brunton, winner in heat number 1, under pressure from Daniel Cohen, as we've got one of our drivers. It is Bushell, yeah. Stationary in the middle sector. Look at this, side by side up the hill, and is that looking good getting involved with Fraser Brunton was involved. How did that all shake out at the top of the hill?
Brunton was out wide there, so there's not a lot of grip for the drivers. And crucially though,
it was Rudge, I think he got by all of them as a result, because I think he just swooped at the inside. We saw them both tracking wide in that turn 2 and was able to slot in down the inside of them up the hill. A little kink on the straight between the Crook and Christmas that we don't often refer to as a 7th like straight. It's called Fine Lady, and he was pretty much on the inside at that point, I think.
2 minutes and 30 or thereabouts to go. Fraser Brunton there tucked up behind the rear bumper of Aidan Rudge for 5th place. Good last lap there from Jason Bradbury, 54.3. And whilst Bars was quicker, wasn't too dramatic, 54.2. And look at this battle going on with Rogerio Mendes at the front of it. Keith Segal in there, number 13 of Ramanas Sakauskas. Amy Breacher watching on at the back of this. An impatient game. There's gains to be had here should these drivers ahead get a little bit too and off there. And just as I say, that is Keith Segal's. There's one of them for Matthew Cockram in there in that group as well. So they all gain a position out of that. Here comes Greg Smith down the inside of Ashley White for 3rd place. Good move there from Greg Smith, but he's run a little bit wide. Can he get back on circuit? Loses a position, loses another as Aidan Rudge hops through. And here comes Fraser Brunton as well. He's absolutely furious with himself, is Greg Smith there. It's a good attempt, but the result is he's lost 3 positions.
I think he just went all in the first couple of apexes, didn't he? And once you're out wide there on the 3rd apex, you don't have to hit the 3rd apex of the boot, but what you definitely know is you know when you're too wide through that part, because suddenly there's a bit of geo-block and grass there to greet you. So that was a hairy moment for him there. He's done well to stay onto the back of them at least, so he can start to make amends as there's 1 minute left on the clock.
Ed Bars is turning up the pressure, 53.974 last time around. The gap is down to less than 4/10, and that's a lot less than 4/10 now. He's got 1 more lap to do this, and you've got the feeling that with other drivers at the top of this table in the lightweights, he's got to get a win on the board here. He's going to have 1 more lap to do so, Howard. On to the last lap they go, through the first couple of corners. A good run out of the Crook is absolutely crucial here for Ed Barston, because he's not close enough. He's not close enough to go for a big lunge here. And Jason Bradbury holds on to the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. Good battle happening further back here between Rudge, White, Brunton and Greg Smith as well. But yeah, it was the fastest lap of the race again from Ed Bars on that last lap, but he hasn't been able to convert that into any opportunities in Christmas or Ashby. He's going to have to be on it through Wilkins if he's going to try downhill into Osiers. He will try, though, and down he goes, and that's the job done. That is a textbook move that he makes look easy into Osiers. Brilliant move from Ed Bars, and I don't think Bradbury's going to have a response into the boot.
No, and it was a good response in a way, though, from Bradbury to just concede that one. It's still going to be good points for him. Ed Bars, a big, crucial win here in heat number 18. Needed that one, and he's taken it. Jason Bradbury converts a good starting position into strong points. I don't think he's going to be Mr. B final today. I think he's going to be in the A there in 2nd place. Aidan Rudge, a very impressive drive there. Top of the C2s in 3rd. Ashley White 4th. Fraser Brunton 5th. Greg Smith not happy with himself across the line there, but that's still good points again in 6th. Dan Cohen in 7th. Jagjit Singh, a fantastic drive up to 8th in C3s. Rogerio Mendes and Matthew Cockram was your top 10. Ramanas Sakauskas 11th. Amy Breacher 2nd of the C2s there in 12th, ahead of Jake Wilkins, Russell Cooper, Keith Segal, Andrew Bushell, Tim Clark, Jack Booth and Garrett Berry was in retirement. That's the end of rotation number 2. We're going to take another short break here in the comms box. Heat 9 is out next.
Into our 3rd rotation of heats then for round 9 of our lightweights. Here is your grid for heat number 9. Rihanna Percox will start this one from pole with Bailey Morgan alongside. Nate Douglas and Chris Lewis-Evans are row number 2. Stephen Westwood and Bryn Alban make up row 3. Then it's going to be Archie Hobson and Callum Brule. And the Warwick row returns there on row number 4 with Tom Dix and Jonah Barker to round out your top 10. Hussein Rashid and Ben Lambeth are on row 6. It's going to be interesting to see how Lambeth gets on been having a good, strong couple of heats so far today. James Dunnett and Sam Essery make up row 7. Then it's Atala Desai and Rizwan Mangat on 8, and Ross O'Brien rounding out your 17 karts in heat number 9.
Keep comments coming in on the live stream. Good opportunity this for Percox and Morgan to consolidate the results that they've had so far. Looks like we are under starters orders then. This is the last chance for all of these drivers to get points through the heats. The last one that they will take part in ahead of the finals. Away we go then here at Whilton Mill for heat number 9. Pretty even start for those on the front row of the grid. Bailey Morgan holds in second place there and will run up to Christmas Corner, tucked up behind Rihanna Percox. In fact, more than tucked up behind. Bailey Morgan going for the lead here.
And there's contact, and it's going to put Percox sideways, and that causes everybody to bulk up behind. It's still somehow Bailey Morgan out of all of that, as we've got a kart round at the back. And who was that going across? Was it Tom Dix going across?
It may have been. The 24 of James Dunnett was the spinner. But yeah, that was all triggered from the very front of the field. Contact between Morgan and Percox, and everybody bunched up behind. I think, though, that there was one of the beneficiaries of that was Callum Brule. Yes, Callum Brule up to 5th place then through all of that. Bailey Morgan leads on the road here ahead of Rihanna Percox. They've actually broken away a little bit from the rest of the field.
Yeah, it's an unorthodox way to break to the lead 2 karts away, but it's kind of worked. I suppose the only question mark that would hang over that, Andrew, would be, was that a bump and pass overtake? Yes, okay,
yes,
there we go.
Was.
I thought I'd you know, give benefit of the doubt, but yeah, that did look fairly bump and passy. I think it was fairly open and shut. Look at this, Ned Douglas versus Tom Dix. I think it was actually Jonah Barker who might have gone across the gas. So apologies for calling that one. Yeah, Tom Dix getting by, and Ben Lambeth getting stuck in as well. Slightly further up the field, this is now Callum Brule on the back of Bryn Alban there, and goes down the inside of him into Oziers. So that is Brule up to 4th place. Meanwhile, for the lead of the race, though, Rihanna Percox to the inside of Bailey Morgan. Bailey Morgan will try and get the switch back out of the second apex, but he can't tuck underneath. And so that is going to be Rihanna Percox to the lead of the race, not just once penalties are applied, but on the road. And speaking of penalties, Ben Lambeth picks up a costly 4th-place penalty also for advantage by contact, bump and pass.
Warwick VUKC pain continues, unfortunately for Archie Hobson. I think Archie was shuffled down on that first lap. He's trying to fight back now, but he's currently languishing in 13th place. See with the red cross on his helmet there.
Yeah, Ned Douglas has picked up a hit will make Colin McCullough out there, mate. So he's going to have a penalty come the end of this race. Currently running in 8th place. Stays with Rihanna Percox on this one.
Yeah, well, that's an illegal activity, so that will be a penalty and a place deduction at the end of the race. We're in the midpoint of this one, though. Bailey Morgan just checking over the shoulder there to see where Chris Lewis Evans is, who's having a great run. In fact, Callum Brule is now up to 3rd place. Now, can this group of 3 work together to close in on Percox and Morgan? TLW for Ben Lambert. Not quite going his way, but he has got good scores from earlier on in the morning. Good move there from Bryn Alban. Switch back, beautifully done. And that's 4th place. Here comes Stephen Westwood as well. And I've got to say, that's a good move as well. Not many moves get done on the run between Christmas and Inkerman. So many times you see a driver forced out wide, but Stephen Westwood, brave there, got through nicely, got through cleanly, is up to 5th.
We are at effectively the Midlands round of the championship. Feels right we should get some Mansell-esque moves in. And that was a very good one there from Bryn Alban. And as I say, good opportunities there from Westwood as well to get by Lewis Evans as well. On to lap number 5 then. New fastest lap of the race from Rihanna Percox at 54.030. But Bailey Morgan still keeping in touch here as Rihanna tries to break away. This is for 4th place though up the hill. Bryn Alban versus Stephen Westwood. Both got an overtaking last lap. As we also look back to Jonah Barker versus Ben Lambeth. Ben Lambeth now coming under pressure from Tom Dix, and Tom Dix is going to do a bit of a Westwood from the previous lap and get by as well. So this is definitely not going the way of Ben Lambeth. Remember, he has a penalty to be applied. Still Bryn Olban and Stephen Westwood are battling, and Westwood gets down through eventually on the good corner exit from Wilkins, and gives the indication to say let's work together. But I'm not sure how much time Olban's going to have to think about that, because he's already under the pressure from a certain Chris Lewis Evans, who he got by a couple of laps to go. So I think the number 130 driver will be looking to rectify that situation, as there's a penalty for Stephen Westwood for a bump and pass. So one presumes that was for what just occurred with Bryn Olban, and that is 4 places for him to be docked at the end of this one. Quite a few penalties now in amongst this field.
Yeah, it's a real shame for Stephen. He was having a good run up to that point. A lot of hard work undone with that penalty. There is Barker and Douglas going over 8th place. Less than 2 minutes on the clock.
Fastest lap of the race, dipped into the 53s. Ned Douglas side by side again here with Jonah Barker, Tom Dix and Ben Lambeth looking for opportunities, and there is Tom Dix going down the inside of Ned Douglas. Ned Douglas, the slightest glance of the tyres there. I'm not sure if we'll get away with that one. We'll see. Bailey Morgan here, though, right on the tail of Rhianna Percox, has been applying the pressure really well throughout the race. Both of these drivers, though, make no mistake, have been doing really well. This would be Rhianna Percox's 3rd heat win of the year if she can get that one done. Bear in mind, even if Bailey Morgan gets by on her here, he has got that penalty for bump and pass, which happened on the very first lap. So Bailey Morgan can only win this on the road, if you like. It won't be classified as an outright win once penalties have been applied, but nevertheless it's still in his interest to get by so that he can negate that 4th-place penalty as much as he can and get a 4th place rather than a 5th. As they're coming down the back straight now, heading towards the boot. They are going to be going on to the last lap. Plenty of other close battles down through the field, but understandably we are going to be keeping eyes on the leaders predominantly here as they come round to begin the 8th and final lap. Rhianna Percox, though, pulled a good lap out that time around. Actually opened the gap out by a 1/10 and a half. Jonah Barker has got by Chris Lewis Evans further down the order. We've seen that battle going on all through the race, but more spaced out amongst some of the top 5. This then is the next close battle down the order. This is Chris Lewis Evans versus Tom Dix. Tom Dix gets by, and Ned Douglas is going to look to buy into this as well if he can. That has to slot in for now in that high-vis helmet of his. And look at this, Ben Lambeth who's looking for a move as well. Here are your leaders down into Oziers. Nothing yet happening for Bailey Morgan. He may see fit to just settle for some decent points, but he's got that costly penalty hanging over him. Will he have anything into the boot? I'm not sure he's going to have enough overspeed to try anything into paddock. So it is going to be a 3rd heat win of the season for Rhianna Percox. She's going to cross the line to win in heat number 9. Bailey Morgan finishes in 2nd. Callum Brule in 3rd. Good points for him. Stephen Westwood in 4th. 5th for Bryn Olban. Great passes that we've seen from Olban in that race. Sam Essery, your highest placed Class 3, in 6th place. For the man leading the Class 3 standings in the championship as well. Jonah Barker in 7th, 8th for Tom Dix, 9th for Chris Lewis 7th, 11th, and 10th for Ned Douglas, excuse me, to round out the top 10. Do you recommend going to results.alphatony.co.uk? There's a few penalties to come out of the walk.
Absolutely, we're going to take a short break. Heat 10 are out next. Here's a grid for heat number 10. Garrett Berry on pole position. Adam Wheeldon alongside on the front row. Alistair Irvin and Tom Kempick on row 2. Dan Siegel and Cameron Williams row 3. Dante Dillon and Jack O'Neill on row 4. Aidan Rudge and Chris Woodger on row 5. Fraser Brunton and Charlie Summers on row number 6. Into the novice ranks, James Browning and Peter Sharp on row 7. Overall, Aaron Stillwell and Matthew Cliff row 8. Jack Booth and Kim Ely on row number 9.
Now, if memory serves correctly, Andrew, Garrett Berry got a retirement on the last heat.
He did.
So
yep.
He's just got to go all in on this.
Yes.
And try and get whatever points he can and see where that lands him on those finals grids. It's Garrett Berry on your left as you're currently looking at. Adam Wheeldon in the 79 on driver's right. And away we go into oblivion. Great start from Alistair Irvin in 3rd place. And is that Dan Seeger coming through the middle as well, although he's going to be on the outside, and Tom Kempick is actually going to be on the inside heading up the hill. Look out for him in the 143, but it is Garrett Berry, who still leads through Christmas Corner, as we've got drivers on the grass. How does that work for rejoining? It's thankfully quite clean. Didn't catch who that was actually having to go cross country. They all work their way through Ashton Corner. We've got a spinner towards the, we've got two spinners there towards the back of the field. But it is still Garrett Berry at the front of this one as they're going through the mid-sector. Is it though? Because it's Alistair Irvin alongside, who's maybe being a bit too robust, so lets them back through. Tom Kempink versus Jack O'Neill though for third behind, and O'Neill is going to get himself up into third. Is he into the boot? We'll wait to see how that comes into shot. Yes, it is, and actually that put Kempink out wide, and it's allowed the whole three karts to get by on him as well, including the likes of Fraser Brunton and Dante Dillon. At the end of lap one, then, it is Garrett Berry, Alistair Irvin, Jack O'Neill, Aidan Rudge is who've got up into fourth, Dante Dillon and Tom Kempink.
Yeah, a little bit of rubbing his racing there through the boots.
Just to confirm, your spinners or people who've had some kind of issue on the first lap, as Chris Woodger looks to me is maybe going down a position, and that is another spinner of Christmas. But I'll just finish off with it. Jack Booth, Cameron Williams and Peter Sharp had some kind of drama on that first. They are now back circulating.
Yep, I think this has got a last chance saloon feel to it as Tom Kempink gets down the inside of Dan Seeger there. All of these drivers will know what they need to do as round the outside attempts Alistair Irvin. That's a brave move, Alistair, to try and take the lead. And Jack O'Neill likes the size of that because that closes him right in on at least another position if he can make the move. But all of these drivers, this is their last chance to get points ahead of the finals. As the penalty for, oh, that's a big penalty as well. Adam Wielden, ABC takeout.
And he goes from bad to worse because I think he might be the driver who saw across the grass.
Yeah.
He dropped down quite a way. There's a penalty for Chris Woodger for forcing a driver wide, and O'Neill has got through on Irvin there. And I don't know, Andrew, I get that it's the last opportunity.
Spinner was Charlie Summers.
Yeah, good spot.
So I'm going to put 2 and 2 together and hope we don't get 5. The takeout penalty was as Summers going round as a result of contact from Wielden.
Yeah, absolutely. Jack O'Neill, though, here onto the back of Garrett Berry is not wasting time with getting to the forefront of this one. But yeah, interesting. Obviously there's battles going on, so I don't want to labour too. But yeah, it was. Alistair Irvin was going very heavy on those moves, Andrew, and in a way it wasn't paying dividends for him because it allowed O'Neill to get on and get by. But was that Irvin knowing that and going, I've got to get by so I can start to try and build a gap almost? I don't know.
Maybe so, but here goes Jack O'Neill down the inside. Oh, Garrett Berry leaves a bit of a door open and it's all jostling up behind, big contact. And round goes Jack O'Neill. Round goes Jack O'Neill. It was a concertina from further back, I think from Dante Dillon into Alistair Irvin, and that was just as Jack was trying to let Garrett Berry through, let off the throttle a bit and kind of got taken out from behind.
And this is Aidan Rudge trying to go around the outside of Alistair Irvin. Doesn't pay off. Tom Kempink is going to be down the inside of Ozies. I think, Andrew, that Jack O'Neill has slotted in between Kim Ellie and Adam Wielden. I think he's down to 10th.
Yeah.
As a result of that, there's a contact warning for Fraser Brunton, which I'm not too surprised to see a contact warning in amongst that top 6 on that lap because it was quite, it was so close together at the top of the hill. But yeah, absolutely. Jack O'Neill is down to 9th, just to clarify now, behind Chris Woodger.
This is a big development because Jack O'Neill did not have a good first heat, and well, we've not got all the maths in front of us. I'm going to put it out there. Is Jack O'Neill in danger of not making the A final outright here? Now, of course, he could race through, but I think his day, in terms of championship scoring and the big points race in those finals, has just got a little bit harder.
He's certainly not in the upper echelons of that A final if he is into it, is he? But he's still got some time on the clock, just under 3 minutes indeed, to try and work his way back up. And unless memory is failing me, he hasn't himself garnered a penalty yet. So if he can just work his way back up a bit, he can negate some of what's happened to him in this race. Here is Tom Kempink, though, with very close attention of Aidan Rudge, where you cut back to Garrett Berry, who still, we said he had to go out and win this one, Andrew, or just do whatever he could. He's doing the right stuff at the moment, but Dante Dillon now has the way cleared for him, and so too does our Heat 1 winner, Fraser Brunton, who's having a brilliant day's racing so far. So the top 3 breaking away here. You consider how close the top 6 were a few laps ago when the contact occurred. Top 3 now breaking away, and then you've got Irvin, Kempink and Rudge in a little battle of their own. There was a little look there from Dante Dillon. He's not a driver, Andrew, who we've ever known to be shy about getting his elbows out here. So one imagines that the attempt for the lead will be quite soon, as Garrett Berry taking a somewhat defensive line through the final sector, and that's compromised him down into paddock. And there goes Dante Dillon. Great move, so long as it just about keeps within track limits. And now the 71 of Brunton's getting involved. He's going to go down the inside of both into oblivion. My goodness me, what a move from Fraser Brunton. The top, well, what was the top two? Dillon and Berry just compromising each other through paddock as they battle, and they're still side by side through Christmas. And it's going to give Brunton the opportunity to get on up the road, and it's going to bring Irvin, Kemping, and Rudge all into the battle once again. This is similar to the race that saw Ben Lambert win earlier this morning, Andrew. Yep. That's exactly what Fraser Brunton would want to see in his hypothetical rearview mirror.
That was absolutely brilliant reading of the situation from Fraser Brunton. Kemping has a go on Irvin. That was all about recognising Berry's going to be wide onto the last corner. Whilst Dillon is getting through, he's going to be slow off the corner, nip your way through. Brilliant reading of the situation by Fraser Brunton. Side by side between Rudge and Dillon now, as Jack O'Neill's coming back into this. And this is big. This is really big for Jack O'Neill. If he could go around these drivers and get more positions. He got 11th to confirm in heat number 1. It was a win in heat number 2, but he's fighting for his place in the A final out right now. Dante Dillon's going to try and go back down the inside. So that's O'Neill back up to 5th place. Now that might be enough. 11th, 1st and 5th should be enough to get into an A final at least. This is big, big moments in the context of not just today, but of the championship. Fraser Brunton is on his last lap, surely on to another victory, and I'd say one of his best victories in these sprints heats over the years gone by. There's Chris Woodger still in the mix with Dan Seeger just behind, so they've swapped over for 8th place. But coming into the last couple of corners now here in heat 10, it was all about that reading. A couple of laps ago, Fraser Brunton takes victory in heat number 10 and the fastest lap on the last lap to boot. Garrett Berry 2nd, Alistair Irvin 3rd, Tom Kempink in 4th. Jack O'Neill recovers and gets that kart up to 5th place. That was a big, big couple of laps there from the championship leader. Dante Dillon in 6th, Aidan Rudge 7th, Chris Woodger in 8th. Dan Seeger and Adam Wheeldon wrap out the top 10, but Wheeldon has a big penalty for a takeout. Kim Ely is the top C3 runner in 11th, ahead of Matthew Cliff, Charlie Summers, Aaron Stillwell, Cameron Williams, Jack Booth, Peter Sharp and James Brown in the last. Kart over the line in 18th. What a race. I think that was probably race of the day so far. We'll see all those drivers in their finals later on. Let's take a short break. Heat 11 is next. Here's a grid for heat number 11. Daz Teal starts on pole position for this one. Alongside him on the front row is James Wattis. Mike Coppin and James Martin on row 2. Oscar Lancaster and Keith Segal on row number 3. Daniel Cohen and Jason Bradbury have had solid days so far. They start on row 4. Reese Pope and Greg Smith wrap out the top 10. Steve Hicks and Ed Bars, two drivers very strong around here, start on row 6. Amy Breacher and Andy Berry are on row 7, first of the novices. Dean Everest and Jagjit Singh row 2, Michael Daltrey and Justin Draper on row number 9. Sam Morris makes it 19 karts in this one. Interesting C3 order that, Howard, because Breacher, Everest, Singh have all had good runs so far in C3.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be interesting in the Class 3 ranks for certain. And yeah, I'm really intrigued. Do you know what? I'm struggling to read today, Andrew, how these final grids are going to look. It's going to be interesting. I think there's a lot of close points here, but here we go, ready for the off in heat 11. Daz Teal on your right, drivers left as they lead away into turn number 1. It's a good start from Mike Coppin, but then turn 2 is going to go with James Wattis on the inside, but also look for James Martin, who's going to be looking for a good one here because he hasn't had the best heat so far today. Daniel Cohen alongside James Martin into Christmas corners. They all work their way through, 3 abreast at the apex, and is anyone going to be put out onto the grass at Boxing Day? And Inkermans, there's a spinner at the back into Inkermans, and we've got some drivers off at the back. Andrew, you were talking about the potential for drama in Class 3. I think that just happened. We'll have to look at who that was involving as they come around. I can see Sam Morris is one of them. I think that's the 32.
Michael Daltrey as well. The 100 is side by side between Lancaster and Bars there. Bars gains a position.
Absolutely. Steve Hicks trying to get by on Lancaster as well if the opportunity presents itself into the boot, but I think he might have to hold station for now unless he can tuck underneath Lancaster towards paddock. He can tuck underneath, and Steve Hicks is going to be through at paddock corner to end lap number 1. Still Daz Teal at the front. Mike Coppin did get by on Wattis in that one. This is Keith Segal battling away but there as they come on to lap number 2. But it is Teal, Coppin, Wattis, Martin and Pope, your top 5.
Maybe a yellow flag out for some cone replacements. So, in fact, that is why, because the number 111 of Justin Draper is out of the race, it would seem. Looks to be on the back straight. Yeah, there's damage to the radiator. There's been significant levels of contact to work that radiator loose. Yellow flag there, you see, is out for Draper on the back straight, but it's Teal still from Coppin. Hands up in the air for the drivers, recognising that the yellow flag is out. And a penalty for Amy Breacher, bump and pass penalty as Pope looks down the inside of Martin and just elects to duck out of that into the last corner. Cohen fishing around for an opportunity.
Yeah, I was going to say that will give the opportunity for Cohen potentially up the run here in that 34 on the rear of Pope. Which would be for second of the Class 2 runners. Looks like Steve Hicks and Greg Smith battling away, and it looks like Hicks has got by Smith up into 9th place as well in the early phase of that lap. The cars, Jason Bradbury both trying to make moves just ahead of them. On the back of Cohen, Pope, and indeed James Martin there in the green helmet. They work their way through Oziers. Again, a little bit of battling here is going to allow the likes of James Wattis and Mike Coppin to get on up the road. Reece Pope trying to tuck underneath again here on James Martin, but thinks better of it. Still Daz Teal in the lead of this one. Mike Coppin is with him, has just set the fastest lap of the race. Actually, no, he doesn't, because that's immediately beaten by Steve Hicks at 54.1. So James Wattis running well in third, highest place to Class 2 runs. A little bit in no man's land there, as Reece Pope goes to the inside of James Martin here through Christmas Corner. That looks textbook, so long as he can get it turned in for Boxing Day, which he can. So good move there, takes Reece Pope up into 4th place.
I get the feeling with this race, if you're the likes of Steve Hicks and Ed Bars at the back of this pack of 9, you've got to be patient in a way, because there's still 4 minutes on the clock to go, and there will be opportunities later in the race. You don't want to throw the cart off and lose points in that manner.
Agreed. Penalty for Andy Berry now, another penalty in amongst the Class 3 ranks. That's for bump and pass as well. So at the moment, Class 3, some of the Class 3 just need to, they're having a good battle out there. They just need to clean up, tidy up how they're executing those moves when they do go for the pass. Steve Hicks up to 7th place, getting by Ed Bars and Jason Bradbury on that last lap, so he's having a good time out there. That, I believe, is an additional bump and pass for Andy Berry, which just came up on the screen as well, so it could be a very costly one for the driver in the number 156 car, unfortunately. Steve Hicks is onto the back of Daniel Cohen for 6th place. That's a cone penalty for Andy Berry as well, so a dramatic couple of laps he's had. Hicks is a bit of a man on the move here, and Ed Bars will be looking to follow through as well, if at all possible. Because, yeah, if you'll excuse the Whilton Mill pun, it did feel in that last race like his championship rival Jacko O'Neill had Christmas come early for him, because, you know, it's not often you go, yeah, I had a 360 spin, lost battling in the top 6, but I still ended up finishing 5th. Yeah, it's sort of, you know, fastest lap of the race from Ed Bars as well. He's really pushing here, but so too is Daniel Cohen, a couple of karts ahead of him on the tail of James Martin. But as you say, no one wants to throw this away with a crazy move that doesn't pay off and ends in tears here. They're all just biding their time and picking their moment. As the time runs out, there is more and more desperation, which is always the name of the game.
Yeah.
But I think there's a lot of people right now who want to go 2 lap time, I want to be at the front of this train. How do I get there?
Track limit warning for Steve Hicks. That will have been out of the last corner. The long-term viewers will be asking about the new curb that the driver's going to do now. That's fine. We're basically running the Motorsport UK rule now, because if we ran the old Club 100 rule of the edge of the curb as the edge of track limits, the drivers would be decidedly closer to the wall now. They would. That curb was extended, and Mike Coppin down the inside of Daz Teal has got through. Mike Coppin has decided that now is the time to go, now is the time to hit the front, and that was a very, very good move from driver number 3.
Sorry, Andrew, Poker's challenging Wattis in earnest as well, behind for 3rd place. Tried to move into Christmas corner, didn't make it stick, but is now side by side. And on the outside of Wilkins, he'll be out on the wide stuff there, and it's going to allow James Martin maybe down the inside. Not for now. It stays as they were, but that was an interesting exchange in that battle as well. In fact, Steve Hicks was looking racy, just coming onto the back straight against James Martin there. But Mike Coppin, as you say, Andrew, really nicely executed move up the hill. Textbook, got the job done, and is now up into the lead as they come on to the final lap.
This is good for Hicks and Bars. This is what they've been waiting for. Top 2 gone, so the second group start fighting over 3rd. There could be opportunities afoot here. James Wattis, though, is holding on to 3rd place at the moment. Very, very nicely indeed. He's surely got to do the Joe Holmes Bayford method of white lining his way round the rest of this course side by side between Bars and Hicks. They're brilliant stuff from Ed. Bars gets through. Hicks on the grass slightly there. Dan Cohen and Jason Bradbury looking for opportunities.
Wattis defending like crazy at the front of this one, Andrew, and that's what's causing the all check up behind him. It's now James Martin versus Ed Bars, and is that going to give the opportunity for Hicks to buy back in? It's almost 3 wide between the Class 1 runners into Osiers, and James Martin somehow still ahead of them, side by side between Pope and Wattis onto the back straight as well.
This has been a brilliant race from all of these drivers, a very high quality heat number 11, but Mike Coppin is going to come round the final corner to take victory, a big victory for him ahead of Das Teal. Who's going to get it on the line though for 3rd? It's going to be Reese Pope. Reese Pope gets it by look at this, 0.047 back, James Wattis, 0.05 further back, James Martin, 0.025 you'll find Ed Bars, 0.079 Steve Hicks. What is that, Howard? That's 5 for 6, covered by 0.2 of a second.
Yes, basically yes.
Wow, Dan Cohen there in 8th place, Jason Bradbury 9th, Oscar Lancaster wraps out the top 10. Good fight there with Greg Smith. We're going to quickly cut on though to the next heat because it's going to be heat 12. They're going out on circuit now. Here's a grid for heat number 12. Peter Knight has pole position. Matthew Cockerham on the front row. Ramanas Sakauskas and Rogerio Mendes on row 2. Ashley White and Chris Powell on row number 3. Jed Toole and Andrew Ravage are on row 4. Josh Adams and Dan Healy on row number 5. Lloyd McGeoch Williams and Sam Slater on row number 6. Into the novices, Luke Dunnett first of them alongside Andrew Bushell on row 7. Tim Clark and Russell Cooper on row 8. Simon Sharp and Jake Wilkins on row number 9. That's your grid. As I say, Finn Farrow, who is on the sheet for this heat, not competing today.
I'm feeling good about these trophy finals, mate, because it feels like things are crescendoing nicely through this last rotation of heats.
They are indeed. We're good to go then. Peter Knight will take us from pole position for 7 minutes here in heat number 12. Away they go for this one. Good start. Another very good start for those on the pole odd side of the grid. Peter Knight leads. Looks like Ramanas Sakauskas is immediately up to 2nd place, and Ashley White from P5 on the grid is already up to 3rd. Looking clean and tidy at the moment, Howard, through Christmas corner. Big opportunity this for Peter Knight.
Good start for Josh Adams, up into the top 5, having started 9th on the grid already, it looks to me, mate, as they break downhill into Ashley corner. So good start there, but it is still Peter Knight as they walk at the front, as they work their way through Wilkins. Sakauskas in 2nd place. 7th Jed Toole, who's had a great start as well, up into 3rd. As side by side goes Ashley White and Josh Adams onto the back straight, and I think Josh Adams has got by on Ashley White there. A great start from Jed Toole there, who goes a little bit wide there. Is that going to allow Adams through into the final corner? Yes, it is. And at the end of lap 1, it is Peter Knight from Sakauskas.
Yeah, that all stemmed from the very first moments of the race where Matthew Cochrane was a little bit slow off of the lights there in P2, and it affected everybody in that row of, in that column, I should say, of karts behind him. You can see Chris Powell in the light blue and orange helmet colours, jostling around trying to gain some positions. Was 8th after the first lap of the race.
Mendes there at Ashby corner. Made that stick as far as I can tell. Side by side. 65 and 37. That's going to allow Bryn Alban, I think, to buy into this.
Luke Dunnett there, the driver in 37, having a good run here at the front of the C3s.
Oh, and there's contact on Bryn Alban. And that's him round, and that was contact with the 65 of Lloyd McGeoch-Williams.
Apologies, I think it may be Andrew Bushell, because they're both in the Speed Hunters suits. Let's see if it was the number 52 for them down the road. Yes, it was. So it's Andrew Bushell who was, I think that is correct there. That's a penalty for Lloyd McGeoch-Williams involved in all of that for the takeout.
Apologies there. But good battle going on class 3 as well towards the end of that lap. Tim Clark battling away with Simon Sharp. We've done it involved as well, so there's a penalty for Lloyd McGeoch-Williams for that takeout. Unsurprised to see that one under the circumstances. As we're with the battle for second place, Raminas Sakauskas in the 13, the 9 of Joshua Adams closing in on him, and further behind Jed Toole under a lot of pressure from Chris Powell on this lap.
Well, Peter Knight's doing Peter Knight things at the moment in this race. He's been one of the fastest drivers so far today, 54.3 last time around.
There's been a bit of change behind Ashley. In fact, there has, Dan Healy has actually got through on Jed Toole and Chris Powell on that lap. Big lap for Dan Healy there. Once again, here is Chris Powell on the tail of Jed Toole. As it was a lap ago, but the difference is that Dan Healy got by both of them somewhere in the last turn of the circuit.
Sam Slater trying to recover Powell down the inside of Toole there, going for 6th place. Cone penalty for Tim Clark.
Good for second here, Andrew. Down the inside of Ozius goes Adams, and that is through up into second past Sakauskas. Sakauskas was just a bit wide coming out of Wilkins, used all of the, when I say all of the runoff, there is a cut through there that provides a tarmac exit curb, if you like, to Wilkins. But he was just a little bit out wide on that one, and it allowed Adams to slip down the inside of the braking into Ozius.
1.6 seconds the gap between first and second now. Here we're looking at the fight over 4th place. Ashley White in the 18, Dan Healy in the 2. Dan Healy says, thank you very much, I'll have some of that good run up the hill. And that's 4th place for last year's runner-up. 3 minutes to go. Race going as I think we'd reasonably expect when we read the grid out for this one. But still lots to play for. Can Dan Healy cross the gap to Sakauskas and Adams? As you can see, in fact, Adams is pulling away from Sakauskas now. It's going to be difficult for Josh Adams, I feel, to close down Peter Knight even in this rich reign of form that he's in, because 1.6 seconds round Whilton Mill is a fairly big gap. There's not a lot of time to start pulling it in, but he will try.
Good race so far from Rogerio Mendes here, Andrew, in the slipstream of Jed Toole now. And Matthew Cochran is coming onto the party as well in that number 30 car. So good battle in amongst the Class 2 ranks here in this one. That's the 61 of Andrew Ravage as well, not too far off the back of him as well. So this is one to pay close attention to in this latter part of the race. We've done it as we won the Class 3 standing. Got Lloyd McGeoch-Williams with him, but bear in mind that McGeoch-Williams has got the takeout penalty for the incident that occurred between himself and Andrew Bushell earlier on.
Yeah, he has indeed got that to deal with. Here's Chris Powell. And in fact, that's a change for 5th place. Chris Powell ahead of Ashley White.
This is the one we saw at Christmas, wasn't it? Earlier on in the lap. So, change of position confirmed as they cross the line. Not sure if they've got enough time to catch up to these two, though. Dan Healy, though, is a man on the move once again as he's looking for an opportunity on Raminas Sakauskas here. He decides not to go for it this time, Andrew. Just didn't have the run up the hill. Come through Boxing Day, and then this right-hander at Inkermans. That downhill to Ashley. He has a think about it. It's easier said than done. What this camera doesn't show as we look up from Ashby is how downhill that is.
Yeah.
And also how much it feels like it tightens on the apex, but it does also tighten here, and there is where Dan Healy chooses to go down the inside. It's at Ozier's corner, and he gets the job done, but Sakauskas is going to fight back into the boot, under braking, but it'll be the inside for Healy on the next section. Sakauskas is going to try tuck underneath, but that is experience shown from Dan Healy. He stopped it on the apex rather than running out full speed. Compromises speed in order to not give a gap on the inside that Sakauskas could exploit.
That was expertly dealt with. The number of times we've seen, a driver in Dan Healy's position, they try and pinch the driver on the inside down. They get pitted round in the boot. He just gave Ramadas the space there. Got it locked down, as you say, Howard, for the second part of the boot. The key thing being he now has third position and another 3 points in this race.
So this Class 2 battle's going well here. Tool, Mendes, Cochrane, and indeed Ravage has caught onto the back of it now, so what can happen with that in the last lap? Here, though, is your highest placed Class 2 driver, and indeed your highest placed driver of all of them in this one. Peter Knight has just controlled this one. We've barely looked at him as Chris Powell is putting pressure on Ramadas Sakauskas in this last lap, but it is going to be at the front. Peter Knight, who comes round to take the final heat win in the lightweights of round 9, wins heat number 12. Joshua Adams is second. Dan Healy, a great race up to third. Sakauskas hangs on for fourth place with Chris Powell in fifth. It is going to be Ashley White in sixth, seventh for Rogerio Mendes in the end, so there was a change on that last lap. Managed to get by on Jed Tool there for Mendes. Andrew Ravage in 9th, 10th for Matthew Cochrane. Luke Dunnett is your highest placed Class 3 runner in 11th. There's Lloyd McGee at Williams will be able to penalty to be applied. Tim Clark, Russell Cooper, Sam Slater, Andrew Bushell, Jake Hawkins, Simon Sharp, round up the 18th car finishes for heat number 12. And that concludes the heats for the lightweights.
It does indeed, and Dan Healy just sneaked a 53.303 in at the end of there. That's a telling lap time to put in right at the end of the heats. And breathe, ladies and gentlemen. As we say, that is the end of the 12 heats, 3 rotations of 4. There'll be a bit of a pause now whilst the sums are tallied up across those 12 heats, and we find out who's qualified for the A final, who's in the B, and who remains there in the C final. 4 places available in the C final to race through into the B final, and then a further 2 places from the B final into the A.
Absolutely, and don't forget, we do it all again then with our heavyweights, so plenty of action still to come your way here from round 9 of the 2021 Club 100 Sprints Championship. And speaking of Club 100 and its championships, maybe we should take a look at some of the exciting developments coming for Club 100 in 2022.
Hello viewers, yes that's right, Club 100 are proud to announce that we are unveiling a brand new championship, a new race series for drivers aged 8 to 12 years old, the Club 100 Cadet Championship. My name's Steve Brown, otherwise known as Super GT in the world of karting. I've been racing Club 100 for a good 13 years now, so I know a fair amount about it, but today I'm here to learn about the new championship. All right, I am joined by the main man himself, Mr. JV. It's good to see you as always.
Thank you, Steve.
Please tell me about the new championship.
So the Club 100 Cadet Championship, it's an arrive and drive, high performance race championship, designed for cadet age drivers from the age of 8 through to 12 years of age. In fact, they can start racing at the age of 7 in the year of their 8th birthday. And we're kicking off in 2022 with a couple of test days. We're going to call them Academy Days, so it's, the idea is to get the new drivers to come in and try it out for the first time in a pressure-free environment, and then we move on to the 7-round championship, which kicks off in May next year, in fact here at Buckmore Park.
Okay, is there a need for a licence to do this championship?
There is. We are affiliated with Motorsport UK, so we will be running under permit, so drivers will need a licence. It will be the KX licence, which is free of charge and to the driver. And yeah, and obviously what comes with that is all the bells and whistles. You know you're going to get a correctly run race meeting, should we say, with all the support infrastructure in place.
And in terms of cost, what are we looking at?
So we're looking at around about between £190 to £200 per race entry. But look, what you've got to remember is that's arrive and drive. So you're not paying for anything else. There are no hidden extras there. You're not paying for fuel, you're not paying for tyres, you're not paying for damage costs or anything like that. We bring it all to the track. The drivers just turn up and drive.
So we've got the kart behind us here. Can you tell me more about it?
Yeah, so it's a Birrell chassis. So the kart itself is a Birrell kart. And the powertrain we've chosen is the Rotax micro engine. So that it follows the story through to our senior Club 100 with the Junior Max that we use. So tell me, Steve, what do you think of the Club 100 Cadet Championship?
Well, I'm no longer 8 to 12 years old, unfortunately. But if I was, then I think I'd be pestering my parents to get me out in one of these karts for a year. I think it's just a good way to get into karting at an affordable and a fair level. So there we have it, guys. If you are aged 8 to 12 and want to get yourself into high performance karting without having to own the kart, get yourself over to club100.co.uk and register interest for the Club 100 Cadet Championship. Good luck, mate.
Very good stuff, all to look forward to in 2022. And big thanks to Steve Super GT Brown for lending us his time there to help us out on that piece to camera. He's a very, very busy man, and great to have his support for the 2022 Club 100 Cadet Championship. Very much looking forward to that. I think that will be a fantastic addition to Club 100 and a great initiative, obviously, as part of the karting pathway for Motorsport UK.
Absolutely, absolutely brilliant to see. You know, the young talent that's going to get involved as a result of that. And heck, we're already talking, mate, about some of the stuff coming through this championship from YDC, from the Drivers' Championship. So, yeah, really, really exciting stuff coming up in the world of Club 100.
www.club100.co.uk for all the information, and even more information as it comes out over the next few weeks. And I say not just for the Cadets Championship, but for the Young Drivers Championship, for drivers of a junior age, and for these championships as well for older racers. So we've been hearing the announcements in the paddock that calendar information will be out in the next few weeks. Do we have, Mr. Mitchell, a C final grid yet?
No.
Okay. We'll keep padding. Keep your comments coming in, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you for your continued support of Club 100. Upcoming things in the world of Club 100, both here on Alpha Live and on Double Dash Motorsport Media. As we say, we've got all of the races, and we're very, very glad to say this, between now and the end of the year. We will be down at Lyd. We love Planet Lyd. We had one of the best streams, I think, of recent years, and that's a very high standard to say. When we last did a streamed round at Lyd. Remember, the heavyweights in particular were very, very strong in terms of their racecraft on that day. And you can tell I'm padding because I'm just trying to find the calendar to confirm which weekend that it is. It is the weekend of the 30th and the 31st of October that we will be at Lyd. And then 2 weekends later, we will be at Bayford Meadows for the season finale. And who knows what we could have there, because it being mid-November, the weather could be a little bit indifferent. But either way, it'll be a season finale that you'll be able to follow here on Alpha Live.
And speaking of Club 100 action going on in mid-November as well, the weekend after that, if memory serves correctly, we will be here for British University's Karting Championship action as well.
So we'll keep an eye out for all of the announcements on that going forward. But test day is starting soon as well. And if I get around to editing it, and you're a newer BUKC driver, or you're an older BUKC driver wanting to give some people some tips, there'll be a video coming out on the DDMM YouTube channel in due course to give you some advice about that. Enough about that, though. I believe we have a C final grid to read out for you. So this is the lightweight sprint C final. This is all about getting in the top 4. Let's have a look at the grid. Matthew Cockerham has pole position from the heats. Dean Everest alongside on the front row. Amy Breacher and Chris Lewis Evans on row 2. I quite regularly say this: if this is the most boring race of all time, those 4 drivers will go through to the B final. Trying to stop them and get into that top 4 will be these drivers: Kim Ely and Matthew Cliff on row number 3. Charlie Summers and James Dunnett, row 4. Cameron Williams and Andrew Bushell on row 5. Luke Dunnett and Tim Clark on row number 6. Some quite surprising names in this part of the grid. Russell Cooper there on row 7. Hussein Rashid. Very surprised to see Hussein there. And a bit of work to do from row 7. Simon Sharp and Keith Segal on row 8. James Browning and Aaron Stillwell on row number 9. Rizwan Mangat and Jake Wilkins on row 10. Andy Berry and Justin Draper, row 11. Peter Sharp and Michael Daltrey are on row 12. Jack Booth and Sam Morris, row 13. Finn Farrow is a DNS for this one. So that's your grid for the C final. Longer race.
Absolutely. But a crucial one in how you structure it, mate, with that long race form, because as you say, you've got to have your eyes on the prize for that top 4.
Just whilst we're waiting for the C finalists to emerge out of the circuit. As I say, we've mentioned our sprints, streams and rounds for the rest of the year. If you like your esports, there's Club 100 action there as well. Tuesday night over on the Double Dash Motorsport Media YouTube channel, 9 PM. We'll have the next round of the Club 100 Gran Turismo Sport Championship run by Sam Dimolo, who's out there somewhere on circuit observing today. So a lot of our drivers who raced in that were here yesterday for the endurance and the sprint 60s. So having a good chat with some of them. So here is the grid for the C final. Dean Everest there on the left of your picture in the yellow and green, almost canary-like helmet. It's a big race, Howard, for C3s as well, because it's a good opportunity to get through to the B final.
It certainly is. I was just checking the B final grid to see what Class 3s were already up in there, and it's been a very strong showing today from some of our Class 3s. So we are not going to be deciding any podiums for any of our subclasses in this one. It's all about the points you can score and whether you can get the promotion.
Here we go then for the C final. Matthew Cockram takes us away from pole position. Good start from both of those on the front row of the grid. Dean Everest gets a big slide. Amy Breach is going to be through and into second place. Up to Christmas Corner they go. 12 minutes were on the clock already. 15 seconds of those have passed by. Everest trying to get back up the inside. There's a little bit of squabbling. And wow, big hit there for a couple of drivers. Jake Wilkins is involved in the middle of all of that. Everybody's running again, but I think that was from about 10th place that was all going on. Drivers trying to pull through. It's Cameron Williams who's got a penalty in the number 54. Is that for a takeout? Yes, it is. So unfortunately for Cameron Williams, that means he already cannot qualify for the B final, even if he wins the race on the road. A bit like Mr. Hamilton yesterday in qualifying for the Turkish Grand Prix. End of lap number 1 then. Matthew Cockram, that was the perfect start. If you're at the front of one of these repechage finals, the 145 of Kim Ely's coming through. That's a good start from Kim. So at the moment it would be Cockram, Everest, Ely and Breacher going through to the B final.
Carts involved in an incident up at Christmas Corner were Justin Draper, Jack Booth and Rizwan Mangat, as well as Jake Wilkins were identified at the time. The penalty and Stillwell by contact problem pass. That is so costly. Plus some of the defence is there heading into Ashby Corner. I think that might have been Michael Daltrey. I think I saw the 100 there going to the inside.
10 minutes and 40 on the clock. And just to explain, a takeout penalty is +6 positions, as often there was that the 29 possibly, or the 26. We'll keep an eye out on that. And there's a penalty for Sam Morris. That's 4 positions for a bump and pass, and not a complete takeout. But a bump and pass in itself is enough to knock you down and out of the reckoning for the B final.
Looks to me, Andrew, like it might have been Tim Clark who was your spinner there, because he's dropped right down the order, unfortunately.
Yeah, 96 that had gone around. Matthew Cockram, nice and comfortable here, just needs to keep eyes forward. 1.4 seconds to the nearest 10th is Matthew's lead.
An interesting start for Dean Everest. In the first few seconds, I was going to say it's one of the best starts we've seen from second on the grid all day, but just lost the rear a little bit, didn't he? Through the apex of turn 2. Gathered it up well, but that gave the opportunity to Amy Breacher, but that's all behind them now. Kim Ely up into second, and Amy Breacher once again chasing Dean Everest. And then behind them, Chris Lewis-Evans and Charlie Summers doing battle.
And if you're in Dean Everest's position here, you kind of just want to sit there and work with Kim ahead to broaden out this pack and leave the battle to be over fourth place.
Lewis-Evans and Summers side by side. Is Summers going to have enough room on Boxing Day? And yeah, there was a bit of a squeeze there on the apex. It can always get difficult because there's so much runoff on the exit of Christmas, but then it all has to tighten up again for the apex of what we call Boxing Day. And now Luke Dunnett's trying to buy into this side by side with Charlie Summers, still on the outside of him into Osiers, but slots back in behind.
Big opportunity now, though, for your top four. If Amy Breacher checks over her shoulder in a moment's time, she'll see that there's a gap there, and then you just work as a threes. Up the inside here comes
Dunnett. Dunnett.
Yeah, the two Dunnetts going at it there as they come over start finish. What is the gap between fourth and fifth now? It's 1 second. Oh, round! Contact there. It's Bushell involved, and there's another driver going in there as well. It's the number 22 of Cliff, Matthew Cliff.
I think it might have been James Dunnett who went round with Andrew Bushell there. To confirm that one, penalty for Rizwan Manga, which is spinning under yellows.
Yep, that's a penalty on the basis that he's been in the yellows. He's not under full control going into the yellow flag zone.
Matthew Cochrane, your leader at the moment. Kim Ely in second. Dean Everest and Amy Breacher in third and fourth. And as far as I'm aware so far, none of those top four have a penalty hanging over them. So as it currently stands, those are your four promotees up into that B final. Chris Lewis-Evans in fifth, Charlie Summers in sixth. And Luke Dunnett, the last one of the sort of main body of karts at the front of the field. James Dunnett's spin at the start of that previous lap showing in the forwards, unfortunately for him, dropping down the timing order. Amy Breacher starting to have a look now, Andrew, when there's little opportunities showing themselves on Dean Everest, but she'll know the situation. She doesn't want to throw this away.
She's actually stacking up a little bit because the pace for Cochrane, 55.1 last time around. Ely 54.6, 54.7 for Everest, 54.7 for Breacher. This pack's actually in danger of falling back into the likes of Chris Lewis-Evans and Charlie Summers. Charlie Summers in sixth place at the moment, the fastest driver out there, 54.4 last time around. 6.5 minutes to go. That's pretty much as long as a heat. This is not over yet for any of these drivers in the top four.
Absolutely. Cochrane under pressure from Ely as well at the front of this. Top four do not want to start battling too much, otherwise the likes of Chris Lewis-Evans and Charlie Summers will come into it. But as you say, it's not. It was a 54.6 last time around, as that's a look from Summers on Lewis-Evans into Ashby and didn't quite make it stick. And that's the kind of opportunity that Luke Dunnett's going to start licking his lips for, as he is all over the back of Summers.
I think for me the onus has got to be on the leader to set this pace and as a four work this way out. Someone was a very long way off circuit on the exit of Ashby there. I just saw a red suit marooned in the grass. We'll try and find out who that was in a few moments' time. See what the pace is like this time around. 54.6, yeah, we're in the 54.5s and the 54.6s, which is okay. It is slightly quicker than those behind. It isn't pure ultimate pace. Is Ely going to go up the inside? I like this. I think that's the right move from Kim Ely to get on with it and get up the road and protect yourself in that manner from fifth and sixth behind. Good move there from Kim Ely into the lead.
Yeah, agreed. Good decisive move. I think if you're Matthew Cochrane, you just want to see the yellow flag out there. Tide being replaced on the apex. There's something down the back straight at the moment for why that yellow was out. Didn't see what that was, but a good decisive move from Ely, as you say, mate. And now needs to set that pace. But look at this, Dean Everest getting checked up a little bit behind Cochrane, and that meant Breacher had another look there. There's a contact warning for Luke Dunnett.
I think it's Andrew Berry who may be marooned out there, because Andrew Berry is not circulating at the moment. He's in 25th place and 6 laps off the overall lead. This is a good drive though from Chris Lewis-Evans, not giving this one up. Personal best last time around, 54.4, took 0.6 of a second out of Everest and Breacher ahead, and he's right there now, Howard. This is going to be a 5-way battle for 4 places in the B final.
Absolutely, he's tightening the screw brilliantly here, and if you're Amy Breacher, you're going to be starting to feel that pressure. He felt that she just had the pace for the last couple of laps on Dean Everest, but can't quite find a way through. This is going to be an interesting one, Andrew, and there's still a good 4 minutes to go of this one. So crucial laps here. Don't count out Charlie Summers and Luke Dunnett as well. If these top 5 start to baffle, they could come into this.
And a penalty as well, a penalty here, a penalty there, can change this situation.
Totally, yeah.
3 minutes and 30 to go. Dean Everest being slightly defensive there. She's within his own rights to do so. The pace like last time round, more than in the 54.5s and 54.5 due to a 54.7 seems to be the pace at the front of this pack at the moment. But quicker at the moment is Chris Lewis-Evans, took 0.5 out of this group. This is definitely not over at all, and there's plenty of time for Summers to close in.
Yeah, this is really good. We could be looking at 7 drivers fighting over the top 4 places in the last few laps here at Whilton Mill. Ely has not been able, though I think it was the right call to go for the move, Ely has not been able to pull away here from the 3 drivers behind. As Amy Breacher is going to look to try and tuck underneath Dean Everest again, but can't find the way through there. Everest is positioning his kart in a way that just manages to deter the move by Breacher every time at the moment. But still, Chris Lewis-Evans is closing in here, as there's a cone penalty for Peter Sharp.
Good move up the order. Justin Draper has got 12th place off of Simon Sharp.
Yep. I've also seen the last couple of laps Michael Daltrey's been on the move as well. Into 19th place now for him. Just over 2 minutes left on the clock though. At the moment, your promotees will be Kim Ely, Matthew Cockram, Dean Everest and Amy Breacher, as Breacher is again with a bit of overspeed just before paddock, but can't capitalise on it. And she can't make any more moves like that that don't pay off, Andrew, because now Lewis-Evans is right with her as they come up the hill on lap number 12. Dean Everest is going to take a sort of mid-trap position that we've seen him do for the last few laps. Look out for Charlie Summers as well, who wants to arrive on the scene and get into a battle with Chris Lewis-Evans. Interesting one, isn't it? There's the traffic ahead of him as well, I just saw, turning into Ashby.
90 seconds to go. There'll be at least 2 more laps of this one. Oh, cone penalty for Charlie Summers. Now, that is not completely, you know, a ruiner of the opportunity to get up into the B final, but it means for Summers now, got to finish 3rd on the road at least, and blue flags are out for the back markers.
Trouble is, if you're a back marker, all right, fine. So there's 1 leader behind me. No. There's the top 7 or 8 behind you. So this could be a difficult one for back markers to judge. As up the hill once again, Amy Breacher this time is in the slipstream of Dean Everest again.
This could get a little bit. Actually, no, that's very good drive.
Yeah,
number
no
22.
fair.
Well
That's fair
done
enough.
to the driver there, Matthew Cliff. Identifying with a good amount of traffic through the way, just parked it well out of the way of everybody else.
There's going to be 1 more lap of this race when they next cross the start-finish line in about half a lap's time. Lewis-Evans, excuse me, is starting to close in once again after a little bit of a scuffle with Charlie Summers some 2 laps ago that put them a little bit off the back. So this is all built up nicely, Andrew. It's Kim Ely who leads them on to the last lap. Who is going to get promoted into this B final?
It's very, very close indeed. Everything to play for. And we have seen drivers race through from the C final into an A final before. It's not completely impossible. Who's going to be on that B final grid? No changes in position at the moment. It's still Ely, Cochrane, Everest and Breacher. No penalties at play at the moment in that top 4. Ely's looking pretty safe. In through Ashby Corner they go. Cochrane has controlled this one well. If it's going to come from anywhere, I feel it's going to be a third and fourth place battle, but at the moment they don't need to battle. They've got a good gap over Chris Lewis Evans behind. Into the boot we go then for the final time. Keep an eye on the 130. That's the kart in the worst position to be in one of these races, right on the bubble of getting through, but I think they're all going to stay in position. They are indeed. Kim Healy wins the C final. Matthew Cochrane is through, as is Dean Everest and Amy Breacher. A very well managed C final from all four of those drivers. We've seen, you know, in the past people make a real hash brown out of that, but that was spot on. It doesn't matter that it was only by 0.2 of a second. The fact is those four are through.
Totally agree. I can almost tell that we watched a C final that was slightly later on in the season there. The maturity of how people were driving was impressive. I think in particular I'm going to pick out Amy Breacher there, because I think there were several times where if everything had been on the line, she could have done a bit of a banzai move down the inside of Dean Everest there, but had the patience to hold back, and in the end was paid off for that. So fair play to all those drivers, and well done to Kim Healy as well for the win there.
Chris Lewis Evans was 5th. Still decent points there for that position. Charlie Summers 6th, Luke Dunnett 7th, Russell Cooper, Andrew Bushell and Aaron Stillwell in the top 10 provisionally, but before any penalties are applied. Sam Morris, Justin Draper, Simon Sharp, James Browning and Cameron Williams all in the top 15. Peter Sharp, Keith Segal, Tim Clark, Michael Daltrin, Jack Booth in the top 20. And then it was Rizwan Mangat, James Dunnett, Matthew Cliff and Jake Wilkins running there down to 24th one time, which was Andrew Berry.
Yes, indeed. Don't forget, you can go to results.alphatiming.co.uk and click on Club 100 for all the confirmed results to get any grids. And indeed, I'm sure grids will be what we'll be looking at next, because next out here at Whilton Mill will be the B final.
Here we go then for the B final. 2 places on offer to get through to the A. Bryn Alban and Oscar Lancaster have the best starting positions. For grabbing those 2 positions, they are on the front row of the grid. Bailey Morgan and Greg Smith start on the 2nd row of the grid. Samuel Essery, brilliant in C3, is there on the 3rd row of the grid alongside James Martin. Adam Wheeldon and Ashley White start on row 4. No, correction, Sam Slater and Adam Wheeldon there on row 4. Ashley White and Jagjit Singh, another one of the C3s there on row 5. Daniel Cohen and Garrett Berry on row 6. Ned Douglas and Stephen Westwood on row 7. Rogerio Mendes and Lloyd McGeoch Williams on row 8. Archie Hobson and Athavra Desai on row 9. Ramanas Sakauskas and Jed Toole on row 10. Andrew Rabbage and Ross O'Brien on row 11. And we'll also have in a few moments' time confirmed the 4 qualifiers as expected. Kim Healy, Matthew Cochrane on the penultimate row of the grid, Dean Everest and Amy Breacher on the final row of the grid. They've all passed the mandatory weight check.
We often don't talk about the actual points that have got you through onto the grid for these finals, because we want to focus on the drivers' names and where they're starting on the grid. But you may have noticed on that grid graphic just how close these drivers have been through their heat. There is a 3-way tie for 71 points to have got you in 2nd, 3rd and 4th on the grid respectively. There was a 5-way tie on 67 points, which defines 6th down through to Jagjit Singh in 10th, and this then therefore gets defined by lap times. Fastest lap across all of the heats done. There's a 3-way tie on 63 points. There's a 4-way tie on 61 points. It has been very close through these heats, Andrew, and I think there are a lot of drivers in the first third of this grid at least who rightly might be going, I fancy that A final.
Yeah.
But there's some stiff competition.
I mean, you look down to row 6 and you've got Garrett Berry. You know, why is Garrett there? Well, it's because he had a retirement in his 2nd heat.
Yeah.
When in the 1st and 3rd heats that he's had so far today, he's been very, very quick. So I have a feeling this could be this could be quite an interesting race, because I say there's only 2 spots to go into that A final, and there's definitely more than 2 drivers who can achieve that in this race.
Totally agree. Totally agree. And don't forget, by the way, we've been talking a lot about the promotion spots and things like that. You do get a little trophy as well for taking the race win in both the C final and the B final. So it's not without any reward. It's not just that we sort of linearly score everybody down and there's no acknowledgement that we won a race. But only 2 of the drivers coming out the track are going to be able to promote onto the back of the A final. Lovely weather still here at Whilton Mill. Do hope you're enjoying this coverage of round 9 of the 2021 Club 100 Sprints Championship, coming to you courtesy of Alpha Live with commentary from Double Dash Motorsport Media. Do please like, subscribe and share. Let's get people talking about this fantastic Club 100 Championship as we're heading towards the crescendo of the season in the last 3 race meetings of it. This is brilliant stuff, but right now we look ahead to the lightweight Sprint B final. Bryn Olben in the number 16 there, on your right, driver's left, and the 109 of Oscar Lancaster alongside as well.
Here we go then, 2 places in the A final to battle for. Away we go, green light for 12 minutes here at Whilton Mill. Good start from both of those at the front of the grid. Bryn Olben and Oscar Lancaster already. Sam Slater is on the grass there and can just about creep back onto it, and does so indeed, but that's already Sam Slater's chances of getting through to the A finals on. Good start for Greg Smith, is up to 3rd place there on the inside through Christmas Corner. And down into Ashby goes several drivers off, and one of them
Jed Toole.
Yeah, Jed Toole, the number 75 is off there. He's going to have to retrieve the kart by pushing it. Cannot start from there, and is another one out of this race already.
Yeah, absolutely, and was that a tag on the tyres as well, coming out of Wilkins, further back in the order. So, you know, no one's pulling the punches in the early session here, as this is Bailey Morgan for the lead, isn't it, on Bryn Olben here, and Greg Smith is going to be the opportunist as well, and down the inside, the 64 of James Martin is trying to get involved in as well. We haven't even acknowledged the fact yet that we've got 2 Class 1 runners in this B final, in the form of James Martin and Ashley White. They both will definitely be on average would expect to get up into the B final, but it's by no way guaranteed. As look at this, this is not that one, folks, I promise you. 3 wide, two ranks of 3 wide coming through Christmas and Boxing Day. How on earth are they not all off there? That was very, very impressively judged from all drivers as they all go into Ashby Corner.
About umpteen overtakes in all of that, so I'm not going to try and describe each and every one of them, and it's still carrying on here. This is a little bit rough and ready. It's about survival at the moment.
Jagjit Singh there got put out onto the onto the grass a little bit there at Wilkins. Has had to go to the back of this crazy mid-pack here at Whilton Mill. Ramanas Sakauskas there in the 13, chasing Bryn Olben right at the front of it. You've got Ned Douglas getting involved there at boot.
Ramanas Sakauskas bump and pass penalty, cannot qualify through to the A finals. Off goes the number 30 there, spinning round. It's Matthew Cochrane. He had made progress from the the C final rather, but won't make any further progress. Is off and in the grass.
Contact warning for Ashley White. This is fast and frenetic stuff. Fastest lap of the race from Garrett Berry up into 4th place, and here is right at the front of the field Bailey Morgan defending as James Martin goes down the inside of Greg Smith at Ashby, but Smith is going to fight back. He's going to be on the outside for the next corner. Garrett Berry there in the 60 as it's still Smith hanging on there, but James Martin's going to try down the inside, but now he's actually under attack from Garrett Berry, who fancies his chances, going to tag the tyres there. That could be very costly for him, getting a cone penalty, and Oscar Lancaster has swept through on him onto the back straight, up into 4th place.
Run, Bailey, run. This is a good opportunity now to break away from the rest of the pack, but Greg Smith's looking racy here, has got back into 2nd place. Let's count them over the line. The gap is 0.6 of a second for Morgan at the front of the field. Contact warning for the number 81, which is Stephen Westwood, currently in 10th place, as for Bryn Olben there in 16th. Here comes Garrett Berry having a look at Oscar Lancaster into Christmas Corner. Nothing going there. And just a little bit, it starts to calm down a bit now. It's still very much up to Bailey Morgan and Greg Smith to keep this good pace up if they want to be in that A final.
I'm fairly confident in saying that we don't have any Class 3 Class 3 qualifiers into the A final at the moment, so one has to pick out the performance so far of Sam Essery in that 107 kart. Look out for him, as indeed you can, because he's here on screen chasing down the number 60 of Garrett Berry.
undercone penalty for Ramanas Sakauskas. In fact, I think that's just the graphic playing back through. Look at this pace from Greg Smith, 54.209. He's right on the rear bumper of Bailey Morgan. Now, I would suggest at this stage, working together, because there is a gap there over James Martin and Oscar Lancaster behind, that they can propagate out even further if they play the cards right. Amy Breacher going for a move down the inside of driver number 66, which is Jagjit Singh. That's a Class 3 battle going on there.
It is. Also, Kim Ely, your winner from that C final, up into third place amongst the Class 3 runners at the moment, chasing down Atava Desai for 14th place. So keep an eye on that for those following on timing. This is James Martin and Oscar Lancaster, third and fourth place. Looking for how, working out how we're going to get ourselves into the top two positions. As further behind, that's Dan Cohen and Sam Essery going side by side towards Paddock Corner, and I think it stays as they were for now. The 107 on your screens now of Sam Essery staying ahead of the 34 of Daniel Cohen. Up the hill, though, is Greg Smith going for the move on Bailey Morgan. He's decided to break here and start fighting. And they're side by side, and this is going to be costly for time here as they're side by side. There's a bit of rubbing of the wheels, and that's going to allow James Martin to get involved here. He's down the inside of Bailey Morgan at Ashby Corner, and this is where it gets costly for our top two, and he's through on both of them. James Martin up into the lead. Oscar Lancaster now having a nibble at the back of Bailey Morgan as Dan Cohen is trying to get Garrett Berry is trying to get involved in the number 60, as is Sam Essery and Daniel Cohen. The top 7 now all of a sudden smell the opportunity, and that, Andrew, can be the cost of getting stuck into a fight just a little too early.
Yeah, I think Bailey Morgan would have would be perfectly within his own rights to be a little bit annoyed with that one. That wasn't fully necessary for me. The thing with James Martin was the fastest driver last time around, has got good speed, had got the gap over the likes of Lancaster behind, and has now nipped through his, a driver of James Martin's experience knows what to do in that situation, read the situation perfectly, and now has got the lead.
But equally, I don't know, Greg Smith felt he had the pace and he could feel the pressure being screwed on from behind. I don't know, it's a difficult call to make sometimes. Correct. Just to play devil's advocate.
You've got to make sure that you get the move done clean and efficiently, and unfortunately that's not quite what Greg was able to do there.
From a neutral's perspective, though, it's brought pretty much the top 7 into one single train here, and this is going to be fascinating because only the top 2 can go through into that A final. If you're James Martin, you now need to focus on bridging that gap at the front, but Greg Smith, we have seen, has had some tidy pace so far today. Fastest lap of the race from Garrett Berry, but they're all going pretty fast in this train now. They've got that slipstream effect as Bailey Morgan is perhaps looking to tuck underneath Greg Smith as the opportunity presents itself. Sam Esser is there in the 107 as well, still highest placed Class 3 runner. There's a cone penalty for Archie Hobson further down the order. This is super tight now amongst our top, I say 7. Stephen Westwood starting to catch on to the back of this as well. It's all closing up, and Andrew, we're only just beyond the halfway mark with this one. This has got a lot to run in our B final at Whilton Mill.
Yeah, it is about keeping your head in this situation and not panicking. There's a yellow flag out for I imagine a cone replacement. If it's no, it's not. Is that Bryn Albin?
It is.
Bryn Albin off there in the blue suit with the red trim. So unfortunately, Bryn, it's not going to be a trip to the podium today. 4.5 minutes to go. It's still Martin from Smith, Morgan, Essery, Berry. It's that top 5 covered by 1 second at the moment. 3 of them are going to end up disappointed in this race. And again, Greg Smith goes down the inside. That's better. That is a lot better from Greg Smith. He got the braking right this time. That is how you go for a lead in one of these B finals.
It is, but Bailey Morgan sees the opportunity as well here. In that number 14 car, is he going to have a look at James Martin? Martin is looking at how can he get the switch back out of Wilkins. No, he can't, and that's going to be the opportunity for Bailey Morgan. Down the inside at Oziers, Martin's going to be out wide onto the curb, and look out for Sam Essery trying to buy into this as well. The hands up go for the yellow flag. They're all going to have to sort themselves out, and somehow James Martin did not get squeezed out onto the tyres on the apex coming onto the back straight, and was able to get back up into second and to the salvation, if you like, of the yellow flag.
Yep, that was good driving from everybody just to keep that one under control. There's Garrett Berry in the number 60, fastest driver out there at the moment. It's currently Ned Douglas. Unfortunately, he's down in 13th place. Here goes Berry down the inside, going for 3rd place on Bailey Morgan. Block pass, beautifully done. And that's another position now for Garrett Berry, who's come from 12th place on the grid and is now only one spot of qualifying through to the A final.
And it's closing up even more, Andrew. The top 11 now are covered by just 3 seconds in this B final. It is closing up, and everybody is going to be eyeing up the kart in front of them all the way. Look at this. This is not what you want if you're the top 2. This is pretty much the worst case scenario, albeit fair play to Greg Smith, as you say, Andrew. The move he made on James Martin was a lot cleaner, and he is starting just a few kart lengths to break away here.
Yeah, he's just got to keep pushing now for the next 3 minutes or so. Garrett Berry, there he is now in 3rd place. You see the slightly different lines that the drivers take through the crook. Everyone just, it feels like the boxing last night. Everyone's just, it's a 12-round battle, and we're not even in the 11th round yet. We're still got a long, long way to go. Greg Smith calmly goes through it. There's Ned Douglas down the inside of Ramanas Sakauskas. Good move there for 12th place.
Yeah, good little battle happening in the middle of this pack between Daniel Cohen and Stephen Westwood as well. They were very close. Westwood having a few looks on this lap, but as you can just see there, he flashed onto your shot. It's still behind Cohen, but that's 2 of the closest karts. That's a relative statement. They're all obviously close. Interesting to note, though, Andrew, looks to me like yellows are going to be out for the foreseeable at the boot. Yeah, because we've got that Strickland kart that was being driven by Bryn Alden, but they seem to be electing to not remove that kart at this time.
If you're Garrett Berry, I think you need to start making a move now. And here he is. He got a very good run out of the first 2 corners. Is he going to have a look down the inside of James Martin? No, he just can't quite get it done in the braking zone. He is faster. He looks faster than both of the drivers ahead at the moment. He's got 1 minute and 30 to go, but as you say, he's going to lose opportunities to overtake because of the situation in the boots.
Now, this could help the top 6, I'm going to say, in that I just saw Cohen and Westwood going very defensive. You can see how that pack has sort of broken off the back of this top 6. So it's now Oscar Lancaster who's really the last one on this tail, as Sam Essery goes alongside Bailey Morgan, and I think has got the job done there into the boot as Garrett Berry is going on James Martin as well there. This is brilliant stuff, side by side towards paddock. It's going to be Berry ahead of Martin and up into that final promotion spot with just 60 seconds now left on the clock. It's going to be this plus 1 more, and Garrett Berry is right where he needs to be.
He's very, very sharp today. Is Garrett Berry? Bailey Morgan off the road. He's going to get back on circuit. But that's his chances of getting through to the A final done. Garrett Berry, again, reading the situation. It seems to be the thing that you want to do today, as James Martin's looking back down the inside. Saw the yellow was clear, and I think just caught James Martin out there, expecting there to be no overtaking at all through the boot. Nips through, gets second.
Don't discount Sam Essery and Oscar Lancaster, though. They are still with these drivers, and if there are any incidents or issues for Berry and Martin, then they're going to be on it like a shark to blood on this one, because they can see the opportunity there as we come around to start the final lap. And Greg Smith, I think he has got enough in hand, Andrew, but it's still not the most comfortable lead that we've seen so far today as we go on to the last lap.
And the crucial thing here is Garrett Berry is driven away from James Martin across the course of that last lap. So even if Berry was to catch Smith, they can work together nicely to solidify these spots in the A final. That's Christmas Corner done. That's one of your big opportunities to get an overtake completed, and still Greg Smith leads this from Garrett Berry, but James Martin's coming back at him as they go down. And who's that off? I think it was at the 1:45. If it is, that's Kim Ely losing a potential spot on the C3 podium.
Cohen and Westwood still battling away, by the way, so don't place your bets yet for 6th place, but this has been brilliantly done, and particularly in the last few laps from Garrett Berry. They're coming around the boot now. I don't think James Martin's going to have any opportunity given. In fact, if anything, Berry is reeling in Greg Smith, and they come around the final corner, and Greg Smith is going to take the win in the B final, and Garrett Berry is going to get the 2nd place and, crucially, the promotion spot up into the A final. James Martin is going to end his day's racing in that painful position of being the first of the non-promotees in 3rd place. Sam Essery, hats off to him, takes the Class 3 win for this round in lightweights, finishing 4th overall in that B final. Oscar Lancaster in 5th. Daniel Cohen did manage to keep Steve Westwood at bay after a pretty much race-long battle. Lloyd McGee at Williams in 8th, 9th for Ashley White, Adam Wilden in 10th, and it was Bailey Morgan, that's where he recovered to, ahead of Ned Douglas. Ramanas Sakauskas in 13th. Then it was Atava Desai, Matthew Cockram, Ross O'Brien, Andrew Rabbage, Amy Breacher, Jagjit Singh and Kim Ely to round out your top 20. So that makes Desai and O'Brien your two of the podium finishers effectively within Class 3 for this one. So congratulations to them both. Then it was Rogerio Mendes, Jed Toole, Dean Everest, Archie Hobson. We saw issues times for Sam Slater and Bryn Olber.
Ooh, that was a good one. That was a very good B final, and a credit to the lightweights class. Drivers come back into pit lane, and we'll see them all hopefully again down at Lyd on the last weekend of October. And we'll get ready now. We'll take a short break on the commentary, because the last remaining race for the lightweights here today before the lunch break is, of course, the big one. It's the A final up next. A final time here at Whilton Mill for round 9 of the 2021 Club 100 Lightweight Sprints Championship. Here is the grid. Fraser Brunton is on pole position according to our timing, and definitely is on pole position because he's had a very, very strong set of heats so far today. Dan Healy, second place in the championship last year, going for the title again this year, starts on the front row alongside Fraser Brunton. Peter Knight, very strong here. In previous A finals, has a shot at winning this from the second row of the grid. Ed Bars joins him on that row. Daz Teal and Mike Coppin, probably not in title contention for this year, but start this one on row 3 and a good shot of getting a podium here today. Steve Hicks, the Whilton Mill specialist, starts alongside the ever-impressive Josh Adams on row 4. Rihanna Percox, another Whilton Mill specialist, starts there on the 5th row of the grid alongside Reese Pope. Chris Powell, the former Premier Sprint champion, is on the 6th row of the grid on his Club 100 return. Joining him there is Alistair Irvin. Aidan Rudge has had a really good day. Starts on the 7th row of the grid, as does Dante Dillon, one of our 3 British Indoor Karting Championship champions. Tom Dix and Jonah Barker start on row number 8. Dan Seeger and Jack O'Neill, championship leader Jack O'Neill, have a lot of work to do there from row number 9. Jason Bradbury has qualified directly for the A final with some great racing so far today. He's on row 10 alongside James Wattis. Ben Lambeth and Tom Kemping start on row 11. Callum Brule and Chris Budger are on row number 12. Those are all of your automatic qualifiers through into the A final, and in a few moments time we will have confirmed your B final repechargees through. It was indeed Greg Smith and Garrett Berry. They passed the weight test and will join this grid on row 13.
Well, I've just been having a look at Fraser Brunton's scoreline this season, and it's worth noting that he finished second in the final last time out. So can he go that one better? That's going to be a big thing for him, but he hasn't had a finals victory yet. So that's an exciting story to follow in this one. Well,
this is
the whole thing is an exciting story to follow.
This is a very strong grid.
Very strong.
Yeah, the one that kind of clicked it with me was seeing Tom Kemping there. I think down, was it that on row 10? You know, Tom's had a strong day. He's had a very strong, row 11, sorry, Ben Lambeth alongside with him. I think this could be a very, very close A final, where we see the B final was pretty good for a tight pack at the front, all going for the win. I think this train could be even longer over the course of the next 12 minutes. A finalists get a little bit of practice just to check the karts over, so don't worry, you're not missing any racing action if they go at full pelt for the next few laps. Keep your comments coming in. Hello to Matt Hale, who says full send with elbows out for Mr. Hicks. Starting on the 4th row of the grid. Lots of support actually from Steve Hicks, mainly from the iRacing Legends crew. Missed earlier in the week, Wednesday night, the latest round of the Legends of Club 100 the UKC iRacing Championship. Extracurricular activities for the Club 100 community. Go and watch that stream back over on the Double Dash Motorsport Media YouTube channel. And it was a good one around Suzuka in the Fezzer, in the Ferrari GT3s. More to come between now and the end of the year on that one.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I just want to, I still want to sort of emphasise, Andrew, the importance of heats, just to give the link between the 12 heats we've seen in these finals. The difference in points between Bryn Olban, who was on pole for the B final, and Chris Woodger, who was already in this final, no matter what happened, was 1 point across the heats. Woodger had 73 points, Bryn Olban 72. That's the difference. That's what determines it. I know it's almost a statement of the obvious when we say your points determine the grids, but it's so close today that every position in those heats has really mattered.
A further 5 points puts you in the middle of the pack.
Exactly.
Dante Dillon there, who scored through with 78 points, and it's pretty much a point per position. Through those heats, so yeah, very, very close indeed. And David Whitehouse said it was not a good one at Suzuka.
Well, it didn't go his way. I think it's fair to say that, but he had a good race at the weekend prior to it.
But more incidents than a DDMM Barnstormers endurance display yesterday. There we go, bang, we got one back.
Apparently that is now being considered as an SI unit for calamitous races, a DDMM Barnstormer of the race.
Wilson, it's not been, either of them haven't been very good this year. Anyway, moving on, there is the pace kart, out ready to pick up the field, form up the grid, and how about this for Fraser Brunton? Wearing, I don't want to use the term bandit suit, but I can't think of another one.
He's not very flashy, is it?
No.
You know?
What's going on?
It's a humble and unassuming outfit for the pole sitter. But yeah, that's I can use that excuse for my girl. They expect me to be slow. But this is quite
cracking.
It's true. I didn't. But you know, it's actually got me more worried. I'm the member of the team that didn't exercise with demons yesterday and have a crash. I don't know what that means for Lyd.
We had me doing a Steve Brown impression. Good morning, Steve. Or we never. Hello, if you're watching. I had a good attempt at recreating your crash, and our other teammate, bless him, did a bit of a David Coulthard Adelaide 1995. Or a Piers Pryor, if he's listening on the cameras, is the one more akin to Club 100 of the UKC racing. Anyway, enough about of our terrible endurance race yesterday. Let's talk about this A final in the lightweights. And Mr. Streamed Round, also on the front row here, Dan Healy.
Yep.
Can he do it again? Can he take another A final win when the cameras are on this field?
I reckon we should talk to Mr. Healy about possible.
Ed Bars has had a kart change. Just to note that was him coming into position late on there. He's had a kart change, so it's an interesting play by the reigning champion.
Yep, going to have needed to have warmed it up as best he can. And did I see someone else just going into the pits as well?
Yeah, we'll see if we are good for a start on this one. There, number 71, Fraser Brunton, looking for a Thursday final opportunity. Are going to go around again for another formation lap.
Just seeing if I can see out the window who's come in. It's not that driver, because that's a Nicky Richardson.
But David Whitehouse is now sucking up to us and reminding us that we're both cleaner than Max Verstappen, according to the
that's
Team
true.
One stats from last weekend.
It's true. We've got, and that's not.
I mean, that was obvious already, because I don't drive over people's roll hoops.
We've got data to show it. We can back this up.
I'm getting myself in big trouble today, aren't I?
We're going to gloss over the fact that none of the cars we were racing against had roll hoops, but that's immaterial. Right, here we are. You can check this all out on the Double Dash Motorsport Media YouTube channel if you want to find out what we're talking about. But here we go at Whilton Mill. Are we going to be good? Yes, we are going to be good. So it's the 71 of Fraser Brunton looking for his first finals win, at least this season, with Dan Healy alongside. Away we go then. for the A final for round number 9. It's a good start from the pole sitter, and Peter Knight is going to try to slot into second place, which he does do so. Daz Teal is going to pull alongside Dan Healy, and he's going to cut in front, and it's a good start from Steve Hicks as well, from 7th on the grid. The pole side got away much better there, but Ed Bars is going to hold off Steve Hicks through Christmas Corner. Mike Coppin trying to get involved as well, as it all looks clean enough to me through the top part of the lap, but it was a dream start there for Fraser Brunton. Full start.
I thought that was coming. It's not actually come up on our little replay monitor in the booth yet, but I think Fraser Brunton's start was a little bit too good there, and that's why that's been called a false start. I'm just having another look at it now. Yeah, Fraser's gone completely on his own. So that I can understand why that's been... Whoa! As there's an incident towards the back there. Chris Powell's involved. I think there was a marshal there as well. I hope everybody's okay down there. But the grid forming up again now.
Yeah, it was a very freak event. It was a photographer jumping out the way.
And, well, make sure that once we receive any news, we'll give it to you. Yeah, Chris Powell's perfectly okay. He's pulling the kart out of the tyre barrier there. I think he headed there in avoiding action.
On the left-hand side of mine is the one that got knocked over.
So this will delay the second start of the A final.
Yeah, and it was... okay, so I don't think Chris Powell actually... just seen it on our little replay monitor here. I don't think Chris Powell hurt anyone. It was just John the photographer jumping out the way, but managed to get out the way. There.
Was it
oh,
John?
no, sorry, it wasn't John.
Bond.
It wasn't, sorry. It wasn't. It's a very small replay monitor. But but nonetheless...
John's far more sensible involved in that sort of
nonetheless, yeah, no one... They were flying to get out the way. They weren't flying because there had been contact. I think that's the key thing there. But goodness me, what a dramatic way to bring the field back round to formation. But yeah, it was a premature shot, and it was mentioned in the briefing that drivers need to look for the green lights.
Before they put the foot down.
Indeed, and indeed, I believe green light takes precedent over acceleration line, because there is one here at Whilton Mill. So I wonder, I don't know if, I don't know, I think he went before the acceleration line as well, to be honest. But either way, we're forming up again here. The usual sports psychology part of, here we go again.
That's very strange. Very strange, because actually, no, it's a staff member wasn't in the middle of the track.
No.
So I'm not quite sure what's happening.
I don't know how Chris. How did Chris? It was Chris Powell.
Yeah,
you know, like this is not lacking in experience here.
Premium Powell went like the premium fuel in this country.
It did,
in the
yes.
last 2 weeks, straight to the wall.
It just scarpered. Yeah, very unusual. I don't even know what would cause that going down the back straight like that, unless maybe he hadn't clocked there was a full start and suddenly everyone starts checking up in front.
Yeah, maybe.
And he just goes off in avoidance. That's quite possible, I suppose.
We're going to have to put a disclaimer now on this loop that no Club 100 staff members were injured in the making of this stream. But I suspect we may also have a little bit of time off here, because the false start was as a result of the drivers not taking the start properly.
Quite, yeah.
So we'll see what direction comes from race control. But I think we are under starters orders now for the second attempt at this A final in the lightweights. It's the 2021 Club 100 Lightweight Sprints Championship, round number 9, A final. Away we go then. Is it going to be a better start? It is going to be a better start. Fraser Brunton will take us into turn 1 in the lead. Peter Knight is already up to second. Daz Teal up to P3 as they all squabble for their positions on the run up to Christmas Corner. Into the first braking zone. Mike Coppin in the middle of it all, nearly 4-5 wide. And some of them are going to be in the grass. In fact, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 drivers. Tom Dix, Chris Powell, Josh Adams is in the grass as well. And round there goes the number 53. Ben Lambeth is off, and Jack O'Neill was involved in all of that as well. Josh Adams is off. Oh, that's a real shame for Josh Adams, who's had a brilliant weekend here at Whilton Mill, but it ends on lap 1 in the A final.
And we've got Rhys Pope battling away there as well. He starts as the highest place of the Class 2 runners in this one, and I saw Alistair Irvine having a real challenge on him through Christmas Corner, but Pope was able to hold it off. So good battle. Excuse me, of course, Peter Knight is the highest place. There's the change. Daz Teal getting by on Peter Knight as they finish lap 1, but it's still Fraser Brunton in the lead of this one on lap 2.
Daz Teal, one of the most experienced members of this field, a brilliant first lap, has got himself up to P2. Dan Healy looking down the inside of Peter Knight there for third place. Can't get the move done. So let's just take stock then. It's Brunton from Teal, Knight, Healy, Bars, Hicks, Coppin, Percox, Pope and Barker. That's your top 10 at the end of lap number 1.
And a bad first lap here for Jack O'Neill, Andrew, down 5 positions, so he got involved in some of the ruckus that occurred across the top of the slope here, I think. I don't think he was one of the karts we saw going over the grass, but not the start that Jack O'Neill needed.
He was one of the karts in trouble coming through Inkermans. Now you just wonder for karts number 2 and 1 there in the centre of your screen, are they aware of that? Because that completely changes the context of this race for them now. It kind of takes the pressure off having to win it. Now it becomes about, right, make sure you get a good score on the board. It's going to be a drop as Healy goes for it. Knight trying to get P3, gets P3. Bars maybe through as well round the outside. Through Boxing Day, Steve Hicks is on the inside as well. They're all ganging up on the youngster of Peter Knight here. Mike Coppin's going for a little bit of rallycross into Ashby, and somehow they have all survived.
Yeah, it's amazing how they do these exchanges. Reese Pope now on the outside of Mike Coppin, and that's going to allow Dan Seeger and the 63 of Jonah Barker as well to maybe have a go at him. This is important in Class 2. I did say that Reese Pope was highest placed of those. It is, of course, Peter Knight, your highest placed Class 2, but this is still good for the podium in Class 2 as Dan Seeger gets by on the 63 there of Jonah Barker. But now Alistair Irvin buys into that. Now he's up into third within that subclass.
Let's have a look at the times. 54.1 for Brunton last time around. 53.9 for Daz Teal. Daz Teal has the pace to win this race at Whilton Mill today. And it's been quite a while, I think, since Daz Teal has been in this position in an A final. Would be a very, very popular result in the paddock if he was able to pull it off, but there's still a long way in this race to go. Look at this swarm of karts down into Ashby Corner. But crucially, third and fourth place they're the ones that we're looking at in terms of championship. There is Jack O'Neill at the back, and who's that going wide? It's the number 125. It's Rudge. Aidan Rudge is out of the race, and that's a real shame. A driver who deserved a lot more in this A final is out.
There's Chris Powell, though, down the inside. Tom Kemping in the boot. Now, you've got to be careful with a move like that because it opens the opportunity for us indeed. Chris Woodger it is who's trying to buy into this now on the inside of Kemping, and he's got the job done there, I think, as they come on to lap number 5. Garrett Berry trying to buy into this as well. Here's the battle at the front, though. Move for second place. Dan Healy down the inside of Daz Teal and gets the job done. And now, Andrew, they've got to keep it in touch with Fraser Brunton. Is there an opportunity for Ed Bars or Steve Hicks as Mike Coppin is going side by side with Rhianna Percox as they go through Ashby Corner? That's in the battle over 7th place.
Mr. Alpha Livestream is at it again. He always tends to do this and has this late season run. We saw it occurring at Bayford Meadows a few weeks ago. And now, with 5.5 minutes to go, Dan Healy has a chance here of taking another round win.
Yeah, I thought he was going to go for a mega switch back there on the second apex, but there wasn't the opportunity given by Fraser Brunton. He closed the door on that, just as Dan Healy we saw doing the same thing earlier in the day. Stop it on the dime on that second apex and deny the person the space on the inside heading into paddock. Up the hill they come again. Brunton, does he feel the need to go defensive? He opens out the gap, and Dan Healy's going for it. There's pot-to-pot contact. They're all going to check up. They're all going to check up, and that's going to allow Daz Teal to go to the front. He's going to seize the opportunity. Peter Knight's going around the outside at Inkermans up into second place, and Steve Hicks is now down the inside. Ed Bars is on the outside of Ashby. He's going to be careful out on the concrete not to get forced out onto the grass, as Dan Healy is down to at least 5th or 6th place in that exchange. And it is Daz Teal ahead of Peter Knight, ahead of Fraser Brunton now, your top 3.
It was that a crack under the pressure from Dan Healy, and it's a penalty. It's a forcing driver wide penalty for Dan Healy. It's not going to be an A final victory, no matter what happens out there on circuit now. Daz Teal, confirmed as your leader, has not won an A final in this championship since February 2020, round 1 of the 2020 season at Buckmore Park. Has a little tap of the helmet there to Peter Knight to say, come on, let's work together. There's still a long, long way to go in this race, but it's Teal from Knight, Brunton, Steve Hicks there in 4th. And Mike Coppin going very, very wide there out of Inkermans, gets it back on circuit and lives to fight another day.
I think he was around about the... close to Reece Pope, I think, coming through Inkermans. It's not unfortunately blame in any way. I'm just that's driver sort of part of the field that he was in. I've got to say, by the way, in the background of all this, Jack O'Neill is picking off 1, 2 positions every single lap. He is doing his best to work his way up here. I still think it's a case of damage limitations. There's some 7.5 seconds off of these leaders, but he is doing his absolute best as Ed Bars is chasing Rhiannon Percox for 5th. Just behind this top 4 that are working their way up the hill now.
New fastest lap of the race so far, 53.269 for Steve Hicks there in 4th place. And let's just say, from something earlier in the week, Steve does not want to finish 4th again. Folks at home will know what I mean about that. 3 minutes and 15 seconds to go. And still Daz Teal controlling this race at the front of the field. Just keeping an eye out for Percox and Bars. They're working nicely together at the moment. Percox ahead of Bars, but it is now becoming a 6-way battle at the front of this field, and there's still 3 minutes to go.
Teal goes defensive, so he'll be slightly compromised through the rest of the boot. Will he? Actually, nobody has the overspeed as they come round. Again, you say it's 6 karts, Andrew. I think that it's a bit more than that, because I think the likes of Healy, Irvin and Pope are getting onto the back of this pack as they come up the hill again. It's a little wide there for Knight, and is that going to allow Brunton up the inside? It certainly is.
Yellow flags out.
Yellow flags out. They're going to have to sort themselves out as they come through Christmas Corner. Daz Teal gets a little bit of salvation from that potentially there, but it is Brunton past Knight now, so a change for 2nd place through the top part of the lap as they're downhill into Ashby. Steve Hicks under severe pressure now from Rhiannon Percox and Ed Bars, who, as you say, Andrew, has been working with her to get onto terms with this. There's actually a few kart lengths now between the top 3, and Steve Hicks in 4th as Ed Bars goes for it on Rhiannon Percox into Ozier's late move, big move, and I think he's made that stick. But did Alistair Irvin manage to, Dan Healy managed to buy into that one as well, potentially? We'll have to look at that for as they come round here. Peter Knight with a bit of extra speed on Fraser Brunton, but can't do anything with it as they come through to finish lap number 9.
Big lap this for the top 4. There's a bit of a gap again with that move by Bars, which he needed to do. And track limit warning for Alistair Irvin there, the number 36. Teal goes for a half defensive position as down the inside goes Peter Knight. Pod-to-pod contact between the 2 youngsters. Steve Hicks trying to find a way through, but cannot find the space. Is he going to go for a move down into Ashby? No, Knight defends that well, but once again, it all closes up now. That brings Bars back into play. Healy, Percox, Pope, even Dan Seeger there, having a cracking race in 9th place at the moment. We said to look out for him here at Whilton Mill. He tends to run strongly round here, and that's him getting past Reece Pope now for 8th.
Yeah, Steve Hicks had to go so deep in avoidance into Boxing Day corner that he was almost at New Year's Eve as Peter Knight is having another challenge on Fraser Brunton there, and then again the opportunity is going to open up for those behind, and again there's no space to do anything with it. Honestly, I think if we'd have been on the old profile of the last corner, we'd have seen some moves there, to be honest with you. Such is the opportunity that was presented there. Coming up the hill once again, now it's Peter Knight who's in the slipstream for the lead of the race. Look at Dan Healy, the penalty for Reece Pope. That could be costly in Class 2. That's for forcing a driver wide, side by side between Peter Knight and Fraser Brunton. And Brunton is through on Knight through the top of the hill. Daz Teal going defensive again. There's going to be good exit from Ashby here for Brunton. Is he going to have an opportunity into Wilkins? Ed Bars and Dan Healy trying to stay on terms with these drivers, and Daz Teal is going super defensive, and look out for Peter Knight swooping around the outside, but will he have the room coming onto the back straight? Yes, he is, but Steve Hicks is coming alongside and will have the inside for the first part of the boot, but Ed Bars somehow finds another gap on the inside. Steve Hicks will have the inside on apex 2 and 3 of the boot, and now Dan Healy fancies suddenly getting back in on this fight as well, as he's down the inside of Ed Bars at paddock, somehow finding the space through as we go on to the final lap.
And crucially gets ahead of his championship rival. Just for the record, Jack O'Neill is working his way up through the positions. He's 13th now, but I don't think that's going to be enough to gain more points in the championship. Fraser Brunton tries to go round the outside of Daz Teal there. Hicks is going to be on the inside now for Inkermans, but just pulls out of it, wants to retain the 3rd place. To remind you, Daz Teal has not won a lightweight sprint A final since February 2020. He is half a lap away from breaking that duck. There's a yellow flag out coming onto the back straight. No opportunity for Brunton to get through there. It's going to come down to, and in fact I think this yellow is in the boot as well. This one may be nullified. What a win this would be. A very popular win. Round the final corner, Daz Teal, for the first time in 2021, wins a lightweight sprint A final by .036.
on the line. Oh my goodness, Daz, you nearly threw it away, mate. Fraser Brunton, a personal best record of second in one of these races. Steve Hicks does not finish fourth. Coggles, you can be happy about that. He's on the podium. Peter Knight wins in C2, fourth overall. What a talent he is. Dan Seeger, brilliant today. Second in C2, fifth overall. But this is where we really get into the big scores now, and the championship table is going to be very, very interesting at the end of today. Dan Healy finishes 6th, but has penalties. Ed Bars finishes 7th. That is not the result that he would have been looking for in this A final. Rihanna Percox finishes in 8th. Reese Pope 9th, but has a penalty at the end on that last lap. Alistair Irvin, that's a solid top 10.
Third in C2
and
as
third
well.
in C2 once penalties are applied. Jonah Barker 11th. James Wattis 12th. Jack O'Neill 13th, but I think is breathing a sigh of relief. That was an opening of the door for his championship rivals, and they've not taken the opportunity. Chris Powell finishes 14th, had a monster curb penalty on the last lap. Tom Kemping 15th, 16th for Chris Woodgers, 17th for Garrett Berry from the B final. Dante Dillon 18th, Tom Dix 19th, Jason Bradbury in 20th, Callum Brule 21st, Greg Smith 22nd, Ben Lambeth 23rd, who was in trouble on lap 1 and only finishes 10.5 seconds off the leader. That just shows you how tight and crazy that A final was. 24th for Josh Adams, definitely deserved a lot more here today. Likewise for Aidan Rudge, 25th, and a retirement for Mike Coppin, classified in 26th. Wow, as Jay Elliott puts it, yes, Dazicella, get in there. I think you could have got long odds on Daz Teal being our A final winner here today, but a fully deserved victory.
Absolutely, mate, absolutely. To be honest, I wouldn't have placed a bet for that race. I just wouldn't have taken the punt. But no, great drive from Daz Teal. What you know, great clean moves.
Yeah.
Judging the because of the way that you can have a proper dogfight around Whilton Mill. You know, it's all about judging these situations. Situational awareness around Whilton Mill is absolutely crucial, and that has paid off for Daz Teal right there. Fantastic win, popular win, as you say, the first of 2021. Goodness me, but yeah, a little bit of you know, Ed Bars would have hoped to have been higher up than that on a day when Jack O'Neill has not had things go right for him in the heats. I did spot, by the way, we were obviously rightly looking at the craziness up front. Good little battle between Jack O'Neill and Chris Powell on the last couple of laps, by the way, that I was seeing in the back of shot as well. So that one was great, but what a treat that one was. I thoroughly enjoyed that. And do you know what? I hesitate to talk about races of the year because the lightweight A-finals and heavyweight A-finals have just been so superb this year, but that was highly, highly entertaining.
Should we do it all again this afternoon with the heavyweights?
All right, then.
Well, we're going to go to a break now, a bit of a lunch break. If you have enjoyed that, do make sure you've liked the stream, click the subscribe button, the notification bell as well, and shared it out on your social media platforms of your choice, because we're going to do it all again this afternoon for the heavyweights. Thank you very much for being with us here this morning in the early afternoon for round 9 of the Club 100 Lightweight Sprints Championship for 2021. I've been Andrew Mather, he's been Howard Mitchell, we've been Double Dash Motorsport Media, your commentary providers for this Alpha live stream. We will be back later on this afternoon, as I say, for round 9 of the heavyweights. See you then.
Hello everybody, and a very warm welcome, or welcome back, to your Alpha Live coverage of round 9 of the 2021 Club 100 Sprints Championship, coming to you today from Whilton Mill kart circuit just outside of Daventry in Northamptonshire, England. My name's Howard Mitchell, alongside me is Andrew Mather. We're from Double Dash Motorsport Media, and it's our pleasure and privilege to be providing the commentary for what already has proven to be an extremely exciting day of racing. And we're going to get back into the action over the course of this afternoon with our heavyweights. We had our lightweights earlier today. There's your forecast for now, although I've got to say, in terms of it being cloudy, it's the nice fluffy clouds. It's not anything foreboding so far, and we've actually had perfect conditions for karting for October in the United Kingdom. But you are very welcome along to enjoy what is hopefully going to be a continuation of some enthralling action from this morning around this Whilton Mill circuit. And as I say, I'm joined as ever for our Club 100 coverage by Mr. Andrew Mather. Hello, Andrew.
Afternoon, everybody. What a show the lightweights put on earlier. They had a little bit of a telling off in the morning. Some of the last couple of rounds have been a bit scrappy. They definitely listened to that, because I thought the racing was very, very good this morning. And hopefully the heavyweights this afternoon can put on something similar, or maybe even better. But we're set up for what should be a very interesting set of races. This is the first of 3 streamed heavyweight sprints rounds to take us from today, to the end of the season.
Absolutely. And let's just do a bit of a brief talk through the format for anyone who may be unfamiliar, or maybe you haven't been catching up with Club 100 for a while. We have our, as we've alluded to, your lightweights and your heavyweights. The heavyweights are now in action for this afternoon. And within that, we are going to have 4 sub-classes in action for you today. We're going to have our class 1s, 2s, 3s, and then there's a super heavyweight class. So heavyweight class is 85 kilos and above, with super heavyweights weighing in or being leaded up such that they achieve 95 kilos. That is the driver plus any of their additional lead ballast or seat inserts that they put inside the kart. In these Club 100 Rotax Evo karts, we are going to have 12 heats. Actually, before I get on to that, I should say all of those classes will be on track together. They will get scored together, but there are separate podiums, trophies and championships denoted in all 4 of those subclasses. They're all in the same machinery though, these Club 100 Rotax Evo karts. There are going to be 12 heats and then 3 finals. The 12 heats will see each driver compete in 3 heat races. So you can think of those 12 heats as being 3 rotations of 4 races, so that all of our drivers get a chance to compete in 3. So if you're a driver in, say, heat 2, the next earliest point where you might be in action is heat number 5, which would be the first race of that second rotation. So if you see a grid and you're here to support a particular driver and you don't see or hear their name, do not worry, they're probably going to be out in a moment's time. And then just to wrap up on the format, they all go through their heats, random grids such that everyone has the same average grid slot across all of their heats. So that means in practical terms that each driver will have a sort of middle grid slot, and then one towards the front, one towards the back, and then tot up all the points, and we will go into the trophy finals. Let's take the opportunity though, as we're just waiting for things to get started here, to take a look at a hot lap of this Whilton Mill circuit. Coming around to start a lap then of this circuit. The first 2 corners here are Oblivion and the Crook. High speed, you've got to have a lot of faith in the kart, throw it in and commit to this part of the lap, as we're going to see here. Throwing it in, take as much of that curb as you dare on one, less of a thing to take the curb into the Crook, but get a good exit on up the hill, heading towards Christmas Corner. First braking point on the lap, and one of the major overtaking opportunities, and then through the left-hander that we colloquially called Boxing Day. So here we are, late braking because it's uphill braking into Christmas Corner, and then through Boxing Day, and then through this right-hand kink at Inkermans. So this is where we deviate onto the international loop, for those familiar with the national loop, which means we'll be going through this right-hander of Ashby, difficult downhill braking, and important to use all of that runoff. That's perfectly allowed and indeed recommended. The two fast left-handers of Wilkins and Oziers, you've got to chuck the kart into Wilkins, but be careful on exit that you don't clip those tyres. Use some of that cut through there, and then the downhill braking into Oziers. Another good opportunity for overtaking, as the conventional racing line does leave a gap during braking. And then we're back with the national loop, converged with all layouts of the circuit to go around the boot and the paddock corner. Important to string these corners together. Important, don't get too greedy on the exit of this first bit of the boot, so that you can switch back over to get through the two right-handers of the boot, and then through paddock. Difficult corner here now at Whilton Mill. Always a bit of a challenge, but the reprofiled apex curve means that you've got to be nice and cautious, but still carry as much speed as you can onto the next lap. Let's head into our racing then and take you through the grid for heat number 1 of 12 of this one. Vijay Patel will start this one from pole with Mark Appleton alongside. Alex Pritchard and Anthony Ridd will be row number 2, with Steve Bosley and Matt Wildman on row number 3. Francesco Volpe and Steve Lindley are row 4, with Richard Masterson and James Small rounding out your top 10. Mikey Nichols and Sean Briley are on the 6th row of the grid. Then it's Kevin Coombs and Luke Phillips on row number 7. Don Cliff and Matthew Batter on row number 8. Row 9 will be Blake Temperley and David Wilson. And then it will be Elliot Taylor to round out the 19 karts taking part in this first heat. So as I said before, if a driver that you are tuning in to support wasn't mentioned, fear not, they're going to be in one of the next 3 heats. So stay tuned with us here on your Alpha Live coverage with commentary from Double Dash Motorsport Media. There's your forecast as well. And I have to say, as I said earlier, it's a lovely day to be going karting in October in the UK, in Northamptonshire countryside here, just outside of Daventry. Let's talk a little bit about the championship. There's quite a sort of parallel or mirror image here of what we were discussing in the lightweights this morning, because in both championships we have our driver who's at the top of the points has missed the previous round at Landau, but the driver sat second in the points won last time out. Exactly the same story as we were talking about this morning in the lightweight. So Joe Holmes is your current championship leader, with Anwar Barul Smith sat second in the championship. The gap not quite as tight as we were discussing in this morning's lightweights, but still plenty to play for. 10 points in it between those two. 9.46 at the moment for Joe Holmes and 9.36 for Anwar Barul Smith. That's when you account for their dropped scores, so your 3 worst rounds worth of scores, which in practice means your 9 worst heats and your 3 worst final results. So it doesn't have to all be in a sort of, they don't have to be in chunks of a round, if you like, get dropped. So that's why Joe Holmes can still have missed the previous round of the championship and still very much be in with the hunt.
Just to mention, Matt Wildman, this is a quite key race, not just because it's his one from the start, but Heat 2, as we'll come on to see in a few moments' time after this one, it's quite heavy on championship contenders. Big opportunity for him here to steal a march on the rest of his competitors.
Very good point. Here we go then. Vijay Patel is on pole in the 1-2-6, and they go away for our first race of the heavyweight running today. A good start from third of the grid there from Alex Pritchard in 77, and round goes Steve Bosley with a bit of loading was that into turn 2 there. As they head up the hill though, it is Alex Pritchard challenging for the lead of this one. Is down the inside Matt Wildman into third place there in the number 70 kart. They do all make their way through Christmas Corner cleanly, thankfully, but that was a costly moment there for Steve Bosley as they're down into Ashby for the first time. We've got a spinner towards the back. I think that was one of our Class 3 runners. Just for reference, yellow number plated drivers are your Class 1 runners. Classes 2 and 3 run blue number plates, and then green number plates are your super heavyweights.
Yeah, it's Mark Appleton getting into Steve Bosley there, but as you say, Howard, I think he was being loaded a little bit from behind. It was one of those classic Whilton Mill, the even side of the grid, not getting a good one versus the odd side of the grid. And yes, poor Steve Bosley when he turned round there, and his race pretty much ruined.
Move from Matt Wildman down the inside of Vijay Patel just before paddock corner there. Had good speed through that part of the lap. takes him up into second place as the number 68 of Anthony Ridd goes defensive against James Small.
Richard Masterson was off in the background there as well, number 29, another victim of running wide out of the crook.
Yeah, I think it was Blake Templey, by the way, on spinner at Ashby on the previous lap as well. He's got recovered and is circulating again. And through the middle part of the lap then, Vijay Patel in that third place, leading Steve Lindley and Anthony Ridd. James Small, another one of our Class 1 runners, but there goes Lindley down the inside of Patel into the boot, and that was textbook. And actually Patel got all out of sorts there. Anthony Ridd went for it, but then he got checked up behind as well, and that allowed James Small to make hay whilst the sun was shining there. And Kevin Coombs arrived on the scene and didn't quite know what to do with all the karts suddenly going at about half the speed he was expecting through the boot there. So that was all changed there. Pritchard still leads, Wildman in second, but now it's Lindley, Small, Volpe, who I didn't even get a chance to mention in all of that exchange, as here is a battle going on with Luke Phillips and Dom Cliff over the top of the lap.
Really nice move that by Steve Lindley. Definitely looks up for it here today. Good chance for him to get some solid points on the board in this first rotation. You see him in the B final, looking to get through to the A. Penalty for Anthony Ridd though.
Yeah, that's bump and pass, ABC BMP for that, and that's going to be 4 positions docked from wherever he finishes come the end of this race. James Small behind Steve Lindley, and then behind them Anthony Ridd chasing Francesco Volpe. Ridd may as well try and negate that penalty as much as he can by means of overtake, so he still very much has something to fight for here. Here is your lead battle though, because Matt Warman has just set the fastest lap of the race at 54.283 and is reeling Pritchard in by some 0.2 of a second per lap. So this is going to be an interesting one. Class 1 driver closing in on Class 2, as I said at the top of the stream. Exactly the same machinery between these drivers, so there's no reason, and all scored together, such that each position counts. It's not like this doesn't matter because they happen to be in 2 different subclasses. It will help them come the grids being published for the finals. And championship points on offer as well, 20 of them for winning one of these heats. So there's every reason to fight for every single position. And indeed, we saw this morning in the 9 of the lightweight championship quite how close it was for determining the grids. As Wildman is definitely looking to try and tuck underneath Pritchard here, but Pritchard's had a good run up the hill and is going to take a mid-track defensive position. Is he going to be out wide though on Christmas corner? Wildman's trying to get the switch back on every apex, and he's going to look for an opportunity down into Ashby, but thinks better of it. Meanwhile, behind, Lindley feels the need to just dig out to the right-hand side a little bit in defence of 3rd position against James Small. Further down the order, some close battles. Kevin Coombs and Mikey Nichols quite close in a battle for 7th place, so do keep an eye on that on your timing. Quick look over the shoulder from Pritchard, and he looked a little too early because now Warman is very much there on the brakes, but Pritchard will have the inside line for the next bit. They're both going to slow each other down here. Look out for Lindley coming into the background of this one, but he's got his own troubles to worry about, and the lead battle stays as it was as they come around to finish lap number 6.
Good work there from Pritchard to hold that round the outside. Respectful racing between the two of them. You're right to point out though, that is good news for Steve Lindley. He's going to start closing in. Change for 5th place, if we're not mentioned, grid past Volpe. Pritchard defensive again into Christmas corner. Is there going to be a run for Wildman this time? No. You get the sense in this situation, Howard, that Wildman is thinking championship. He's up the inside again. This is a better opportunity, and this time, yes, he does take it to P1.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe not so common that one would say that the better opportunity is into Wilkins, but he had the overspeed there and the inside line, so made it stick. Good move from Matt Wildman, and all that battling has left Pritchard, if anything, with more to worry about from behind than any idea of a counter-attack. But look at this, James Small now down the inside of Lindley. Lindley's going to try and hold on to it, and he's going to go very wide out the last corner. But that is James Small's position there now, up into 3rd place. As Anthony Ridd sets the new fastest lap of the race at 54.182. But actually that battling over 3rd in the latter part of that lap, and there's a penalty for James Small for ABC bump and pass. Well, I was wondering if that was a risk going through the final corner there. And look at that good battle going on between Kevin Coombs, and I think that was the battle with Mikey Nichols, as there's a swap there for the lead pretty much where it happened a lap ago. Alex Pritchard back past Matt Wildman at Wilkins. And this time, yes, having another look over the shoulder, and well he might. But for now, at least, the race lead is back with Alex Pritchard.
Yeah, I just wonder if Matt Wellman had a bit of a problem down through Ashby there, because the big gap that Alex Pritchard closed in and took advantage of. Last lap board is out then. Pritchard leads from Wildman, Small, Lindley, Ridd.
Yeah, it's going to be costly for James Small, that penalty. The 4 places docked at the end of this race. And look at this, Anthony Ridd, I said he'd set the fastest lap of the race. He just set another fastest lap and made a move, and that's Steve Lindley round. And I'm not sure if that was contact as such, because we only saw the end of that.
Yeah.
He was clearly frustrated in some sense. Will Matt Wildman feel the opportunity is there to go for another move? He'll know that this opens his points tally up nicely for the day, no matter where he finishes out of first and second. But he's also got the pressure from James Small, who maybe can't win it outright, but will be looking to negate this penalty. And it's suddenly all closed up quite tightly at the end here. Pritchard will be very glad to bring this one home, but bring it home he will. Round the final corner, Alex Pritchard takes the first win of the day in heavyweights. It'll be Matt Wildman in second, James Small third on the road, but with a penalty to be applied. Anthony Ridd in fourth. Francesco Volpe will be fifth. Kevin Coombs in sixth. Seventh for Mikey Nichols. Dom Cliff, Luke Phillips and Elliot Taylor round out your top 10. With Dom Cliff your highest placed of your novice to see 3 drivers in that one. Didn't have any super heavyweights in that, but yeah, that was a good opening win there for Alex Pritchard. Steve Bosley comes to finish a heat that he'll want to forget, but it's well done to Alex Pritchard. Coming up next though here will be heat number 2. Let's take a look at the grid for heat number 2 then. Richard Lavender and Richard Allen start on the front row. Vinod Hirani and Mike Bodner on row 2. Joe Holmes and Chris Alcock are row 3. Oliver Moss and Chris Dixon are 4th row of the grid. 5th row is going to be Andrew Cherry and Miguel Hall to round out the top 10. Harry Melvin and Lewis Ridd are your 6th row, with Anwar Burrell Smith and Andrew Hicks on row 7. Max Jameson and Tom Stalker are next, with Mark Bramford and Sam Bensley on row number 9. And that is going to be it, because it's 18 karts in this one, not the 19 we had in heat 1. So both of our top 2 protagonists in this championship are in this one, but this is very much one that Joe Holmes will be looking to capitalise on, particularly with what's probably his highest grid slot.
Yeah, it's quite a stacked grid, this, because as I say, you've got your 2 championship contenders. You've got Chris Alcock, who is not a championship contender, but definitely a quick driver you'd expect to see at the front of this field. He's recently, or still feels quite recent, he's moved from the lightweights into the heavyweights to be a bit more competitive at this this weight category. Richard Allen in there as well, looked on good form yesterday. Yep, through the endurance and the sprint 60s. So he's had plenty of track time, and usefully for Dickie. And in fact, I can see it in the reflection in our windows. He's actually going for a kart change at the moment. The track conditions that we're seeing now, very similar to what we had yesterday afternoon for the sprint 60s. So that will be transferable knowledge that he'll be able to apply in this first race for him.
Absolutely. Just to talk a little bit more then, whilst the practice laps are going on about the championship, I mentioned Joe Holmes and Anwar Burrell Smith. Is Matt Wildman 3rd in the championship? And then with Adam Wright in 4th. Always a very consistent championship campaign that we see from Adam Wright. But he's then down in 5th place, where we have our points leader within Class 2, and that is Jonathan Elliott, but he's only some 5 points ahead of Alex Pritchard, who we just saw take the win in that first heat. Yeah. So that will have been a strong start for Alex Pritchard in his pursuit of Class 2 honours. And you mentioned Richard Allen there, mate. 8th overall in the championship, is 3rd within those Class 2 standings. If we head further down the order, Bill Taylor has been driving very strongly and currently is the points leader within super heavyweights, and he's got quite a comfortable lead over Lee Henderson and Richard Newton within that subclass. And then finally in Class 3, I'm just double checking my maths here, but I believe it's Luke Phillips who has bragging rights at the moment within Class 3, ahead of Max Jameson and Jaden Cadigan.
So that's how the subclasses line up in this championship at the moment. As they're just going for their rolling up laps in this one. Do put in your comments though on the stream on YouTube.
Hello to Mackenzie Taylor, who's got in contact via that very method on the chat. He's wishing the best of luck to Harry Melvin and Martin Buchan as well. Wishing Harry the best of luck. And it looks like the formation laps or the practice laps are completed. So just to remind us, starting 11th in this one. So pressure off, I'd say, because this is the race. If you're starting 11th, 12th, this is your one from the back for a C1 and a C2, just the novices, and C3 behind you.
I mean, when we say pressure's off, that's a relative statement.
It is.
Because you also want to try and get as far forward as possible, but also, yeah, I imagine if you were gonna choose a way around to have your randomly allocated grids, this is what you'd choose, is to have that sort of, you know, your least critical grid slot first, and then work your way up throughout the day. This is going to be the first one where we have the first heat of the day, I should say, where we have some super heavyweight runners. So look out for those green number plates, as well as the yellows of the class 1s and the blue number plate of the class 2s and 3s. And it looks like we are ready to get underway. Richard Lavender then in the grey and Hyder's yellow race suit there in the 162, your pole sitter. Richard Allen alongside, very experienced driver. And away we go then for heat number 2 into Oblivion, and it's a good even start from the grid for me. In fact, Richard Allen and Joe Holmes doing a good job there to make hay at the start as they head up the hill for the first time, and Richard Allen going straight to challenge Lavender for the lead, but ducks out of it, and that's going to leave him compromised and vulnerable to Joe Holmes, who's going to try and send it around the outside as somebody goes onto the grass and collects Colin the Cone quite aggressively there, and somebody else is trying to, it's a one-upsmanship of rallycross on this one. It's an interesting way for things to have got going.
Well, that was more akin to a beach volleyball match with poor Colin the Cone there. He got tossed up in the air at least twice.
Yeah.
Chris Alcock making a move there, already gaining positions. Anwar Barul Smith looking for a way through as well. Contact warning for number 44, which is Mike Bodner.
Yep, absolutely, who is the driver just passed by Chris Alcock there. So, bit of a scruffy lap in many ways on that first one, but we'll see how race control deem that one. But it is Joe Holmes who leads, and all of that, I should have said, Joe Holmes and Richard Allen did in the end manage to get past Richard Lavender. So there you can see Holmes from Allen at the front, and there's Mike Bodner battling away with, I think it was Vinod Hirani who was having a battle with into Christmas corner.
Your Holmes and Allen here. This is time to just check out and get out for get some points in the board. Looks like, was that Chris Alcock going down the inside of Lavender? Yes, it was. So Chris Alcock up to third. So already here on lap 2, the usual suspects coming to the fore.
Yeah, and Anwar Barul Smith on the move as well. He's just got by Harry Melvin on this lap I saw as well at Ashby Corner. So Barul Smith trying to get on and up the field, because he'll have spotted from this grid that this is the opportunity race for Joe Holmes, who's trying to limit that damage. Miguel Hall here in number 8, allowing that 97 of Lewis Rig back through, because obviously he was not 100% confident that the way in which he'd got by before was perhaps forward and acceptable to race control. So does the right thing, lets him back through to try another point. Yellow flags out at the top of the hill, as that's the 48. Oh, that's a heart in the mouth moment there for Max Jameson, going wide out of turn 2. Not the first time we've seen a driver doing that this weekend, and now going wide is the 74 Vinod Hirani. Rejoins as if, it is but a scratch, but that would have been a slightly scary moment for him as well, as he was forced to go wide, and that actually loses him the overall super heavyweight lead there, I think, because coming to the fore there is the 23 of Andrew Cherry. So Andrew Cherry now ahead of Hirani within that subclass. Miguel Hall down the inside of Harry Melvin into the boot, unless Melvin can mount a counter-attack. He's going to try and tuck underneath, actually. Yes, he is going to take the fight back, but Miguel Hall's going to sweep down the outside and stamp his authority as they come on from the start, finish straight, and begin lap number 4. Both dropping down the order as a result of that. That's Mike Bodner on the grass now out of turn 2 as well. And honestly, heavyweights, they do a good job of maintaining the grass around here at Whilton Mill. You don't need to do it for them.
Why is everybody taking the Andy Mellor line?
I don't know, mate. Well, you've not posted the footage of it yet. They don't know what the consequences are. The 23 of Andrew Cherry.
It doesn't work, lad.
Doing a battle there. I think that was with Mark Bramford towards the back there. And there is Lewis Ridd. And he has just got by on Harry Melvin, I believe. Yes, he has. Melvin has the close attention to Oliver Moss as well. He wanted to try and work with Ridd here, I think. As 2 plus 1 just to try and get up onto the back of the body of karts at the front, which is what Anwar Barul Smith is doing. Is significantly further forward, and they've just set the fastest lap of the race at 53.761. Is Melvin trying to come back at Ridd, whilst also being attacked by Oliver Moss. And is holding his position well here in the sandwich.
That was well dealt with by Melvin. Contact there with the driver in front of the driver behind. Here's Anwar Barul Smith going down the inside of Richard Lavender. That's good for 4th place.
Yeah, clean move there by Anwar Barul Smith, and good judgment from Lavender to know when to duck. And who's
Joe
that?
Holmes.
That's Joe Holmes. Joe Holmes from the lead of the race is off to driver's left in a most peculiar place to go off around this Whilton Mill circuit. We saw.
Is that mechanical?
Yeah, I mean, you have to wonder, don't you? Because it's such an odd place to have gone off. My goodness me, unless he was. Forgive me, I hadn't recently registered quite how close to Richard Allen he was running, but very odd place to have come to a stop. Here then is your lead battle then, which is suddenly coming alive between Richard Allen and Chris Alcock with 2 minutes left on the clock. But drama indeed for the championship leader. Joe Holmes is out of this one, and that is a gift to Anwar Barul Smith, who now runs in 3rd place. Here is a battle between Richard Lavender with Chris Dixon and Miguel Hall. But my goodness me, I mean, we saw in the lightweights this morning, we saw an incident at that point in the lap for Chris Powell, but that was, we think, because a full start was called and he sort of had to go off in avoidance because of everyone slowing down to go back into formation. But yeah, you've got to assume that that was maybe a mechanical issue for Joe Holmes, because very rare to see anyone go off. Well, this is facing the right way and everything, so, you know.
This is a huge opportunity for Chris Alcock. I was speaking to him before we got things underway during the lunch break. He was a little bit apprehensive about this particular heat because of the number of really strong drivers in it. But here he is, golden opportunity with Richard Allen up there with him. And I'm sure these two drivers, they've raced each other for a very, very long time. We'll play this sensibly.
Yeah.
Both of these drivers looking at a chance for a win here that they otherwise, with what's happened to Joe Holmes, I don't think they would have expected.
No. Miguel Hall just got by Richard Lavender into Ashby, by the way. That's the development on this lap, so I think both he and Chris Dixon have got by on Lavender this time. We'll see that confirmed. But we are on to the last lap here. Richard Allen, well, there's been no inkling of a penalty or any warning, so we have to assume it was a mechanical issue of some sort for Joe Holmes, and all that remains is for Richard Allen to defend here against Chris Alcock, but Alcock is looking for any opportunity he can here. Down into Ashby Corner, was almost trying to sell a dummy there as they come through into Wilkins Corner. Allen will have the inside line, but will Alcock be able to get a switch back towards, and you can see how defensive that Richard Allen is going. He knows that this is all he has to do to hold on to this win, and I tell you what, Anwar Barul Smith must be wishing there's a couple more minutes to go here, because he's catching these two hand over fist as they battle away here. You can see him there in the number 2, but it is going to be Richard Allen who takes the win in heat number 2. Chris Alcock will finish a brilliant second. Anwar Barul Smith will, I think, be a very happy driver there, finishing 3rd, but crucially, with his championship rival not scoring any significant points here. Chris Dixon in 4th, Miguel Hall in 5th, Richard Lavender holds on for 6th. Good drive from him. Then it's Lewis Ridd, Oliver Moss, Harry Melvin, and Mark Bramford, your highest placed Class 3 runner, to round out your top 10. But goodness me, that's already early dramas here, isn't it, for our championship players?
Second heats win of the season for Dickie Allen, so a really, really good result. We're going to take a short break. Next up is Heat 3.
Let's take a look at your grid then for this third heat for round 9 of the heavyweight and super heavyweight sprint championship in Club 100. Tom Fuller will take this one from pole with Lee Henderson alongside. Benjamin Robinson and Jeremy Deeks are on row 2 with Tim Hill and Tim Williams making up the third row. Alexander Lamin and Gary Miller are row 4 with Paul Jameson and Paul Williams rounding out the top 10. Then it's Kieran Chigsey and Stefan Appleton on row number 6. Adam Wright and Jaden Cadigan are on row 7 with Kevin Lake and Benjamin Wooten on row 8. And then it's Joel Arguelles, the British Indoor Karting Championship champion in the heavyweight class, and Martin Robinson to round out your 18-car grid for this third heat of the heavyweight running. Out for their practice laps now.
Good opportunity this for Lee Henderson, I feel.
Yes.
In his bit of the competition. I think we're right to say still in the super heavyweight, so looking to get some points on the board. Can't remember if he did flash up on the timing there, but no, Tim Hill was scheduled to run in this race, but unfortunately he's had to withdraw from the event. I do wish Tim the best of luck, best wishes, and hopefully can be fit for, if not this season, later in the season. I was speaking to JV this morning. He's trying to do 30 years because it's 30 years of Club 100 next year.
Yes.
That's what he wants to do.
Yeah.
So that would be a great achievement.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But yes, yeah, as you say, mate, Lee Henderson, a good opportunity for him. Second in those super heavyweight standings at the moment. So we'll be looking to get some good points on the board.
Chat is spicy as ever. Hello to Martin, who says, "Can I get a refund for the Harry Melvin fan club subscription?" I was like, oof.
Blimey.
Wow, first race.
Crikey.
Harry's got a
steady on. He's got 2 more heats to redeem himself. So don't worry, Melvin fans. There will be the opportunity for salvation. Yeah, be fine. Be fine. Don't worry. So yes, Heat 3 though out for their practice laps. This is because we're in the first rotation of the heat, so everyone gets a few laps of practice just to get their eye in on the karts and the circuit. Albeit there was a test session that many of them elected to take part in, but that's not mandatory. It's not part of the mandatory sprint format, if you like. So for some drivers, they will be just using these laps just to bed themselves in. Some of them, of course, may have been racing here yesterday in the Endurance Championship or indeed the Sprint 60 Championship, another couple of formats that Club 100 has in its repertoire of championships. And that's alongside all sorts of other things that Club 100 are involved in. They, of course, provide the machinery for the British Universities Karting Championship, which gets underway again in November. There's the Club 100 Experience, there's the Young Drivers Championship, and of course the exciting recent news of Club 100 Cadets coming in 2022. So there really is a lot to check out. Club100.co.uk is the place to go to find out all the information about that.
Adam Wright, a driver to watch out for in this race. This is his starting from the back race.
Yeah, such a consistent driver, 4th in the championship coming into today.
1 place lower than his achieved position last season. See Benjamin Robinson there in his Daniel Ricciardo replica helmet from his Red Bull days, that is.
Absolutely. Looks like we are good for the start here though. So Tom Fuller in the 153 on pole, currently on the right hand side as you look at it. And then the 13, you can see the green plate of Lee Henderson to go to give us one of our super heavyweight drivers. Here we go then. JV making sure it's a very steady start. Away we go for heat number 3. Fuller leads them towards oblivion for the first time. It's another good even start, but it's Benjamin Robinson trying to get 3rd place, wrestle it off of Jeremy Deeks as they head through the crook, but it's an amazing start for our top two as they head up the hill. They're unchallenged, but there's a spinner at the back, and it looked to me as well as like people were pushing quite a bit into Christmas Corner. I was amazed that was as clean as it was.
I think it was Jaden Cadigan who went round the red, yellow and white helmet at number 45. We'll confirm that in a few moments' time.
Absolutely. Looks like it's been a good start here for Paul Williams, though. You can see that the
too
65,
good a start. He's got a penalty.
Too good a start. And indeed, that's for ABC bump and pass. So I did wonder, it seemed just went out of shot at the critical point, I think, but it did look like quite the jostle for position through Christmas Corner. Benjamin Robinson has got quite a way down the other side. He was involved at all. Tom Fuller leads though. Lee Henderson in second, Paul Williams third, but with the 4th-place penalty now hanging over him to be applied post-race. Tim Williams here chasing Paul Williams up the hill in this 96 car. He's going to go to the inside and make the move into Christmas Corner. They both go out quite wide though, and Stefan Appleton is going to look to try and capitalise, and indeed he's going to, and Adam Wright as well, a number 3 car, Class 1 runner, trying to get through this all nice and cleanly. Indeed, he is the only Class 1 runner in this, so it's a good opportunity for Adam Wright in terms of getting some points over and above his other Class 1 rivals, as there's a couple of moves there going into Ozier's on this second lap. And now Paul Williams down the inside of Appleton is going to reinstate himself in, I think that's going to put him into 5th. We'll double check that one as it comes around, because there's a lot of changes on that lap. It was indeed 5th. I can count. Paul Williams in 5th then, Stefan Appleton in 6th. 7th for Alexander Lamin, who got by on Jeremy Deeks in that lap. Kieran Chigsey as well, up into 9th place, trying to work his way up the order. In fact, here is the 50 of Lake, Kevin Lake, going by on Joel Aguil's. He's top part of the lap, so that's slightly further down. That takes Lake up to 11th place.
Yeah, Joel Aguilas trying to fight back here. He spoke to him at Bayford Meadows. Said he was very much looking forward to the circuits remaining on the calendar for this year. He's gaining experience, and you see there in Class 3. Making the step from indoor racing to outdoor racing, working his way along the karting pathway.
Impressive pace of the race leader. There he is, pulled out 1.5 seconds over Lee Henderson. So I said they were breaking over 2 of them at the very start of the race, and they were, but now it's very much the case that Lee Henderson is under pressure from Tim Williams and Adam Wright. So we've got a super heavyweight driver under pressure from the Class 2 and the Class 1, but there is Adam Wright putting the move on Tim Williams down into Ashby. Nice and cleanly done, and that sees Adam Wright taking himself up to 3rd place.
Yeah, and for all of these drivers, they've got to be thinking about the final positions on the grid. We saw at the light race how close they were, and you know, a matter of points was the difference between being in that A final and being in the B final, and with work to do in the B final. We're like a few rows down on that grid. Should be good starts for all of these drivers. But there it's confirmed. Adam Wright's got to 3rd place. They try and settle the move on Lee Henderson here. Gets a tighter line coming through turn number 2. Can he get the speed up the hill and a shot at the inside? Lee Henderson goes defensive. Adam Wright tries to go around the outside. Can he hang it out there? No, Lee Henderson cuts back. Nearly Tim Williams at the inside as well, but good attempt there from Adam Wright. Another one here into Ashby. This time I think he's going to have the move done if he can get the exit right. No, he's gone a little bit long. Lee Henderson still holding to the outside. Opens the door for Tim Williams, who says, thank you very much, I'll have 3rd place.
Yeah, nice little exchange, very brave and high risk move from Adam Wright up at Christmas Corner, because when you go around the outside like that, you can end up relying on your rival basically to give you the room as it all tightens up for the little left-hand kink after Christmas Corner, which we like to call Boxing Day. It doesn't Christmas, it makes sense. But yeah, it all paid off in the end for Adam Wright. That just shows his experience, I think, and he can keep a clear head in the midst of all of that, and in the end knows where to position his car to make it pay off. Battle in the back coming up the hill there. Stefan Appleton and Alexander Lamin, it looked to me, were having a bit of an exchange over 6th place. But it stays as they were, but this time does Lamin have a look? No, he thinks better of it. Battle behind them as well between Jeremy Deeks and Kieran Chigsey. again, having a look there into Ozier's, but waiting to pick his moment here to make a clean move if he's going to make one at all. 3 seconds the gap that Tom Fuller has at the head of this field then. And we'd have to say that there just isn't enough time for Adam Wright to close that kind of a gap down. Indeed, he was 4.2 tenths quicker on that last lap. It's not going to be enough. So Fuller just needs to control this one now. Coming up the hill though, this time Alexander Lammin really would like to put a move on Appleton, and behind him is that other battle between Deeks and Chigsey. And that was the swap around. Chigsey getting through there at Christmas, so nice little move there for Kieran. Chigsey takes him up to 8th place.
Round the outside as well, you don't see many round the outside overtakes be done into Christmas corner. So very nicely judged there from Kieran Chigsey.
Absolutely. Going on to the final lap that though now for Tom Fuller, our race leader, and look at how it's bunched up here once again with Lee Henderson, Paul Williams, with a penalty hanging over him, don't forget, for a bump and pass right near the beginning of the race. Wants to try and negate that as much as possible. Meanwhile, Alexander Lammin still would like to get past Stefan Appleton. Through Christmas corner they go. There's nothing on for them there. Behind them as well, Chigsey, just a bit of a gap over Jeremy Deeks. So I think it would take something, a mistake there from Chigsey for that to change back round. And Wright has enough in hand over Tim Williams in the battle over second, but it is going to be coming around the last corner now. That man there, Tom Fuller, who will take a very controlled win for heat number 3. Adam Wright does the best that he can as a Class 1 runner, trying to optimise his points in second place there. Tim Williams in third, fourth for Lee Henderson, your highest super heavyweight driver. Paul Williams in fifth, Stefan Appleton in sixth, seventh for Alexander Lammin, Kieran Chigsey in eighth, Jeremy Deeks in ninth, and then 10th for your highest place novice Class 3 is Benjamin Wooten.
Yeah, the start on that one, third win of the year for Tom Fuller. Good points to start his day.
Coming up next here at Whilton Mill, though, is the last heat of this rotation, heat number 4. Let's take you through the grid then for the 4th heat of our heavyweights round 9. Jack Bolton and Jason Bear are your front row for this one, with Simon Kavanagh and Chris Kirk on row 2, Jordan Salter and Kurt Holmes on row 3. It'll be Richard Newton and Tarek Almu on row 4, with Jonathan Elliott, Class 2 points leader, coming into today, with Darrell Lowe alongside to round out your top 10. George Boothby and Darren Townsley are your 6th row of the grid, with Bill Taylor, points leader in super heavies today, with Shane Cotter alongside on row 7. Bradley Porter and Luke Collins are row 8. And then row 9 is going to be Daniel Hollinshead and Chris Solomon. And I think that means... No, it doesn't. We have got quite a... We've only got one Class 1 in this one as well, I believe, in the form of Jack Bolton. So another opportunity for a Class 1 driver to try and optimise his points.
Yeah, Jack Bolton, who's been on decent form. A good opportunity for him to get a win here. And as we said, we saw it with the lightweights earlier. It's that stage of the season where if you're not in a championship battle, perhaps, you're a little bit more relaxed. The results can flow a little bit better, whilst those who are fighting for the championship, that they're worrying about a 5th to 4th place move, a 4th to 3rd place move, and can sometimes make some mistakes. And I think we saw a little bit of that this morning. Jumbled up the A final grid a bit, gave the likes of Fraser Brunton and Daz Till a perfect opportunity to gain some strong results. And I see Jack Bolton in a kind of similar frame of mind, I'd say, at the start of today. He's not being talked about in terms of that top 3. That's not to say that he's not got the talents to be in that mix.
Yeah, absolutely. Just having a look at where we've seen Jack actually this season, and this is actually only the 4th round where we've seen him this year, so not doing a full season campaign, just in it for some fun. And if you're one of the championship contenders, that can be worrying, because it means that he's just there, from your perspective, to be a disruptor.
Yeah.
No disrespect intended. That is the general term that Andrew and I will often use for these drivers who are coming in with nothing to lose.
A couple of drivers going for kart changes, I can see, sprinting down to the bottom of pit lane. And just to explain to folks at home how that works, there's always a number of karts. If you imagine the fleet size of around 40 karts, there's not 40 karts out there on circuit at the moment, so there's always a number ready and waiting to go into battle out there. So a driver, when they do want to bring one in for whatever reason, they bring it in, they park theirs at the back, it gets tested, put back into the pool if it's deemed to be within spec, but they have to jump in the first one at the top end of the queue.
Yes.
Hence the running, sprinting down the pit lane that we see sometimes to get back out there, not delay the start.
And it's very much a thing of, but we should stress that, it is a cracking job that's done by the Club 100 crew to keep these karts nice and equal on performance, and but it'll just be the subtle things down to, if nothing else, a bit of personal preference. The subtle differences between the chassis. We even hear this in the top flight. Drivers will talk about different chassis within Formula One that feel subtly different, even though they may be done to, the highest standards the industry has to offer. So it tends to be a very subtle thing that causes the drivers to do this. But yep, that facility is available to them, and you'll particularly perhaps see that in the A final today, where by and large we'll have our most experienced drivers, and they'll be used to getting a feel for a kart, knowing, is this one for me? Is this what I want to contest for the big silverware in? But yeah, it's going to be interesting. So this is a golden opportunity for Jack Bolton, really. Not only is he the only Class 1 driver in the field, but he is also starting it from right at the front. So unlike Adam Wright in the previous race, where he was like, well, on balance over time I should work my way towards the front, but I have nonetheless got to work my way towards the front. Jack Bolton can just go, all right, let's nail the start, and hopefully should be able to control the pace from there. But there are 17 other drivers who ideally would like him to be less than successful in that endeavour.
Good chance as well for Bill Taylor in the super heavyweight stakes.
Absolutely.
Everyone's just trying to get themselves organised here.
Yeah, there's very much some... Jonathan Elliott is very much of the opinion that we should go round again.
Yeah, round
and indeed, that is the call there, that we're going around to sort ourselves out. Do hope everyone's remembered that pole is on the left here at Whilton Mill.
I think that is not the case, and that was what the problem was there, that you had some drivers on the wrong side of the grid.
It was one of the complications at Landau, where the side of the grid that pole is on changes depending on which layout they use at Landau.
This is a painful moment when you're the pace kart driver. Pace kart driver needs to get obviously back to the front of this to control the pace at the start, but everybody keeps warming up the tyres.
Yes, it is rather difficult.
Drivers, get out of the way.
Yes.
So we might be going round again here, because if the pace kart can't get to the front to control the pace of the start, we can't have a start.
I mean, they're doing a good job on their own, but yes.
The pace kart can drive on the grass.
This is true.
This is true. Maybe we'll be all right. Maybe they have just sufficiently paced themselves.
Yeah, but race control will be looking for good observance of the start lights on this one. So Jack Bolton in your 82 kart, Jason Bear alongside in the number 25. Round paddock corner they come, and it'll be eyes on the lights, and engine notes rise, and away we go in heat number 4. And into oblivion, Jason Bear with a strong start is going to try and hold on to second place. It looks to me like Jordan Salter is coming to the fore in the 42, and will have the inside line into Christmas corner. But great start from Jack Bolton. That's exactly what he wanted. That's a spin for quite high up, and a heavy impact there in the middle of the pack. And I think that was that. I'm trying to recognise that race suit. I wondered if that was Richard Newton.
Yeah, I think it was the super heavyweight.
Yeah, in the 32. Just the rear end just went round on him.
Testament to the side pods, the high side pods that the Club 100 carts have in previous years. That would have probably been a bit of a ride over, but the cart's keeping all the drivers safe and sound.
Darren Townsley hounding the back of Simon Kavanagh here in the early running as they come around to finish the first lap. It's a penalty for our Class 2 Championship points leader, Jonathan Elliott, for ABC bump and pass. As they come around to finish lap number 1, it is Jack Bolton who's had the dream start. Jordan Salter, as I said, did do well to come up into second place there. But look at this, Jonathan Elliott now with that penalty hanging over him, as Tarek Almu also gets a bump and pass penalty. And that is a nice pass, whilst I was saying that, by Jonathan Elliott on Salter to take himself into second place, as Jason Bear is having to defend against Bill Taylor and Kurt Holmes behind him.
Yeah, and there's a track limit warning already for the leader. Now I imagine that is out of final corner. Drivers are basically the same rules as Motorsport UK racing. Darrell Lowe goes down the inside for a position there.
Points Taylor.
Yeah, points Bill Taylor back through because he thinks there was a bit of contact there. So that was heads up driving from Darrell. Yeah, but it's this next corner here that's had the curb changed on it about 12 months ago.
Jonathan Elliott going for a move there with Jordan Salter again, or I should say Salter trying to take the position back off of Jonathan Elliott. They're side by side across the line as there's another penalty for Tarek Almu, so it's a costly race for him. And this time that'll put Salter out onto the grass, and that was very close to him losing control there with a couple of wheels on the grass. Kurt Holmes going down the inside of Jason Bear. They've been battling for the whole last lap, and this time it goes the way of Kurt Holmes.
Darrell Lowe using all of his experience to weave his way through there, gain a position past Salter as he was recovering. So it's all still to play for at the front of this race. There is the number 31 of Jonathan Elliott. Has a penalty though. That's down the inside there. That's 7-3.
Yeah, Tarek Almu
new helmet. That's what
it is indeed. But he's also trying to make up for some penalties in this one. Could already be turning into one to forget. Kurt Holmes in the 93 there's there. That's the 42 of Jordan Salter trying to make positions back up after his heart-in-the-mouth moment at the start of the previous lap, at this point last time around.
Despite the penalties, which I'm sure will recalibrate himself, but it's good to have Tarek back. He's been away for a while. Comes to all of these events from overseas, which has been a little bit difficult recently, but now coming from agreements, I'm sure he's been able to make the trip. Darrell Lowe down the inside of Jason Bear there. Nice move by the 115. That's good for fourth.
Yeah, Bill Taylor as well going side by side with Tarek Almu behind them, and they're now almost 3 abreast heading into Osiers. I think Jason Bear is feeling a little bit mugged here on this lap. He's down another few positions. He's got to gather it up though, because Simon Kavanagh is right on his tail as well. Just got to try and refine that momentum and not see the red mist. Gather yourself up and go on to the next lap and try to build back into it.
Good pace this from Jonathan Elliott. I know he'll be frustrated with the place reduction to come, but at least for the rest of the day he's into the 53s.
2 times pass penalty for Tarek Almu. Salter is trying to put a move on Bill Taylor. He's going to try and keep his foot in it into Inkerman, and he's given the room and he's got that job done. And that's fair play to Bill Taylor. That's almost a bit too generous on the room from Bill Taylor, but didn't want to have the incident and allowed Salter to keep his foot in it into Inkerman.
Well, we've seen a few force and driver wide penalties today, so yeah, I think that was that's heads up from that perspective of, okay, loses a position on the road, but it's not a retain your position, but get 2, 3, 4 lost at the end of the race through a penalty.
Yeah, very good point. Very good point. Darrell Lowe leads Tarek Almu onto another lap of this circuit in the battle over 4th place. Jack Bolton doing exactly what he needed to do in this one. I mean, you're right, though, the pace of Jonathan Elliott is impressive. Just half a second out of Jack Bolton last lap, but one would presume that Bolton's maybe keeping a bit in reserve here. There's no need to be pushing 100%, but
that is true, but he doesn't want to do it too much, because at the current pace, Jonathan Elliott's going to be right on his rear bumper on the last lap of this one. Just had a quick shot there of Daniel Hollenshed. in the 127, 11th place at the moment for Holland Shed, but crucially top of the C3 winners at this precise moment in the race. So good drive there in the 127.
Doing well there. Newton's just got past Shane Cotter over 12th place as well. So it's another battle going on out there. There you can see the gap though. Sorry, Andrew.
New PB for Jack Bolton, 54.393. So he is starting to increase the pace again. But Elliott is going quicker, 54.159. Quickest driver of them all though, Jordan Salter. So he's got some positives from this race, I feel. He's had that moment through turn 2. But clearly, the speed for Jordan is there today.
Yeah, absolutely. Here then is the lead gap coming down. And Bolton, you would have thought, would be aware that things are closing a little bit. There's a few points on the lap around Whilton Mill where you can sort of look back at the entry into a corner and kind of clock whether people are getting closer to you. There's Kurt Holmes, though, in 3rd place as they go on to the last lap. Under some pressure here from Darrell Lowe, and this is the closest battle on the track at the moment coming up the hill. You've got the 173 of Tarek Almu involved as well. Lowe is looking for an opportunity, but can't find a way up the inside. He'll try and get the switch back through Boxing Day and through Incomers to set up the opportunity into Ashby, but Kurt Holmes goes super defensive, cuts back across to try and deter any options on that front. He is driving very defensively here. It's all going to start bunching up behind him, even more so than it was already. Here's the opportunity for Lowe, firing one down the inside of Ozias. They're still side by side, though. They're going to have to sort each other out. Someone's going off. That Tarek Almu almost went off in avoidance there. They're 3 abreast here, down the back straight, as Jordan Salter's going to try and go by Darrell Lowe. Up ahead of them, though, Jack Bolton is coming around to take the win, and that's how close it was at the line. 0.137 from Jonathan Elliott. Kurt Holmes holds on for 3rd. Jordan Salter, though, does get by Darrell Lowe in that exchange in the boot at the last lap. Tarek Almu in 6th, but with 2 bump and pass penalties to be applied. Bill Taylor, your highest placed super heavyweight. There's Jason Bear, Simon Kavanagh, and Daniel Hollinshead, the highest placed Class 3 runner, to round out your top 10.
Yes, I think Solomon on the end there, down Townsley as well, because he was, there he is, just coming across the line. Oh, entertaining finish to the race there. We're going to move on. Second rotation is going to get underway very shortly with people 5.
Let's take you through the grid then for our 5th heat. We begin our second rotation of heat, so all these drivers out for their second race of the day. And Anwar Burrell-Smith has his golden opportunity, his highest placed grid position of pole position, with Paul Williams alongside Sean Brierley and Miguel Hall are on row 2, with Kieran Chigty and Vinod Hirani on row number 3. Row 4 is going to be Vijay Patel and Mike Bodner, and it'll be Mark Appleton and Steve Lindley to round out the top 10. Richard Masterson and Matt Wallman are on row number 6. Oliver Moss and Samuel Bensley are your 7th row. David Wilson and Kevin Lake on row 8. Andrew Hicks and Benjamin Wootton on row 9. And then rounding out what I believe is a 19 kart grid should be Blake Templey. And we're ready to get underway. No practice warm-up laps with this, remember. Anwar Burrell-Smith leads them away. It was a very strong start from that pole side of the grid. In fact, was it a bit too good, Andrew? Because I'm amazed by how far ahead Burrell-Smith and Miguel Hall are coming up the hill. We'll have to see what race control makes of that, but Paul Williams going defensive against the rest of the field, apart from those top 2, as we've got a spinner at the back there, but it's a clean breakaway so far from Burrell-Smith and from Miguel Hall in the 2 and the 8 respectively.
I'll have a look at it on the replay, something on the monitor now. It looked fairly even between the front row. Actually, no, I see what you mean. Yeah, the pole side did get a much better run, but it wasn't as dramatic as the one we saw earlier in the lightweights with Fraser Brunton. I think it was just, unfortunately, anti-pole side of the grid, not quite being away. Oh, round there.
Is that Chigty?
I think it was, yes, the 107. Going round there. We'll have it confirmed on timing in a moment if you see the 107 descending down. Yep. No, it wasn't the 107.
Oh, apologies.
It was the 100. It was the 100 of Mark Appleton. Good call.
And just to finish the housekeeping, it was David Wilson who we saw having a spin earlier on in the lap as well. So he was going around on this one.
Oliver Moss with some work to do in this race. That's a position gain for him. It's the 1-2-6. So once again, I get the feeling with this first race in this second rotation, a number of drivers with an opportunity here to get some good points on the board as Matt Wildman goes down the inside of Paul Williams for third. Get some good points in this one. You're giving yourself a good shot of getting in that A final on points automatically. Mike Bodner looking round the outside of Paul Williams now. Two very experienced drivers going toe-to-toe here, and Steve Lindley looking to get involved as well. Up the inside, gains a position on Paul Williams. Nicely done by Steve Lindley.
Even more experience. There was a lot of Club 100 races in amongst that battle right there. As there is, apologies, Kieran Chigsey. Well, I'm not sorry to see him up there. Apologies for miscalling that he'd had an incident. There is Chigsey getting by on Paul Williams as well. And Benjamin Wooten being given the penalty for a takeout, which one would presume means he has been apportioned blame for what happened to Mark Appleton. Coming back at Kieran Chigsey there is Paul Williams down into Ashby Corner. There's your race leader, Anwar Smith, and then there's Miguel Hall. Matt Warman up into third place, followed by Bodner and Lindley. And this is now Oliver Moss, who's got by Kieran Chigsey, arrived on this scene to now try and put a move on Paul Williams. Because you can see the Class 1 party that's up at the front here. Again, Oliver Moss, and he wants in on that action.
Indeed. So end of lap number 3. Brule Smith leads by nearly 2 seconds ahead of Miguel Hall, Matt Warman third. Fastest driver out there at the moment does look to be Matt Wildman.
Oh, it cost him that last time around for Vijay Patel, so some kind of drama has befallen his race on that last lap. I think we picked it up on the cameras. The highest place of the Class 2 runners at the moment, but as we've said earlier, the subclasses are all scored together. So there's ways, we always talk about, oh, there's maybe only one or a couple of Class 1 runners in this race. If you're a Class 2 runner, that causes a bit of friction within the Class 2 ranks because, you know, if everything shakes out as would be expected given the subclass denotions of each driver, you know, your highest placed Class 2 runner is then going to finish second. Well, that's more points than Bodner and Lindley are on for now, albeit they are the highest placed Class 2 runners in this race. So obviously over the course of the season this all sort of works itself out through the random allocation of those 2 races. But it's just something to bear in mind that, you know, Bodner and Lindley still have something to fight for here, even if it is Class 1 runners further up the road, because they want every single point that they can have. We saw it everywhere. Just particularly this morning, you were noticing quite how tight it was on points from the heats in deciding your positions for the finals. And okay, maybe that's not such a big deal if it's the difference between 12th and 13th on the grid. It could be a massive difference if there's a difference between being on the grid for the A final and having to fight your way up through the B final. And that will be why moves like that have to be decisively done as Steve Lindley goes down the inside of Mike Bodner under braking for the boot.
Steve Lindley looking very hooked up in this second half of the circuit today. It's not the first time he's made a nice overtake through the boot in his 2 appearances so far. Here's your battle for second place, Miguel Hall and Matt Wildman.
Yeah, that's closed up quite a bit, and that's come courtesy of Matt Wildman setting the new fastest lap of the race, 53.9, and he's hounding the back of Miguel Hall now, who's some 6/10 of a second slow that last lap as Bodner and Lindley still battle away. I think Lindley will still have the bragging rights at the end of that exchange because he had the inside for Ashby, but Matt Wildman is not letting Miguel Hall rest easy here for a moment. He's going to have the outside of the first part of the boot, but he's going to try and get a switch back through the second. You can see him going harder over to the left-hand side, but he can't find the room, can he, to tuck underneath? No, Miguel Hall, experienced driver. Oh, and is that an issue? That's an issue for Matt Wildman. That's an issue, and that's going to be devastating for him.
Now, I don't know if we can get a replay of that, Luke. I reckon that is chain going because he took a big chunk of curb on the right-hand side of the kart. It is something, and I wonder if this is the problem for Joe Holmes as well, that it's a risk round here in particular. There's a lot of exit curbage that you hit with the right-hand side of the kart. Chain failures are common here. Now, let's just have a look as he runs over round the toe of the boot. He's going to cut to the inside, take a big chunk of curb. Yeah, that's a chain.
Yeah.
That is a classic example of where you chunk a curb, it makes contact with the underside of the kart, and you lose drive. I think that's a chain failure for Matt Wilder.
Yeah, there's even a nice bit of lateral sort of motion over that curb as well, just to make sure that the chain got thrown wide. But we are on the last lap. Amar Burrell-Smith is, and if you're Joe Holmes, Andrew, this is slightly painful viewing given what happened to Joe Holmes earlier on when he pulled over to the side of the road. At the moment, Amar Burrell-Smith is 5.6 seconds to the good from Miguel Hall. Still Steve Lindley running in third, Mike Bodner in fourth. Oliver Moss has not been able to close the gap on those two Class 2 runners, so he's currently running in fifth. Kieran Chigsey, your highest placed super heavyweight at the moment. But it's been a nice, in fact, the gap there you can see, not too much between Miguel Hall and Steve Lindley, excuse me, but it's not going to make a huge difference because the race is about to end as Amar Burrell-Smith crosses the line to take the win in heat number 5. Miguel Hall will hang on for second place ahead of Steve Lindley, Mike Bodner in fourth. Good points for those two drivers. Oliver Moss in fifth, Paul Williams in sixth. Then it's Kieran Chigsey with Richard Masterson just hanging on by a tenth of a second from Andrew Hicks, with Hicks being your highest placed novice Class 3 driver, and Benjamin Wotton finishing 10th on the road, but with a costly penalty to be applied after a takeout penalty. Bizarre, I mean, the fastest lap in the race set by a man who retired at one. But that was your top 10 in heat number 5, and that's some valuable points there for Amar Burrell-Smith. Next up here at Whilton Mill is heat number 6 for your heavyweights. Heat number 6 then for your heavyweights. Let's take you through the grid. Kevin Coombs and Darrell Lowe, your front row, with Stefan Appleton and James Small on row number 2. George Boothby and Alex Pritchard are row 3, with Benjamin Robinson and Anthony Ridd on row 4. Then it's Jeremy Deeks and Chris Dixon, Andrew Cherry and Chris Alcock on your 6th row of the grid. It's going to be Francesco Volpe and Elliot Taylor next up, with Max Jameson and Tom Stalker on row 8, with Luke Collins rounding out the 17-kart grid for this heavyweight heat. Straight into rolling up, although we will be going around again because they're not quite formed up yet.
Number of drivers in this race who've had strong results already.
Yep.
Darrell Lowe, James Small, Alex Pritchard's had a win so far today.
Yep. Max Jameson will be hoping for less of a party the Ralph moment through turn 2 as well, if I remember his heat from earlier on.
Interesting line being taken there by Alex Pritchard. Was he just exploring the outer limits of that concrete runoff on turn number 2? I mean, he's on the other side of the grid for being there.
Yep.
He's on the right-hand side as if you're the driver's right.
Yep. Drivers are allowed to use as much of that turn 2 runoff as they like, but it comes with a catch, which is that if you go too far onto that concrete runoff, it can cause you to spear wide. It doesn't actually help after a certain point. And there's also the runoff of Ashby as well, which they're allowed to run over. Looks like we're good for the start then. Kevin Coombs, your pole sitter, Darrell Lowe alongside in that 115. Away we go for heat number 6 and into oblivion. Looks like another good even start there, and James Small is trying to make progress early on in that 57, trying to get up the inside there as they head through Christmas Corner for the first time. People going a little bit wide. Looked like Pritchard was going a bit wide. That's Chris Alcock. Onto the grass?
Yep.
As they come down into Ashby Corner, manages to recover it without any further incident, but that's going to be being a costly moment there for Chris Alcock.
And that's a shame for the relative. Like to see those other Class 1s galloping down the road already.
Chris Dixon making early progress here, though. He's battling away with James Small and Alex Pritchard, which means that he's worked his way up the running order early on, having started down in 10th on the grid.
Good move by Volpe there. Oh no, and then a bit of contact afterwards.
That's
with
Anthony Ridd.
Jeremy Deeks and Anthony Ridd involved there.
Yep. So Darrell Lowe, though, leads at the end of that one. Didn't catch it on the cameras, I don't think, but he got by up into the lead on Kevin Coombs, as there's an issue for Benjamin Robinson on that first lap, and a penalty for Anthony Ridd for a take-out, as Alex Pritchard and James Small swap positions up at Christmas Corner. So Pritchard making good progress once again. Chris Alcock trying to get by on Andrew Cherry, I think that was, into Ashby Corner. And this is the battle over 4th place, with Alex Pritchard currently at the head of it. There's your race leader, Darrell Lowe. You can see Kevin Coombs and Stefan Appleton are keeping in close proximity to him. Appleton with that green number plate indicating that he's in the super heavyweight ranks as they come on to lap number 3. Now this is the thing, if you're Pritchard, Small and Dixon, you may as well start working together to try and catch up to the top 3.
Yeah, it's a quick train actually. It's Dixon, fastest driver out there at the moment, 54.9 last time around. And they've probably got the help of Volpe and Alcock joining them soon as well.
Yep.
So that would be a powerful set of 5 drivers with 4.5 minutes left to go. Yeah, they can work together and pull in this top 3.
Yep. Book your ticket on the train, folks. We're going to try and catch a race leader. Or are we? Because Pritchard's feeling the need to look over his shoulder every now and again. It's an uneasy alliance at the best of times, our sprint racing trains of karts working together. Looked to me like Anthony Ridd was putting the move up earlier on in the lap as well, possibly for 13th place.
Good response actually from the front trio. Darrell Lowe down into the mid-54s, as here comes Chris Dixon down the inside. Doesn't want to follow. James Small wants to move further up the order. And a nice overtake there for Christmas.
Yep, absolutely. And Francesco Volpe will immediately smell the opportunity as well. Could be this one. Yeah, could be a penalty in the first heat for Volpe, so I think he'll be wanting to try and make amends for that with some good points in this one. There is Alex Pritchard down the inside of Appleton at Ozers, and he's made that. He immediately arrived on the scene and has got by. And now Appleton, I think, has a difficult job now because, you know, all these drivers are going to want to try and get past him, and his rhythm is unsettled. But there's Volpe unsettling the rhythm of James Small. And that's going to allow Chris Alcock to go round the outside, and it's borderline with the track limits, but you can't take away from it, Andrew. That was very impressively read from Chris Alcock to arrive on the scene and try around the outside of paddock, as now Chris Dixon is putting pressure on Stefan Appleton up the hill.
Yeah, especially on the approach to paddock as well. How many times have we seen a driver get squeezed onto the dirt and on the grass on driver's left and lose grip on the approach to that corner? So nicely done by Alcock. 2 minutes and 50 seconds to go.
The thing is, if you're Appleton, you're still on for some good points here. You're still the highest place in your super heavyweight drivers, as there's a swap there with Chris Alcock now ahead of James Small on this lap. So it's there's a slight tap there from Chris Alcock on the rear of Appleton.
Chris Alcock quickly at this rate is going to catch his Applewood stable mates, which they had a great ding-dong at Bayford Meadows a number of weeks ago.
Yep, absolutely. This is your race leader, Darrell Lowe. We haven't had to see much of him this race, because as that's quite a wide line from Appleton on the exit curb of turn 2, and that's going to leave him wide open for attack from Chris Alcock, who duly does go through there, and Francesco Volpe still hounding the back of James Small as well. Small's going to want to try and put the move on Appleton now so that he doesn't have to worry so much about that. They're side by side at the apex of Ashby, and it stays as it was. Good job from Appleton to hold on to that one. But yeah, Kevin Coombs keeping our race leader honest, Andrew. It's down to 0.2 of a second, this gap now. So Darrell Lowe not being allowed to get complacent here. And here it is, your lead battle, with a couple of minutes still to go on the clock with this one. So this is going to be a one to watch now. As you can see there, the likes of Pritchard and Dixon are definitely going to want to work together, I'd have thought, to see if they can get onto the back of this lead battle. New fastest lap from Chris Dixon. As coming up the hill now, Stefan Appleton under pressure from James Small,
who has a cone penalty, unfortunately, so that's going to be 1 place deducted at the end of this race. Just over 60 seconds on the clock to go. Anthony Ridd has had the best races, but he has just got 12th place off of Max James in top C3 at the moment, by the way. It's Elliot Taylor running nicely in the top 10.
Yeah. Penalty to be applied to entry in the post-race. Of course, one of the reasons why the best one for him. But here coming onto the back straight, Appleton under pressure from James Small, who's still looking for a way by here. It's been this way for a couple of laps. They won't need a second time asking either. Did it look maybe like, yes, it did look like Small was getting alongside there, and we'll get through, and Volpe will try and follow through as we are onto the final lap. Yes, Volpe did get by, but here's the battle for third place then. So if you were working together, stop. Now's the time to try and push to make a move if you're going to, whereas further ahead, it does look to me like Darrell Lowe just about has enough in hand here to not worry too much, unless Kevin Coombs closes in significantly in this latter half of the lap.
This has been a really nicely managed race from Darrell Lowe. He had that pressure a few moments ago, but he's clearly held something in reserve, as you say, Howard.
Absolutely, that's the 23 of Andrew Cherry putting pressure on James Small, and what that means is that there has been a change actually in the highest place super heavyweight. In the dying moments of this one, Cherry ahead of Appleton, so there is a change there, but there's no change at the front because Darrell Lowe is going to take the win for heat number 6. Kevin Coombs in second, Pritchard in third, Chris Dixon is fourth ahead of Chris Alcott. James Small finishes 6th. It is Andrew Cherry who finishes 7th, so he made up some good positions on that last lap there. Always worth pushing to the end. Volpe in 8th, Appleton in 9th, and Elliot Taylor, your novice class 3 runner, rounding out your top 10. We're halfway through the heats in the heavyweights here at Whilton Mill. Heat 7, as you can see, is coming right up. Heat 7 then out and underway already, warming up. Bill Taylor will take this one from pole. Super heavyweight driver leading them away for this one. Harry Melvin alongside. Come on, Melvin fan club. Let's get those chants going again. Lewis Ridd and Jonathan Elliott on road number 2. Joe Holmes will be looking to make up for a terrible first heat for him with Richard Lavender alongside. Row 4 is going to be Jack Bolton and Richard Allen. Jason Bear and Alexander Lamin round out your top 10 with Gary Miller and Tim Hill on row 6. Row 7 will be Kurt Holmes and Chris Solomon. Joel Arguelles and Dom Cliff are on row 8. Shane Cotter and Matthew Batter are on row number 9.
Grid formed up for this one then. Second chance for all of these drivers. There's the number 67 of Harry Melvin on the left-hand side of your screen, but poleman is Bill Taylor. Will control the pace to the line. Away we go then for 7 minutes round Whilton Mill. Not a good start at all for those on the anti-pole side of the grid. And I think, well, Joe Holmes was already ahead of Harry Melvin by the time that they got into turn 1. Look at this. Joe Holmes on the attack straight away.
Bolton off wide.
Yeah, and keeps it going, but he's going to lose a number of positions. This is actually quite a key race for Joe Holmes. With the retirement in the first race, he needs good results now in his next 2 races. Otherwise, he's going to have a really uncharacteristic job to do in the finals.
There's an issue here.
Yeah,
Jonathan Elliott has an issue with his kart as well.
Yep. And it's coming to a halt. There's a penalty for Jonathan Elliott as well. We'll confirm what it's for in a moment.
Bump and pass, and that's devastating. There's another subclass points leader in the championship having a dramatic moment there, Jonathan Elliott, and he'll be devastated. People like Richard Allen, this is an opportunity for him. It's Lewis Ridd who leads, Joe Holmes in second, Richard Allen in third, Harry Melvin down to 4th on that first lap, Jason Bear, Richard Lavender, Alexander Lamin. Good start for Joel Arguelles, up to the highest placed of your novice class 3 runners on that first lap. Some 3 positions there, so good starts all round. Difficult first lap for the pole sitter though. Bill Taylor down to 10th position. Yeah, Jack Bolton I think is circulating back at the speed again. I thought he was having a kart issue actually at the top of the hill, such was his lack of speed on the outside of Christmas Corner. Here goes Joe Holmes though. He needs to, maybe not needs to points-wise, but he psychologically I think really would like the win here to take this.
Good position for Dickie Allen to be in at the moment as well, just sitting on the rear bumper of Joe Holmes. try and follow through. Should Holmes throw a big one down the inside of Lewis Reed, and here it comes, and in fact he's going to get a bit of help from Richard Allen behind. Perfectly done by both Holmes and Allen. They both gained a position in all of that. Lewis Reed, there's not really much he could have done about that. He's down to third.
No, there was some very savvy bump drafting there. And to be absolutely clear, this is an opportunity for Richard Allen now, third within those Class 2 standings coming into today. And we've just seen Jonathan Elliott pulling over at the side of the road. He knows what opportunity he's got now.
Cone penalty for Kurt Holmes, currently running in 7th place. There's Richard Allen having a go there at Joe Holmes. I don't think he quite expected that, but Joe just bogged down a little bit through the toe of the boot. End of lap 3, change for lead confirmed there.
Yeah, we saw what happened to Matt Wildman earlier on, trying to do a very similar kind of move there. So Richard Allen will want to pick a perhaps more prominent opportunity than that. It's further battling. That's Jack Bolton going by on Jason Bear. So that's Bolton up into 5th place. Kurt Holmes is now immediately on the scene with Jason Bear, as well as we've got a driver off at driver's left going into Christmas corner. And
is it 171 there, or I need
double
to
check that one? But he
recover the cart.
Yeah. So quite a few carts falling off in this one, or retiring. The 36 of Lamin there, now on the back of this Bear Holmes fight, and that's a late move from Bear to try and move across and defend that one. Did actually deter a move, but you've got to be careful with that yellow flag's out as they come up the hill, because it's Dom Cliff, I believe. No, it was Chris Sullivan. It was Chris Sullivan at the side of the road. So yeah, that's Sullivan recovering his cart now. So it's the 105. Trying to get underway again. And Jimmy keeps out of everybody's way, which is good race practice there. But Richard Allen, I thought he'd be working together with Joe for a little longer in this one, if I'm honest, mate. I'm surprised. He's looking racy here, isn't he?
Yeah, Richard Allen's been in good form this weekend. 3 minutes of this one to go. There is Kurt Holmes.
Bill Taylor. Only super heavyweight in this heat is Bill Taylor. So to maximise what he can score in this one.
Jack Bolton's quietly made his way up the order, Howard. He's now in 5th place. He's just had a PB of 53.918.
Yep. I don't think it was a great first lap for him, but he's definitely making amends on that now, as this is Lamin having a look at Kurt Holmes into Christmas corner. But Holmes with good speed towards the end of that straight, and strong on the brakes, and it wasn't on there for Lamin.
Just for a comparison, for those who weren't around this morning, the lightweights, you'd say a fast lap time for a lightweight is anything lower than the 53.4 this morning, and of course these being heavyweights are running at a weight disadvantage to those drivers. So being in the 53.9s, that's very good pace for this setup, this weight division. Less than 2 minutes to go on the clock then. New fastest lap of the race comes in from you know who, Joe Holmes, 53.916.
I don't think he liked what you had to say about heavyweight pace, mate. I think he's I'll show you. I'll show you, but yes, indeed, increases his lead over Richard Allen, who himself is, to be fair, posting on the high 53-second mark. Don't forget, live.alphatiming.co.uk, click on Club100 if you have a spare screen. Free to add an additional layer to your following on today's action at Whilton Mill. There is your race leader, Joe Holmes, on his penultimate lap at this point. Put enough of a gap between himself and Richard Allen, you would have to guesstimate to say that he should be comfortable to bring this one home, but he'll be taking nothing for granted after the disappointment that befell him in his earlier heat today. Coming on to the last lap then, Joe Holmes.
He's definitely heard me. That was a 53.8 this time around. Sorry, Joe.
Oh, and Jack Bolton heard you too. 53.7 for Jack Bolton that time around. And that is because he's trying to hunt down. I don't think he's close enough to make a move on Harry Melvin. So he's trying to get back onto the back of this Lewis Reed. Harry Melvin, that actually has put up enough time, because Melvin there just lost the rear end a little bit in Ashby and had to correct for it. So keep your eyes peeled on a change potentially for fourth place as our leaders come on to the back straight. Quick look over the shoulder from Joe Holmes, but everything is under control. He's going to come round the boot now.
But another solid win for Joe Holmes, striking back after the disappointment of the retirement in his first heat. Joe Holmes wins heat 7 with a really, really good drive. Richard Allen in second, third for Lewis Ridd, Jack Bolton fourth, Harry Melvin a stronger result that time in fifth. He did lose a position, I think, at the end
on the last lap. Yeah, Bolton did get by.
Kurt Holmes finishes in sixth, Alexander Lamb in seventh, Bill Taylor, Jason Bear, Richard Lamb in 10th, down to 10th. And we're going to cut straight into a mini break because heat 8 is heading out now.
Let's take a look at your grid then for heat number 8 as they're going around now. Adam Wright and Mikey Nichols are your front row with Darren Townsley and Paul Jameson on row 2. Steve Bosley and Simon Kavanagh on row 3. Tom Fuller and Chris Kirk are on row 4 with Lee Henderson and Richard Newton rounding out the top 10. Then it's Tarek Almu who'll be looking for a few lesser penalties in this one with Jordan Salter alongside Tim Williams and Martin Robinson row 7. Daniel Hollinshead and Luke Phillips on row 8. Jaden Cadigan and Bradley Porter are your 9th row of the grid, and then Mark Bramford rounds out a 19 kart grid for this, your 8th heat and your last one of the second rotation. So after this, all drivers will have contested 2 heat races, and we will go into our final rotation of heats ahead of the all-important finals this afternoon. We are good for the go here. There'll be eyes on the lights and engine notes rise. And Adam Wright with a golden opportunity for him to score some good points in this one. This is his highest grid position. Obviously he's on pole, and look at this, almost 4 abreast, squirreling around on the exit curbing of turn number 2, and I thought so. Adam Wright's going to be on up and away, and he'll leave the class 2, and there's someone going round. Is that Salter going round in the middle of the pack there? And it's going to cause everybody to check up behind him, and it'll be a costly moment there. No, it's a green flag going out there. I thought it was a full start flag for a second, but it wasn't enough of a ruckus for that to be brought about. But Adam Wright has had the dream start. There he is, he's just checked out. That is Mikey Nichols as there's more leaning on each other out of Wilkins. The 32 of Richard Newton is right in the middle of it there. We've got drivers trying to go, or having to go over the grass, I should say. And there's the 127 squirreling around as well. That's Daniel Hollinshead on the grass as well, and it's one of the scruffiest starts, I think, of the day that we've seen here, Andrew.
Yeah, Martin Robinson forced out wide there, clipped the tyres. I think was also given the position for I'm going for P1, guys. Yeah, lost out there as a result. All very tight in the middle of the pack. And what's happened there? It's the number 64 of Mikey Nichols. I think he was off wide. It's the number 72. Oh, it's Steve Bosley.
Steve
What
Bosley.
a rotten day Steve Bosley is having. Was out on, well, turn 1, turn 2 of his first heat. Again, not made it round the first lap in his second heat.
And to be clear, Tom Fuller, Tarek Almu and Jordan Salter are all drivers who got significantly held up, and Martin Robinson, as you mentioned, who got held up by the goings-on of that first lap. It was very early on, actually. You could see Jordan Salter was going into a spin very early on, actually, in that that Christmas corner on lap 1. We've got yellows out in the last sector for that Steve Bosley incident. So we'll calm it down through the last corner here. Adam Wright, 3.8 seconds to the good over Mikey Nichols in second place, Lee Henderson third.
This is perfect for Adam Wright. He can just sit out in front at the moment. He's passed. That's Bradford going through.
That's a race suit you can probably appreciate. Yeah, those red and white stripes on there.
Stronger gun this time. 4.5 minutes to go. And the thing for Wright here, because look at it, it's this battle for second place. This is going to be quite ferocious now. They're not going to work together. If you're in Lee Henderson's position, you try and get by as Bramford making more moves. That's in past Simon Kavanagh.
Yeah, and that came off the back of Williams getting by on Kavanagh into Ozier's as well. So Kavanagh's going to have to gather himself up here because he's under immediate pressure from Richard Newton there on 32.
But yeah, if you're part of this group and you try and get to the front of it and pull away, because there's a nice gap to race into. But you know you're not really going to have the speed to close down that 4.4 second gap that Adam Wright has. Here comes Richard Newton down the inside though of Simon Kavanagh.
And
a
Luke
nice
Phillips.
overtake. Yeah.
Sorry, Andrew. Luke Phillips going to try and capitalise as well if there's room, and there is just about room. Tries to open the door there, did Phillips, and he's going to be down the inside of Newton at Ashby, and that might allow Kavanagh, ironically, to have a go at Newton. No, it doesn't. It does stay as they were in that sense, but great little exchanging, well-read situation there by Luke Phillips. As they come on to the back straight, the 83 there has a quick look down, but you definitely want to be looking at what's going on behind, because Richard Newton hasn't given up on that position as they come into the boot. Still Kavanagh there looking for any opportunity, although Daniel Hollingshead is now on his tail having a look at what's there. And there's Richard Newton, there's the move. Nicely done there, into oblivion. Which, quite a gutsy move into oblivion.
Yeah, you have to be very committed, and you know, there's a cone penalty.
Was he a bit too committed and gutsy?
Yes.
Did he clip the cone on the inside of oblivion? I'm not sure.
Yeah, there is one there. The drop onto the curb can be a little bit nasty for the inside of the karts.
Yeah, always you can always spot that on the camera shots that we play on the Alpha Live stream for the grid. One of the camera shots is down at that curb without a cone there, and you can see why they put a cone there. As Tim Williams tries down the inside of Lee Henderson, and it's all going to get, they're going to all have a little bit of a coffee morning meeting there on the apex. It's going to allow Bramford to buy into this and try and go around the outside of Williams. He'll be put out onto the curb, but yeah, Henderson and Williams there thought they'd have a little bit of a meeting on the boot, and it allowed Bramford to get right onto them, but couldn't do anything with it. Mikey Nichols, Andrews, being allowed to get on up the road in second for this one, and got even more field spread.
I always like to picture that what actually is happening there is that they're having an invisible mini table tennis match with the palm in their hands as they shoot up in the air. That's what was going on. There's a second cone penalty, unfortunately, for Richard Newton in all of this. So that's going to be 2 positions for 32.
Pretty soon we're going to get that. We'll have a word with Alpha. They can animate a ping pong ball going in between the drivers. I think that's the internet would like to see that. Mark Bramford still putting pressure on Tim Williams, who himself is still unable to get by on Lee Henderson here in the battle over third place. Although it's calmed down slightly, Andrew, and I note from that that's allowed them to catch up to Mikey Nichols again by some 0.3 of a second. So maybe this one isn't done yet in the battle over second place. Richard Newton would very much like them to start battling though, because that will allow him to get on onto the back of him. We should give a shout out here actually to Mark Bramford, one of our novice Class 3 runners.
Yeah.
As high as we've seen someone in that class racing in the heavyweights today. Looks like Darren Townsley having a good battle out there with Daniel Hollingshead and Tarek Almu as they went into Ashby.
I'll tell you who's having a weird afternoon so far, Howard, is Jordan Salter.
Agreed.
42.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw in the first heat that he had pace. He's got the fastest lap again in this one, but he's down in 13th place.
Yeah, and he had that heart and mouth moment out of turn 2 earlier that meant that he finished out of order where he might expect to be as well. So, yeah, interesting one, isn't it? One wonders if he might be one of the drivers will, unfortunately from his perspective, in some ways be looking to see maybe fight for a promotion spot up through the finals later on, because the heats just aren't quite going his way.
This one's also not on the way of Tom Fuller, was strong in his first heat, of course. 14th at the moment.
Yeah, had to go across the grass, or was at least very wide out of Christmas on lap number 1. But you'll be forgiven for needing to be reminded, because he's controlled it so effectively. Adam Wright is going around the boot for the last time. He's 5.5 seconds nearly to the good as. Here's the battle still raging over third place. Adam Wright is going to come around and take a commanding win. It'll be Mikey Nichols in second, but who's going to take third place? I think Lee Henderson will just about hold on ahead of Tim Williams. Mark Bramford, hat off to you, sir, for a fantastic Class 3 result in 5th. Richard Newton in 6th, Luke Phillips, another impressive Class 3 result in 7th, ahead of Tarek Almu, Darren Townsley, and Jordan Salter finishing 10th in the end, ahead of Hollingshead, Kavanagh, Cadigan, Tom Fuller, Bradley Porter, Martin Robinson, and issues there for Jameson and Bosley, I think, in that race. There is Jameson. He's going to take the finish, but an issue for Steve Bosley, unfortunately down at paddock. That was heat number 8. Coming up next then, the final rotation of heats here, starting off with heat number 9. Let's take you through the grid then for heat number 9. Oliver Moss will start this one from pole with Gary Miller alongside Tim Hill and Chris Dixon are your second row. George Boothby and Anwar Brawl-Smith on row 3 with Jonathan Elliott and Miguel Hall on 4. Harry Melvin and Anthony Ridd are next. Then it'll be up Mark Appleton and Alex Pritchard. Row 7 is going to be Benjamin Robinson and Blake Temperley. Samuel Bensley and Elliot Taylor are row 8 with Max Jameson and Andrew Hicks rounding out the 18 karts contesting in their final heat for all of these drivers. This is their last opportunity to optimise their position on the grids across the finals. We'll get on to talking more about those finals, of course, but slightly longer races where if your heats haven't gone well, you'll be looking to get the promotion spots up. There's 4 of them up for grabs in the C final to get up into the B final, and then 2 spots up for grabs. The top 2 finishers of the B final get promoted or repechaged, as the official terminology states, onto the back of the A final grid.
All set to go then here for this one under starters orders. Chris Dixon on the left-hand side of your screen. Away we go then. And Oliver Moss will take us into turn 1. Very even start, in fact, one of the most even starts we've seen so far today. And it looks like Chris Dixon indeed has got the lead as they run up to Christmas Corner for the first time here in heat number 9. Moss trying to go around the outside is going to be forced out one. In fact, both of them have compromised each other. And through the middle of all of that, Anwar Brawl-Smith's up to second place, and it is the 31 of Jonathan Elliott. What a start for Elliott.
Yeah, brilliant start. He's got to make good. Remember, he had an issue in his previous heat. Chris Dixon had to take to the grass there and has dropped down heavily towards the back as a result. As they all work their way through. Alex Pritchard has taken off like a man on a mission as well. In fact, this, I think, in terms of Class 2, is going to be quite an interesting one to watch as a heat in this one.
It's another quite big one for big names who've had strong seasons so far, similar to heat number 2 that we saw earlier. End of lap number 1, Jonathan Elliott leads. Anwar Brawl-Smith second, Harry Melvin, good start for Harry, up 2 positions to third. Biggest mover on that first lap was Alex Pritchard, up 4 positions to 5th place and changed the lead. Anwar Brawl-Smith goes down the inside. Big, massive moment there.
That's Anthony Ridd, who got a massive snap of oversteer going into Christmas Corner. Did well to gather it up, but I think it has allowed Oliver Moss, I know it has, I can see it now, Oliver Moss has been able to get by for 6th place.
Chris Dixon will absolutely be kicking something, because having led into Christmas Corner, he fell all the way down to 10th and now has a jump start penalty.
Yeah.
So it gets even worse. So, I mean, that's a fairly slam dunk one, Howard, because there's a nice timing beam at the start of the race, and it'll have clocked that Chris Dixon was sufficiently ahead of the pole sitter when they crossed that line.
Well, it might not have just been that, but I think you and I were slightly both surprised. He was the front of the anti-pole side of the grid, and I couldn't quite tell if that was where he was supposed to be, because someone hadn't got into position, because our grid suggested it should be Gary Miller out there. Granted, we had Tim Hill on that grid, and we know he's not, as Alex Pritchard has to do the Joker lap, which, unlike in Rallycross, is not recommended here, and it causes them to go 3 abreast with Oliver Moss and Miguel Hall on his inside into Ashby, and that's going to go the way of Oliver Moss. Well-read situation by those two, as Alex Pritchard is going to try and hang it around the outside now. Miguel Hall into Wilkins, and he's going to get it. He's trying to make up for his cross-country moment in 2 corners, tries the move on Oliver Moss, and he's still side-by-side with Moss. He really wants to take the fight towards the front here, does Alex Pritchard. Miguel Hall goes around the outside, and he's going to do a Joker lap now, going cross-country. Can he rejoin smoothly? Yeah, but it's going to allow several passes up to and including Chris Dixon, because he goes out wide onto the curb. So it's now Pritchard ahead of Anthony Ridd, then it's Oliver Moss, Chris Dixon, and then Miguel Hall down in 8th place.
We are missing the look in this race, so I do wonder if that'll be contested afterwards, because it's a bit harsh if your P4 scheduled on the grid, if P2's not there.
Yeah, I'm not 100%. I mean, as I say, the grid that we actually had on the graphic there had Tim Hill on it as well, so it's a little bit up in the air exactly what the situation was with that grid, to be honest. But it's a good point, and I'm not sure, really. I think Chris might want to review that one and say, well, hey, none of my buddies who are meant to be ahead of me are here, then where else do I start? But we'll have to see. That'll be for the clerk of the course to decide, as there's a penalty for Oliver Moss for forcing a driver wide. So all of this battling, I wonder if that's what's been deemed for what caused Miguel Hall to go onto the grass potentially at the boot. The only one that springs to mind, to me at least, for an example of that.
I wasn't particularly happy about it.
No, I can
from the gestures.
I can be certain of that one. He's going to now be even more inclined to try and put a move on Anthony Ridd, which is the driver he's chasing there. And that's a 68 car Ridd.
I'll tell you what's up to speed. The Harry Melvin train. It's gone so quickly it no longer has carriages. It's flying out the front now in the top three.
Yeah, indeed. As Chris Dixon, who is now going to try and buy back into this race. I'll say that, he's been working his way up steadily throughout. But there goes Oliver Moss there, and slightly unusual place to put the pass in, and it allowed Anthony Ridd, or pushed him out wide, and that allowed Dixon and Miguel Hall to swoop through on both of them. Very interesting series of, we're seeing a lot of these interesting exchanges in the boot today in our heavyweights. Anwar Brule-Smith leads. It's just put in a 53.7 to really tell Andrew where he can shove his estimate of heavyweight pace on that one, because that's quite an impressive. That's the fastest we've seen today from the heavyweights, a 53.7. Jonathan Elliott, 1.2 seconds behind though, is putting in some pretty impressive pace of his own. And yeah, the Melvin train's going well. The one-man train is going brilliantly, but it's still 1.1 seconds that he's got to close in on Jonathan Elliott. And I think in the 2 minutes that's left, and with the pace that Elliott seems to have been able to pull out in response, it might not be enough. But still a great running either way from Harry Melvin there in third place.
It's all right. I'll just refine what my barometer of a very fast lightweight lap is, and it's still half a second slower.
All right, all right.
Here's Oliver Moss.
I want to make clear to everyone Andrew's views are his own and not the official views of Double Dash Motorsport Media. Anthony Ridd on the tail of Miguel Hall. Sorry, you were talking about Oliver Moss?
Yeah, no, he's doing some good pace. Last time around, 54.726.
Hall feels the need to go a bit defensive there against Anthony Ridd just to deter any moves into the corner. Good little battle happening behind them, by the way, currently being led by Blake Templey. It's basically all of our Class 3 runners in this particular heat. They're really closely matched. Blake Templey down in 9th, Elliot Taylor behind, Sam Bensley, Andrew Hicks, Max Jameson, all of them running really closely together. So bear that one in mind. On to the last lap, though, has gone Anwar Brule-Smith, and this was the response that he needed to Joe Holmes' previous heat. Although I think it's still advantage Brule-Smith, isn't it, after Joe Holmes' problems in his first heat of the day. Miguel Hall still with Anthony Ridd's close attention on this final tour of the circuit. We'll next see these drivers in their respective final, depending on which one they have qualified for. But I think I've got a strong inkling of where this man may have qualified, or at least which final he's qualified into, because Anwar Brule-Smith is going to come into the boot. He's got very little to worry about, has controlled this one very nicely, and Anwar Brule-Smith is going to come round and take the win in heat number 9 for round 9 of the heavyweights. Jonathan Elliott, some important points on the board. He didn't have a perfect heat earlier on either, and so does well to finish in second. Harry Melvin with some impressive pace to finish third. Alex Pritchard sets a personal best on his way to fourth. Chris Dixon in fifth. Then it's Oliver Moss in sixth. Miguel Hall holds off Anthony Ridd for seventh. And Blake Templey and Elliot Taylor, two of our Norris Class 3 runners, round out in the top 10 in a field that seems much reduced to the grid that I read out, because there's only 14 of them. Next, though, here at Whilton Mill is heat number 10.
Here we go then with heavyweight sprint heat number 10. Your grid. Francesco Volpe starts on pole position. Tarek Almu alongside on the front row. Jordan Salter and Steve Lindley on row 2. Kieran Chigsey and Kevin Coombs are on the third row of the grid. Paul Jameson and James Small start on row 4. Mikey Nichols and Mike Bodner wrap out the top 10. Richard Allen and Joe Holmes start on row 6. Simon Kavanagh and Mark Bramford start row 7. Bradley Porter and Joel Arguelles are on row 8. Chris Solomon and Dom Cliff are on row 9. Jaden Cadigan wraps out the 19 kart field. So 3 races to go of the heats. And another grid with some interesting stories to play out here. Tarek Almu needs a good result in this one. Steve Lindley has had some good pace so far today. We've got Richard Allen and Joe Holmes trying to make their way through the order again. Worked well together so far. 7 minutes on the clock. The lights are green. We're racing at Whilton Mill. Good start for Volpe. Will lead into turn 1. Jordan Salter trying to force a way through into P2. He also needs a good race in this one. Mikey Nichols running out a little bit wide there through turn 2. Side by side. Here they go. Jordan Salter takes the lead and Steve Lindley trying to go around the outside for second place. Contact warning for Joe Holmes on the run up to Christmas corner, but that is just the start, Howard, that Jordan Salter was looking for in this race.
Yeah, I was impressed by his drive up the hill there from the outside of turn 2. Just had the good run up the hill against Francesco Volpe there and was able to claim the advantage he developed by the braking zone for it. It looked to me like Steve Lindley was under pressure there into Oziers, and yeah, he's lost out, I think, there to Tarek Almu, who's seized third place back off of him. And now Almu applying pressure to Volpe, but well, we said, Andrew, that Salter had mixed fortunes today, as there's Richard Allen going side by side with James Small, but they both run very wide out of the final corner there. Joe Holmes' reaction wasn't to that, though. It was to the penalty that's just been issued to him via the DigiFlag display screen as he comes onto lap number 2.
Was it a penalty or was it a contact?
Sorry, warning. Yep, good spot, my bad. And yeah, a bit of a resumption of what we saw earlier, as you said, Andrew. Richard Allen versus Joe Holmes. You say they worked well earlier. They didn't nearly come together in the boots when Richard Allen sprung a bit of a surprise. So we'll wait and see. But at the moment, it is Allen ahead of Holmes in this particular instance. No bother there, trying to get onto the back of Kieran Chigsey. Here's Volpe and Almu in their battle over second place. Don't want to hold each other up too much because I don't think they want Jordan Salter to get on up the road, but Tarek Almu would like to just get the job done, thank you very much, although runs a little bit, you've got to be careful there.
That's a good move from Steve Lindley.
Yeah,
saw that Tarek Almu got out of shape through Paddock Bend and was decisive, got up the inside and got the move done for third place. Looks like Allen and Holmes have both gone past Mikey Nichols there. Mikey Nichols didn't put up too much of a defence, probably recognising these two very on-form drivers will move forward and give further opportunities. Almu back down the inside of Steve Lindley into Ashley. Good response there from the driver in the 173. Did he get the move done? I think he did. No, he didn't. He actually lost out more. Richard Allen is absolutely flying here. He's picking them off one by one. Let's go, he says, I think to Joe Holmes behind. This is brilliant stuff from Richard Allen. Joe Holmes trying to fight his way through, trying to follow, and has got 2 positions there. Tarek Almu forced out wide. Mikey Nichols gets a position in all of that as well. The digiboard's going to be very busy there, and the timing tower as well. So it's Salter from Volpe, Allen, Holmes, Lindley, Nichols, Almu. That's the top 7, and still very close. In fact, James Small is joining the fun now as well.
Plenty of changes there. Richard Allen now all over the back of Francesco Volpe. He's a man on a mission here, is Richard Allen. And yeah, I mean, Joe Holmes did make a great overtake by Joe Holmes, double overtake in the boot as well. And look at this, down the inside of Oziers goes Richard Allen. Another lap, another move on somebody into Oziers' corner, to be honest with you. And now Joe Holmes follows through. So yeah, they are working together well-ish. But again, in the boot, there's a moment where I slightly tighten my throat as they come together nearly there.
Yeah, the experience of Richard Allen there, I think he recognised what was going on, just opened his steering up a little bit, get a contact warning for Joe Holmes, which I think, yeah, is is a fair judgment there. In fact, Holmes is now going to go down the inside of Richard Allen and take second place.
Yeah, absolutely. Is Richard Allen going to... I thought he was going to try and hang about around the outside for a second, but allows it to stand. Steve Lindley now on the back of Mikey Nichols. And Tarek Almu has got by Francesco Volpe as well for 4th place. All of this, Andrew, with Joe Holmes and Richard Allen now in 2nd and 3rd respectively, may not remain this way, but all this is music to the ears of Jordan Salter for the time being, because nobody's yet come to the fore to challenge him.
Yeah, it's a really, really good run this for Jordan Salter. I really like that move by Tarek Almu. We've mentioned it earlier, although he's just got a code penalty. There we go.
That's not the move he was referring to.
It doesn't look like it on camera, but it is so tricky to get that move right as Steve Lindley's having a go at Mikey Nichols now on the run up to Christmas Corner. It's not like Christmas where you can stamp on the brakes and use the incline of the hill against you. It's the complete opposite. It's so easy to snatch a rear brake. It's so easy to go on and have a pot-to-pot contact and pick up a penalty. That was nicely done by Tarek. He just eased off the brakes a little bit to get that slip up the inside, but have enough control with the kart to get it stopped on the apex.
Kind of the camber kind of determines it. I wouldn't describe the Christmas. I wouldn't describe Christmas as a sort of... Well, it is kind of on camber just by way of being on a slope. That's what we're talking about on camber. It's not actually cambered as such at Christmas, but the sort of gravity of the situation, A, wants to get your kart nice and stopped, because it's helping you braking, and B, wants to tilt you in towards that apex. And none of those things are true at Ashby, where it's the opposite way around. It wants to push you out wide on exit, and everything feels like it tightens up on turning into Ashby. So it is very easy for things to go wrong, as there's a move there on Kieran Chigsey from Mark Bramford, I believe, and Mike Bodman is trying to have some from he has got by on Kieran Chigsey as well, so that's Bodner now up into 10th place.
Job not done for Jordan Salter yet. 5.5 tenths is what he lost in terms of the lead to Joe Holmes on that last lap. And in fact, Holmes and Allen, because they are back in flying formation again, helping one another. Now, I think time is not going to be on these drivers' side. But Salter's still got to get his way round this last lap. The gap is 1.5 seconds. Decent response there from Jordan Salter, a new PB from the 42 in this race, 54.3.
Yeah, absolutely. Salter is doing enough, or has done enough up until this point to have enough of a buffer that he can, I won't say rest easy, but certainly a place where no one can rest easy is this battle. Francesco Volpe leading this pack of karts. Steve Lindley with pressure from James Small, and Mikey Nichols and Mark Bramford battling away behind them as well. You can see how Holmes and Allen are closing in. Were this race to run for another few laps, there might be something for Salter to worry about here. But I think as it currently stands, it is going to be Jordan Salter who brings the number 42 kart around to cross the line and take his second win of the season, his second heat win of the season. Jordan Salter wins heat number 10. Joe Holmes and Richard Allen work well to finish 2nd and 3rd. Tarek Almu 4th, and just look at just everybody else, the gaps here. Volpe holds on for 5th. Steve Lindley in 6th, James Small in 7th, and it's Mark Bramford in 8th, Mike Bodner and Dom Cliff to round out your top 10. It was Bramford, your highest placed Class 3, and he's having a good day in that Class 3. And yeah, Jordan Salter, a Class 2 winner. Obviously Joe Holmes, your highest placed Class 1, and then Kieran Chigsey, the highest placed super heavyweight. Next up is heat number 11. Let's take you through a grid then for heat number 11. Kurt Holmes will start this one on pole position, with Andrew Cherry alongside. There we go. Chris Alcock and Richard Newton are row 2, with Lewis Ridd and Darren Townsley next up. Bill Taylor, points leader coming into today in super heavyweights. We'll start with Darrell Lowe alongside on row number 4. Jeremy Deeks and Lee Henderson round out the top 10, with Steve Bosley, who will obviously be looking for a better heat than the last one, and Vijay Patel on row 6. Row 7 is Jack Bolton and Benjamin Wotton. Then it's Matthew Batter and Daniel Hollinshead on row 8. Row 9 is Martin Robinson and Luke Phillips. And then it'll be Shane Cotter to round out the 19 karts on the grid.
2 more heats to go then, and then we'll get into our C, B and A finals of 12 minutes. But there's 7 minutes on the clock for this one. Looks like we are all good to go.
Pole's on the wrong side.
He is on the wrong side, but away we go. And Kurt Holmes has got a very good start.
Oh, and that's
dear.
round for Cherry. Cherry's round, and that is a scary place for someone to go around. Thankfully, there was a bit of a hit on the nose for him, but nothing too heavy there. And coming to the forward, that was Chris Alcott going for the lead and taking it in Christmas corner. This is the most bizarre. I'm not surprised. That is the most bizarre start I've seen so far today. But yeah, Kurt Holmes was on driver's right when he should definitely be on driver's left. And, well, salvation for Andrew Cherry there, who got an honorary pole position, but then immediately was put into a spin. So here we go. You're going to see some contact. I think Richard Newton, is it, who just has contact with the rear? Yeah. So Richard Newton with contact on the rear of Andrew Cherry, and that sent Cherry around. I didn't quite catch who it was who... I think it might have been Jeremy Deeks in the middle of that field who was making the nose-to-nose contact with Andrew Cherry there. Not a lot he could have done. There was just suddenly a kart facing the wrong way.
This time Holmes is in the correct position.
Yep. Yeah, that is definitely the correct side for pole. Yeah, bizarre series of events there. Full start called, and we will go for an attempt again. Is Andrew Cherry, is he satisfied that he's... Yeah, everybody's now on the correct side. I think everyone just that sort of propagated back up through the grid as to who should be on what side, almost. Are we going to be good for another start? No, we're going to go around again. Is there an indication there from JV to please work out which row you should be on?
I think what's happened here is the crew have got confused because of originally Kurt Holmes being on the wrong side. So they're now asking him to go back to how they were, which is not actually what they want because they were on the wrong side in the first place.
I feel like there's a scene from...
Yeah, that is exactly what's going on. Yeah, the crew are thinking, Holmes, you need to be on the other side as you were for that first one. And they've gone, no, we got it wrong the first time.
There's a scene in Fawlty Towers like this where they keep changing the plates around and can't remember which one's which.
Thumbs up, double thumbs up this time. We're good to go now. I'm glad Barnaby's got a control of the situation. He didn't earlier.
Dearie me, you're right. Penultimate heat. I don't think JV is going to be very charitable with how many minutes he wants to knock off of this one, to be honest. We'll see what the clock says when they get going. But there is Kurt Holmes in the 93 on pole, where he should be. And we're good for another attempt at this one. Eyes on the lights, engine notes rise. And we're away, although I still felt like some people were indicating that they'd like to...
I like that from Steve Bosley, who was pointing, I'm going there, please nobody hit me.
Yeah. As they come up the hill for the first time, it's a much cleaner start this time, but all the same, Chris Alcock has made a good start, as that looks to be like, was that Darrell Lowe going out, and then there's a spinner from the back, where the light is perfectly on that number plate, such that we can't tell quite who it was. Apologies, we will check it on timing. But yeah, Darrell Lowe nearly going round there, going a bit wide at Christmas corner, but at the front, Andrew Cherry being put under a lot of pressure from the 72 of Steve Bosley, who I think has had a good start, Andrew, and needed it after the incident in his previous heat. Here, though, is the situation at the front. Kurt Holmes under pressure from Chris Alcock. In fact, is Alcock going to make the move into paddock corner? Nicely done move there. He's got to be careful about going that wide on corner exit, and it is Chris Alcock to the lead of the race.
Good news, Steve Bosley has made it round lap 1 without an incident. First time here today, he's in P6, but he needs a good result in this one just to make it into the B final. Down the inside goes Rid on Holmes.
Darren Townsley, your spinner at Christmas corner on that first lap, as Steve Bosley is going side by side with Andrew Cherry. Bill Taylor up into 4th place is sticking with the top 3 here, and that is that is Lewis Rid past Kurt Holmes for 2nd place there.
Time is short, so this is a 5-minute heat instead of the customary 7.
I'm unsurprised by that one.
That's why we're already down to 3.5 minutes to go in the penultimate heat. Chris Alcock looking very comfortable here, mate, and pulling away. That was a 54.8 last time around, 5/10 over those behind him. A takeout penalty there for Benjamin Wood.
It's not his first of the day. Actually, so I think oh, there's someone wide at the back of the shot there, and that is that Richard Newton? I won't call it through. No, it's not Richard Newton, because there he is. Newton is a red suit, but is a black helmet, not a white one. We'll double check that one as they come round.
I'm glad people are joining this club. This is feeling like a very popular place to do this weekend.
I don't know why you've all taken the Mather line. There it is. It's the number 46 of Matthew Batter, who's discovering why the Andrew Mather line doesn't work. Jack Bolton on the tail of Steve Bosley means that Bolton has got by on Richard Newton for 6th place, as confirmed on your timing tower on the left-hand side there. Chris Alcock leads by 7/10 of a second over Lewis Ridd. Kurt Holmes in 3rd, Bill Taylor in 4th, and then that battle that we saw there, as that's a moment for the 1-2-6, which would make it Vijay Patel having a moment there. Another person attempting your line, mate. You've got some influence over this paddock.
It's free entry, we're going to have a newsletter, it's all going to be good for this members club.
Enough offs there. Jack Bolton applying the pressure to Steve Bosley, and he's going to swoop down the inside of the second apex of the boot. Always a bit of a risk because it can end up slowing both of you down, but gets the job done, and nicely done there by Jack Bolton. Darrell Lowe and Lee Henderson on Jeremy Deeks on that lap as well, and it was Vijay Patel who had a bit of a moment at turn number 2. Richard Newton through on Steve Bosley at the top of the hill as well. A huge amount of field spread, a huge opportunity to do so, given the shortened length of this race. Top 3, top 4 indeed, fairly equally distanced. We get to this pack currently led by Jack Bolton from 5th place down. In fact, Bolton is now pulling away slightly from Richard Newton there in the 32. And we're already on the last lap. Chris Alcock setting a 53.8 as he starts it.
Another good run this from Lee Henderson. Still some opportunities to get some points at the end of it.
Absolutely. But yeah, this is where I think there are going to be any passes on the last lap of Ferrari. Darrell Lowe in the wheel tracks of Lee Henderson. There is the race leader. I haven't seen much of him because he took it in such dominant fashion at the start of the race. But there is Darrell Lowe going down the inside of Lee Henderson at Ashby Corner, and I think he managed to make that move stick. Here, though, is Chris Alcock, who looks over his shoulder but need not worry because he's got this one in hand. 1.1 seconds to the good out front ahead of Lewis Ridd. Good points for Ridd though as well, he'll be happy with this. Chris Alcock crosses the line to take the win in heat number 11. It'll be Lewis Ridd in 2nd ahead of Kurt Holmes. Good points for Bill Taylor in super heavyweights in 4th, and then it'll be Jack Bolton. Yeah, I'm happy with that as he crosses the line. Richard Newton in 6th, Steve Bosley in 7th ahead of Lee Henderson, who manages to hold off Darrell Lowe for 8th place.
And gain 2 positions on that last lap.
Gain 2 positions. Andrew Cherry rounds out your top 10. Ahead of Jeremy Deeks and Benjamin Wootton. I'll go down to him because he is your highest placed novice class 3 driver. And that will finish in 12th. But has a penalty, so we should mention Shane Cotter is the next one down the road. There we go. Which is good for Shane because he was from the very back of the grid there, so worked his way up through the class 3s nicely. Heat number 12, the last heat of the day, ahead of the all-important finals, is coming up next here at Whilton Mill. Let's take a look at the grid then for heat number 12. Tim Williams will take this one from pole with Richard Masterson alongside Matt Wildman, and Alexander Lamb in a row 2 with Sean Briley and Stephanie Appleton up next. Adam Wright and Paul Williams make up row 4 with Chris Kirk and Jason Bear rounding out the top 10. Vinod Harani and Richard Lavender are your 6th row with Tom Fuller and Luke Collins. Next, Tom Stalker and David Wilson are on row 8 with Kevin Lake rounding out the 17 kart grid for your 12th heat, your last heat race. But after this, we will be working out our grids for the C final and the B final and the A final, albeit there will still be the important aspect of promotions up through those finals as well. But we'll get into all of that when this is done. We've got one last fast and frenetic heat race for you. Hopefully, in amongst this field, we're all happy and savvy with where we should all be on the grid. And it's going to be Tim Williams in the 96. Richard Masterson alongside in the number 29. Looks good to me this time. Let's see how we get away with the cleanness of start. It's quite a start there from the pole side of the grid. Matt Warman's going to try and swoop around the outside of Masterson at turn 2, and I think he's going to get the job done. The 36 of Alexander Lamin is looking to get on past as well, as Adam Wright is down the inside on both he and Appleton at Christmas Corner, and I think that's put Staffan Appleton out onto the grass. But Matt Wallman has his eyes on the prize at the moment, chasing Tim Williams here in the middle sector. Here he is, the 70 chasing the 96. Feel like it's not the first time we've seen these two actually bump nose to tail on the track today. Jason Bear, I think, has got by on Alexander Lamin there, coming out of Wilkins. Yes, indeed, the 25 now ahead of the 36 as they come into the boot. We've got a spinner at Ashby Corner right on the apex. We'll double check who that is on timing as they come through. And at the moment it is Tim Williams who leads ahead of Matt Wallman. Just Richard Masterson in second, Adam Wright in third. Looks to me like Kevin Lake, excuse me, was your spinner at Ashby Corner for the lead, though. Matt Wallman down the inside of Tim Williams at Christmas Corner. Still not quite got the job done. Will have to either commit or duck out of it. He ducks out of it for now and waits to make the move in another corner. Behind him, Adam Wright has got by on Richard Masterson, so change for third place, and Jason Bear still having to defend heavily against Alexander Lamin there for fifth. But down into Ozzy's company battle. Here is Lamin's opportunity again. Half in attack and half in defence against Paul Williams there, with Richard Lavender in tow. As the leaders go through, Wallman's trying to tuck underneath Williams there. But again, he's going to have to wait for another corner. That looks like Tom Fuller, who's just made a move there on Richard Lavender. So Fuller up into 8th place.
Looking pretty good so far in these heats for Matt Wildman, the round winner from Rye House earlier in the year. And down the inside he goes, going for the lead into Christmas Corner. And that was very straightforward for driver number 70. Tim Williams down to 2nd place, and Adam Wright quickly approaching as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Adam Wright, I don't want to sound harsh, he's optimised all his opportunities.
Yeah.
Feels like Wright has had a series of heats today where there haven't been too many Class 1 competitors to worry about. You play the field, you know, you play the hand you've been dealt. I'm not taking anything away from him. Just, I mean, just goes to show he's a very consistent driver. Always just brings home those solid results. But it does feel like the heats have been particularly conducive to that today, as he's now chasing Tim Williams over 2nd place.
You can only beat what's put in front of
Absolutely.
you, and that's what Adam's done so far today. He's going to try and line up Tim Williams here for 2nd place, run up to Christmas Corner. Tim Williams, I think Tim's thinking as well, look, these guys, they are very, very quick drivers. There's an opportunity here to get a top 3 and some very strong points for his own day. No point fighting with drivers who probably over the course of the next 4 minutes I'm going to get by anyway.
Still, Jason Bear is the cork in the bottle here, doing great, not to take away from him at all. Great defensive driving here in 5th place, but still Lamin can't find a way by, and Tom Fuller it is now who's on the tail of Lamin, wanting to get by. You used the term truly train earlier, mate. It feels a little bit like it could be applied to this situation. Oh, and there again, Lamin thought there was the opportunity, and Bear managed just at the last moment to swoop across and block off or deter a move there. And that means Tom Fuller is going to get ever the more impatient here as they come up the hill. Surely there's going to be someone trying a move at the top of the hill. Lamin tries to tuck underneath. Bear is going to come across to try and cover it. There is a cart width on driver's right. Tom Fuller's going to try and go around the outside this time. Will he be run out of road? No, he's going to have to slot back in. Paul Williams, the ever-experienced Paul Williams, is going to be trying to seize any opportunity that comes his way, but he's got Richard Lavender to worry about as well, and a recovering Stefan Appleton, who had that off-track moment on lap 1 or 2, trying to remember which one, trying to get back into this one as well. So from Jason Bear down, everyone's pretty much nose to tail.
They are indeed, and that will be giving opportunities to those further down the order of gaining some strong positions in the next 2.5 minutes or so. C final coming up after this one. If you are enjoying the coverage, as Alexander Lamin has a little look there at Jason Bear, and you haven't already, please press that subscribe button on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, notification bell, give the stream a share as well, let folks know we've got some cracking finals coming up here at Whilton Mill. I thought Tom Fuller was going to have a little run there down the inside of Alexander Lamin. It's always the trouble when you're in a train like this, you know, if you're in Fuller's position and there's just one kart in front of you, you probably do go for a big lunge there. The risk with that doing it in this situation, you run into Jason Bear and take him out of the race, and everything gets very, very not so good at that point. And I just wonder if that was on Fuller's mind there.
Luke Collins on the move past Richard Lavender, and Stefan Appleton has followed through as well. So Lavender down a couple of positions, unfortunately for him, on this lap. So I think that puts Collins up into ninth place on this one. And now Lamin's going to try into oblivion. He's just alongside, and that's surely going to pay off. Is Bear going to hang this one round yes, he is, but he's going to be vulnerable to Tom Fuller coming up the hill. Paul Williams is going to try and seize the opportunity on Alexander Lamin as well, down the inside of Christmas Corner, and does get the job done. And then Collins is going to have a go, and Appleton's going to have a go. Collins is the only other one to get through, though. So that attempt by Alexander Lamin into turn number 1 by Ashby Corner has seen him lose some 3 or 4 positions there. You've got to say, Andrew, I mean, it's his prerogative to do so, but Jason Bear very defensive in this race. He does not want to let anyone by. This time, it has to be said that he has been passed, because Tom Fuller did get by in all of that. But yeah, Jason Bear has been defending all the way through this one. So he shall not pass. On to the last lap, though. Matt Wildman leads. Adam Wright in second. Tim Williams fairly comfortable in third. Richard Masterson must be wondering where everybody else is, to be perfectly honest. He's had a very quiet one, and in spite of all of Bear's defending, it's actually left these people behind him to fight over the scrap. Paul Williams read that well there and has got by on Luke Collins. He's defending against Richard Lavender. Stefan Appleton has now got by Lavender as well, so lots of change happening here. We need to keep an eye out front, though, because Matt Wildman will be coming round to finish that one. Here he is. It's been a well-controlled drive from Matt Wildman. He's going to, I think, be very well positioned on that A final grid. Matt Wildman takes the win with Adam Wright in second, Tim Williams in third. Richard Masterson will take fourth, and it is a fastest lap of the race to finish off by Adam Wright in his achieving of second place. Tom Fuller in fifth. Jason Bear defending throughout to finish sixth. Paul Williams in seventh, and then a few changes in this section of the field on the last lap. Lamin in 8th, 9th for Appleton. Luke Collins, your highest placed novice class 3 driver. And then it was Richard Lavender, Tom Stalker, Vinod Harani, David Wilson. And unfortunately, there was an incident for Kevin because he hasn't crossed the line. There he is, and he'll come round to... There we go, yeah! I like that, Kevin. That's what I'd do. So, yeah, brilliant stuff. And that concludes the heat races for your heavyweights. The all-important finals coming up. And... but as we look ahead to the finals races, I think it's time for us to take a look at one of the exciting opportunities coming up in the world of Club 100 as we look ahead to 2022.
Hello viewers, yes that's right, Club 100 are proud to announce that we are unveiling a brand new championship, a new race series for drivers aged 8 to 12 years old, the Club 100 Cadet Championship. My name's Steve Brown, otherwise known as Super GT in the world of karting. I've been racing Club 100 for a good 13 years now, so I know a fair amount about it, but today I'm here to learn about the new championship. All right, I am joined by the main man himself, Mr. JV. It's good to see you as always.
Thank you, Steve.
Please tell me about the new championship.
So the Club 100 Cadet Championship, it's an arrive and drive, high performance race championship designed for cadet age drivers from the age of 8 through to 12 years of age. In fact, they can start racing at the age of 7 in the year of their 8th birthday. And we're kicking off in 2022 with a couple of test days. We're going to call them academy days, so it's the idea is to get the new drivers to come in and try it out for the first time in a pressure-free environment, and then we move on to the 7-round championship, which kicks off in May next year. In fact, here at Buckmore Park.
Okay, is there a need for a license to do this championship?
There is. We are affiliated with Motorsport UK, so we will be running under permit. So drivers will need a license. It will be the KX license, which is free of charge, and to the driver. And yeah, and obviously what comes with that is all the bells and whistles. You know you're going to get a correctly run race meeting, should we say, with all the support infrastructure in place.
And in terms of cost, what are we looking at?
So we're looking at around about between 190 to 200 pounds per race entry. But look, what you've got to remember is that's arrive and drive. So you're not paying for anything else. There are no hidden extras there. You're not paying for fuel, you're not paying for tyres, you're not paying for damage costs or anything like that. We bring it all to the track. The drivers just turn up and drive.
So we've got the kart behind us here. Can you tell me more about it?
Yeah, so it's a Birrell chassis. So the kart itself is a Birrell kart. And the powertrain we've chosen is the Rotax micro engine. So that it follows the story through to our senior Club 100 with the Junior Max that we use. So tell me, Steve, what do you think of the Club 100 Cadet Championship?
Well, I'm no longer 8 to 12 years old, unfortunately. But if I was, then I think I'd be pestering my parents to get me out in one of these karts for a year. I think it's just a good way to get into karting at an affordable and a fair level. So there we have it, guys. If you are aged 8 to 12 and want to get yourself into high performance karting without having to own the kart, get yourself over to club100.co.uk and register interest for the Club 100 Cadet Championship. Good luck, mate.
into the finals we go then, here for round number 9 of your heavyweight and super heavyweight sprint championship in the 2021 Club 100 season. We are looking to go into our C final here at Whilton Mill. And I believe we can take you through the grid. We can't take you through the grid yet. Sorry for queuing you up and getting your hopes up, folks. We're still waiting on that one. But fantastic selection of championships and opportunities that we've just been seeing in Club 100, mate. Great stuff as ever. And the exciting news of the cadets as well to expand that portfolio of championships going into 2022.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing how the Cadet Championship plays out. Excited to see some new talent coming into the Club 100 community. We've already seen from the Young Drivers Championship into this championship, especially in the lightweights, some great talent come through that. And for many years, you saw the BUKC there. That kind of served as the starting platform for a lot of people coming into Club 100, and it's done a very good job. I mean, we'll say we would not be here today if it wasn't for the BUKC. So, further strings to the bow of Club 100 to get more people doing this level of karting, having that platform to develop their skills, learn the racecraft, because that's really what you mainly learn here, I think, over, say, other series. Having more opportunities to get more people into it and kick off their racing careers, as it were, is a really good opportunity. So I'm all for it.
Absolutely. And talking of honing your craft, we've had a bit of an indication here in the comms box, haven't we, mate? JV, John Viger, the man with the plan at Club 100, a lot happier with the driving standards today.
Yes,
in the heavyweights. It has been a topic of some conversation throughout the season, this one, but just popping in to say he's a lot happier with their conduct out on track today.
And that's a well done and keep it up. Not a
that's a well done. That's not job done. That's this is exactly what they want to see for this and the remainder of the season. And well, to guess where JV's head is at, for every single round of the heavyweights ever held henceforth.
Yes,
please.
And the lights.
And the lights and every other championship. Yeah, confirmation as well that the mechanical that Joe Holmes suffered in his first heat of the day was indeed a chain sprocket issue. So that's what saw him pull over to the side of the road.
Also had I'd say we're brilliantly helped by folks on the chat, and I had a WhatsApp to confirm the jump start for Chris Dixon was your conventional jump start, in that he was ahead of the pole man. So even if there was, if he was meant to be fourth, second, whatever, the key bit was he was ahead of the pole sitter across the start finish line at lap 0. So that's why he got the penalty on that one.
Ominously, some engines have just started outside our comms box, and I don't have a grid, and nor does Luke on the graphics. So we may have to call this one as we see it. Old school. That's how we're going to do this one.
I have seen Steve Bosley. There he is, number 72. For those who weren't here this morning, this is all about the top 4, this race. If you're in the top 4, we'll see you again in the B final. If you're 5th or any lower, thank you for coming. There's some points. That is the end of your racing day here today at Whilton Mill. What we can say, though, who have we got there on the 157? That's Luke Collins. I think, is it Andrew Hicks, the 149?
I think so.
Yeah, so they've got the best seats in the house to try and get into that top 4. We saw a very intriguing, as a word I like, C final in the lights this morning.
Yeah, I do want to acknowledge this though, mate. So many of these drivers are novice class 3 runners, which to me says loads of people having a go at Club 100, coming and seeing what it has to offer for them in their racing. So I just want to echo that. A lot of people, looking to, it's been a crazy 18 months. People looking to maybe start new things, give new things a go. It's fantastic to see such healthy Class 3 ranks here in the heavyweights. Now, though, we'll see who can bag the points and gain a spot on that B final grid. Away we go. Andrew Hicks leads them into turn number 1.
I think there's going to be some penalties there because there was some tramline breakage.
There were, yeah.
So that will probably have been spotted because Samuel Bensley's gained a lot out of that. He's going for the lead into Christmas corner.
Yep, absolutely. Through they go, 2 abreast, 3 abreast. Just have to say, though, that's relatively clean over the top of the hill. Fair enough there amongst our C-final runners.
Steve Bosley will have had flashbacks to heat number 1. I think there's some chaos through Ashby Corner. Got very sideways through turn 2, but it's just about survived so far. And this really is just about surviving the first couple of laps, seeing where you are, and then knuckling down into the latter stages of the race.
Yeah, and you have to say, you know, Steve Bosley, you would expect the Class 2 runners to really have some sway in this race. The likes of Steve Bosley, Vijay Patel as well.
Tarek Almu.
Yeah, and Darren Townsley as well. So there's a few drivers here in Class 2 who've maybe not had the best time of it in the heats you would expect to get on and up the road. As Steve Bosley is looking at the back of Tarek Almu there.
Tarek Almu going for the move for getting past Bensley, and I think he got it done.
Yep.
And Bensley, yes, Bensley's been shuffled back outside of that top 4 now.
Kevin Lake has had a cracking start onto the back of Andrew Hicks there. And there's only been 1 penalty so far, mate, which is for Luke Collins, which is an advantage by contact bump. Pass as somebody's going for the...
It's Martin Robinson.
Yeah. And Robinson is going to resume there. Skirted across the grass. Remember what we said about, you know, the grass has been quite slick here on the weekend, so although it may have looked like he was rolling back a long way, it might have been quite difficult to get that one stopped there, and eventually did get it stopped once he got to the cut through tarmac.
6 novices in the B final, reports David Whitehouse, so he's been busy on results on Alpha Timing, confirming that. Here comes Tarek Almu looking down the inside of Kevin Lake now. This is over 2nd place, and has got it. Here comes Steve Bosley as well, round the outside. Good moves by both of them. That I would expect both these drivers to race their way through this C final, but getting up to that top 3 especially. 4th place, it's a very nervous place to be in these races because everyone's after you. And if you can get yourself to 3rd, you can just start to relax a little bit, stretch out any pace advantage you've got, and that's exactly what Almu and Bosley doing here. And in fact, Almu going for the lead and getting on with this.
Yep. Takes the lead off of Andrew Hicks. And the key thing with your Hicks here is to not lose so much momentum that you get out of the top 4 here, because that's the real prize to go for. But there is Kevin Lake going by on Hicks, so that means that Hicks is now on the bubble, as it were. And there was a spinner. Yeah, I think Mark Apperton had a spin at Ashby on that last lap. I did see him in the back of one of the shots, slow-moving kart up at Ashby. So I think now circulating again.
Jaden Callaghan's had a good response from a not-so-good first heat. He's just taken 9th place in this race away from Blake Templey. So look out for the 45. If you can keep up this good progress, could be in with a chance of getting in that top 4 in 8 minutes or so time.
I want to say Callaghan is 3rd within the Class 3 standings at the moment, and that is Townsley going through on Bensley, isn't it?
Yep.
Sam Bensley down to 6th place, with Darren moving up, and now 1 overtake away from being in amongst that top 4.
Top 2 have checked out, Almu and Bosley. Kevin Lake, I would say, is on the brink of checking out as well. You can just pump in a couple more quick laps, break away from Andrew Hicks, and that leaves Andrew Hicks in a bit of a vulnerable position if you're on your own in 4th place. One ahead of you to give you a tow.
Yep, absolutely. Just thinking on Jaden Callaghan, because we've been, you know, commentating on him throughout the season, if there's a co-penalty Blake Templey. The one thing about Class 3 is you can get drivers who are maybe turning up for their first round mid-season and stuff like that. And so your actual finishing positions when you're first starting out in Club 100 sprints can actually be quite changeable, just because, you know, last week there was half as many C3 novices, and then suddenly this week, you know, the person who's never tried Club 100 before, but they're local to the track, so now's the one they're going to try out. They're going to make their debut at this one.
Yeah.
You know, it can really change how your results go. So the key thing, I think, in the Class 3, or one of the key things, if you're mounting a full campaign, is to keep the faith, as it were. Focus on the things that you can control. Don't worry so much about the out-and-out position all the time. Worry about your relative position, perhaps, more than, you know, is this my best points score of the whole season? is that Cherry having
It's Hicks getting nervy.
Yep.
It's the classic P4 situation of someone's on your tail and that that place that you're holding is under threat, so you try and get into third. If you're Townsley in this state, you've just got to be patient. There's plenty of time remaining to get one of these positions. You don't need to get both of them. And you can see by the body language of Andrew Hicks's car that he's getting nervy. He's the one under pressure at the moment. And the chances are, if he goes for a big one to try and get third, makes a mistake, and that'll be the way that Townsley can get through.
And of course, a bump and pass is going to be your promotion over.
Yeah.
So there's just no reason to rush these things. 6 minutes left on the clock at the halfway stage here. Which penalty coming in for Max Jameson there. David Wilson just got past Paul Jameson on the last lap.
Another driver giving it a good go. Our BIKC heavyweight champion Joel Arguelles.
Yep.
It's up to 7th place. Trying to close in on Samuel Bensley.
Enjoying his prize, of course, for winning that championship by competing. So, very good point there in the 15. You can see him actually catching up onto the back of this one, ducking his head. He was just in the back of that shot there, the number 15 of Arguelles, trying to get onto the back of this train.
Good chance this for Townsley if he wants to have a go, but actually the pace up to Christmas means that you close in on Kevin Lake, and Townsley's in that situation we talked about earlier. You don't want to go for a big one when there's 2 ahead of you because he might collect the second driver, but he is going to go down the inside. Oh no! And he's taken himself out. Well, we said that he needed to be patient there with that move, and Darren Townsley's made a critical error there, and his race is over.
That one was bizarre to me, Andrew. I'll confess I was looking at the timing screen briefly for something, but
there was a bit
happened
there was
there?
a bit of pod-to-pod rubbish.
Yeah, there's a penalty for forcing a driver wide.
I think what happened there is he was down the inside, but just tried to squeeze across on Andrew Hicks, and I think probably a little bit unnecessarily. Andrew Hicks nowhere to go. He's not going to jump on the grass, and it kind of initiated a bit of a pitting manoeuvre. Not Hicks' fault at all. I mean, Hicks has lost out in that as well. He's dropped 4 positions, so now Samuel Bensley is back into the top 4, and our BIKC champion, we were just mentioning him, Joel Arguelles, well, 0.8 of a second is the gap to Bensley. Last time around was 4/10 quicker.
Saw life almost go into slow motion for Townsley there as well. It was like he put his hand up to his head and went,
"What have I done?
No.
What have I done?
Bad day." Yeah, costly moment there. Tarek Almu, your leader, by half a second over Steve Bosley. Here they are. Good pick-up on camera. Kevin Lake in second with Samuel Bensley, as you say, mate, in the last of those promotion spots at the moment. But Joel Arguelles is within striking distance, you'd have to say. Actually, I say that. He has just lost 0.6 of a second on that last lap, so a bit more work to do now for Arguelles if he wants to get a challenge for 4th place.
Now, it will be interesting to see what happens if Luke Collins joins Joel Arguelles here and forms a bit of a trade. If they work together, they've got a really good chance of closing down that gap to 4th. But if they start fighting, a very, very big smile will start beaming across Samuel Bensley's face, because that will hand him this 4th place pretty easily.
Agreed. Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be the key thing. How tactically to these drivers in our novice class 3. Novice class 3 class? You know what I mean. How do our drivers in that class play it tactically in the remaining 2.5 minutes of this one? Because, truth be known, pending any disasters, I think we know what the situation is amongst the top 2. And there we go. This is the interesting point here. There is Joel Arguelles. Luke Collins following closely behind with Jaden Cadigan. Hicks as well coming along for the ride.
Oh, mistake there from Collins. Mistake from Collins. He just dipped his rear left into the grass on the braking zone, and it started to pivot the kart round. He did very well to save it, but Cadigan will have had a run there. It may have got through.
I think we did see. I think I just saw the tip of Cadigan's helmet on that shot looking down to Ozier's. We'll look to confirm that next time around, but I think that may have allowed Jaden to get through. Here comes Kevin Lake. Sorry, Lake.
Less than 2 minutes to go. is, yep, Cadogan in the yellow helmet up to 6th place now. Pace like 54.8 last time around for Cadogan, 54.999 for 15, 55.398 for Bensley. The gap between 4th and 5th is 1.1 seconds.
Came down by 0.4 of a second that lap, so Arguelles is pushing hard here. There it is, Bensley in the 108 is at the moment your last promotee. Here's Cadogan and Collins. For at least another lap, mate, to my mind, you need to resist. Oh, as Collins goes wide and Osiers.
Yep.
And that's going to take the pressure off of Jaden Cadogan in this 45 kart for a bit.
This has been a nicely pieced together race from Jaden Cadogan, and it's not done yet. There's going to be 2 more laps. And what's the gap this time around? A little bit of time gone. Cadogan in the 54s again.
Joel Arguelles has taken another 2.5 tenths out of Bensley on that lap, Andrew. But here's Cadogan. Now, do you work together or do you go for the pass? Because you work together. There's not a lot of time left, is there? But Bensley will be going, go on, Jaden, get stuck in. Hold up Joel for me, hold up each other, and let me have 4th place. Come into Osiers. Interestingly, Steve Bosley keeping Almu honest at the front, but I think they're both settling as they're both onto the last lap. They know that the bigger points are on offer in that B final. Kevin Lake is looking fairly secure for 3rd, but here is 4th place. And he's closed in by another 0.4 of a second, Andrew, on that last lap. Arguelles now, well, if he closes in the same amount again on this lap, he'll be right in with a challenge at the end of the lap. But what's Cadogan going to do?
It's difficult for Cadogan because if he throws one down the inside in a desperate lunge, he definitely won't catch Bensley in 4th place. He's kind of just still got to be patient and trust that Arguelles is going to go for a move, and he really is right on the tail now of Bensley. Arguelles looking to defend. Don't really want to be doing that at this stage, and Bensley is just keeping enough of a gap ahead to not have to worry about a big lunge. There is Almu and Bosley over the line for 1st and 2nd. They'll go through. Here it is. Oh, I think Arguelles is just going to be short by 1 lap. He really has done well to close in this gap. Kevin Lake's going to go through, and Samuel Bensley on the line takes the 4th and final repechage spot through to the B final. Very entertaining race that from the C finalists, and good displays there from the top 4 and Joel Arguelles and Jaden Cadogan. Really, really good stuff to watch. Luke Collins was 7th. Andrew Hicks a little bit disappointed, I think. Bit of bad luck there in 8th place. Max Jameson 9th. VJ Patel wraps up the top 10. Matthew Batter, Bradley Porter, Blake Temple, Tom Stock, and Dave Wilson takes down to 15th. Benjamin Wotton in 16th. Mark Appleton 17th. Martin Robinson had a spin. Finishes in 18th. Darren Townsley will be kicking himself, I think, with that 19th place. And Paul Jameson brings us home in 20th.
Absolutely. Congratulations then to, well, in particular to the 4 promotees. They will be back with us in just a moment, as we will be back with you with our B final. Let's take you through the grid then for your B final that we're going into now. James Small will take this one from pole with Steve Lindley alongside. Note how tight these points are from the heats, folks. Paul Williams and Jason Bear on row number 2. Mike Bodner and Oliver Moss are row number 3. Row 4 is going to be Richard Newton and Richard Lavender. Richard Masterson and Mark Bramford round out your top 10. Stefan Appleton and Andrew Cherry are row number 6. Row 7 will be Luke Phillips and Dom Cliff. Kieran Chigty and Elliot Taylor are row 8. Anthony Ridd and Jeremy Deeks make up row 9 of the grid. Simon Kavanagh and Daniel Hollinshead will round out the top 20. Shane Cotter and Vinod Harani will be row 11. And then we expect a 12th and 13th row to come, and it has just come through confirmed. It will be Tarek Almu and Steve Bosley on row 12, and Kevin Lake and Samuel Bensley on row 13.
Well, if if you weren't with us earlier, the lightweight B final was very entertaining. 2 spots to go through in this one, and it's got a similar feel. There's a lot of drivers that, you know, you've just read out there, mate, who I go, well, they could get in an A final.
Yep.
They've got the pace to get up there, but as we say, you know, 26 into 2 definitely does not go. Yeah, we should see some very, very tight racing across the course of the next 15 minutes or so.
Absolutely. You think of some of the battles that we've seen, James Small, Steve Lindley, Paul Williams, Jason Baird defending so hard in his final heat. I'm thinking back to now, all these drivers.
And I think some of them might be feel a little bit aggrieved that they are in this B final, Steve Lindley in particular.
Yep, absolutely. In terms of Class 3, Mark Bramford is the highest placer on the grid of your Class 3 runners. Luke Phillips, Don Cliff, Elliot Taylor, Daniel Hollinshead, Shane Cotter were your Class 3 novices who qualified outright for the B final, and they will now be joined by Sam Bensley and by Kevin Lake. Not in that order, sorry, that was the opposite way around they finished, but Kevin Lake and Sam Bensley from that C final will be joining them on row 13 of this grid. But it does mean that we will be finding out who takes home the spoils in terms of the trophies within Class 3. I'm just having a cheeky look at super heavyweights in the A final. We do have some. Yes, we've got Lee Henderson, we've got Bill Taylor. Gonna have to double check. I think we might be looking.
Just 2. Yes.
Yeah, so I think the final podium spot in super heavyweights is going to get determined in this one as well. So that's one to look out for. So your podium in Class 3 and your last podium spot in super heavyweights are what are up for grabs in this one, amongst other things.
Mr. Whitehouse chimed in again, saying that Paul Williams does the B final because he plays Northernomics. I don't think Paul's from North, but he does it on purpose. He's always wanting the extra track time for his carriage. Yes, that is the way I like to do things.
It is. It is that. So, getting themselves ready then on formation for this B final, for this penultimate race of the weekend. It's been a very entertaining race meeting for Club 100 to come to Whilton Mill. And, as we mentioned earlier, the Club 100 machinery will be back in action here when the British Universities Karting Championship gets underway in mid-November. So it's certainly not the last time Club 100 karts will be tearing around this Whilton Mill circuit.
And from the sounds of it, it's going to be a very busy weekend as well.
I think
yes. Now that we're in a slightly calmer time, we're expecting a few teams that we sadly missed last year returning for that. More information coming up on that in due course, to make sure you're following all the various social medias, including at Double Dash on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. Bringing more of that to you as the weeks go by. We're ready though for the heavyweight sprint B final. 12 minutes on the clock. 2 spots in the A final to play for. Away we go. Good start from James Small. Good start from Steve Lindley as well. So the front row will have the advantage as they run up the hill for the first time. Jason Bair and Paul Williams were side by side through turn 2, and up they stream, and oh dear, straight off. I think Mikey Nichols is involved, the number 83.
Luke Phillips as well in the 83.
So something happened there through Fine Lady at the pinch point. There's more drivers off towards, going through Boxing Day. So a bit of a scrappy start there from the heavyweights in this B final. And then, there's a spinner as well towards the back of the field through Ashby. So a number of drivers not having a happy time here.
Yeah, a bit of a scruffy one. Yellow, you can see waving there for Ashby Corner, so driver to get recovered there. This is the 44 of Mike Bodner and Richard Lavender, Mark Bramford for company as well. As that was very wide line there. Paul Williams, I think, a little bit annoyed there. Very wide with him there into the boot, and it's caused everyone to check up behind them as well. as they come round to finish lap number 1. James Small leads, then Steve Lindley in second place. Oliver Moss in the number 7, the only other Class 1 runner other than James Small in this B final. There's a penalty for Steve Bosley for forcing the driver wide. And as Don Cliff is passed, sorry Andrew, by... no, it's Tarek Alman, going by Don Cliff there.
I think Richard Lavender was running wide there. But what that does mean is that Steve Bosley, despite the fact that he was up to 10th at the end of lap 1, he will go no further.
Yeah, Vinod Hirani, Simon Kavanagh, Elliot Taylor and Stefan Appleton, I think all drivers who had an incident or accident on that first lap. Unfortunately for them, this is Richard Masterson in the number 29 with Richard Newton for close company. So yeah, now that we've seen them get up to the B final, interesting to see, isn't it, how far up the order Tarek Alman and Steve Bosley can work themselves. Steve Bosley only hit him.
Yeah, unfortunately with that penalty, he will not be able to go through to the final now.
No, absolutely.
Contact warning for Andrew Cherry, the number 23. So at the moment, Howard, this is looking like 2 from 3. Small, Lindley and Moss. 9-10 gap back to Jason Bear already. Looking at here, looks like Lavender going up the inside.
As Mark Bramford there goes down the inside of Mike Bodner, I believe that wasn't. Here is the critical battle. Second place into the boot. Oliver Moss will not want to be the only Class 1 not to get up into that A final today, but likewise, Andrew, Steve Lindley would dearly love to be up there as well. So that is the critical battle, as James Small is now a little bit further up the road from these two as they begin to battle over that last promotion spot.
Well, Steve Lindley said to me in the paddock at Bayford Meadows that he didn't want to be described as a defensive driver. Or we want you to be defensive.
You've got to be now,
Steve,
mate. You've got to do it.
Hold on to this second place.
Yep. Richard Masterson still holding up Richard Newton there for 5th place. As the battle for the highest place Richard of the B final goes on, because there's quite a few of them in this field.
The Richard section.
The Richard section.
8.5 minutes to go. This top 3. I think at the moment this top 3 are just quite happy to stay like this, because Jason Bear is not too far behind.
True.
And you know, again, it's one of those when you're in this situation as any of these 3 drivers, you don't want to necessarily encourage a load of other people to join your party.
Yeah.
Because there's more chance than of you being shuffled out of those crucial top 2 spots from the end of the race.
Absolutely. You want to make it as exclusive a club as you can. Thin out the numbers and then start battling in the latter part of the race. So yeah, Lindley and Moss have both caught up to James Small a bit more on this lap, haven't they? So, well, they keep working together. That didn't look like working together, did it? As they're all positioning themselves ahead of the boot. And here we go, Oliver Moss trying to tuck underneath Steve Lindley. And there's a clip of the monster curve there for Lindley. That'll be a warning.
Yep, and he knows it as well. That's why he had his hand up there. And that's the trouble with that curve. If you turn in a gnats too early, it really, really does punish you.
I've got to say, Andrew, it's easy for me to say it sat here in the comments box rather than out there. For me, the gloves are coming off a little too early in these top 3. If you're Jason Bear now, you go, okay, it's quiet up front. Let's keep pushing here, because I've got nothing to worry about from behind for now.
And if you're that second bigger group on the road, if you think, you know, Jason Bear's trying to cross from Peloton 2 to Peloton 1, you know, Masterson, Newton, Bramford, some good pace in there. In fact, Bramford is the quickest driver out on circuit at the moment, 54.165 last time around.
There's the curb warning for Lindley, just to confirm. That is for the monster curb.
You know, with 6.5 minutes on the clock, if they can keep working together, they can reel this lot in. Look, you just see them in the back of shot there. Track limit warning for the 171 of Don Cliff. Bramford now up to 6th. Keep an eye on that 169 kart, because it is looking pretty quick in this B final.
Yeah. Brilliant driving we've seen already today from Mark Bramford. Currently on for the Class 3 trophy in today's running. So, is he going to try something on Richard Masterson there, just as they came into shot? It looked like he had a good run down into Ashby. keep an eye on that one. No, it is still Masterson at the forefront there in the 29 kart. As you say, they don't want to fight too much. And Steve Bosley's in this train. You know, it's not inconceivable, you know. If these three start battling too much, it's not inconceivable that everyone down to 8th place and Steve Bosley could come into this one. So here is the move. Yep, sorry, mate. Absolutely, Bramford having a look into oblivion on Masterson. Masterson obviously with compromised speed for some reason, coming off of that last section of the previous lap, and it allowed Bramford through. Jason Bear doing a good job, considering he hasn't got any slipstream or anything. Doing a good job here with Jason Bear, of keeping relatively in touch with these top three.
Yeah, it's a difficult place to be. I mean, all 5 drivers, 6 of the top 7. As well, look at all of this going on now with
Tarek Almu's arrived.
Yeah, and this driver's coming through from the C final.
Richard Masterson, following that overtake from Bramford at the start of the lap, has had his momentum upset, and it's allowed all sorts of drivers to try and get in on the act. So it's now Bramford there almost by himself. The 72 of Bosley up to 6th place, having promoted from the C final. What a story so far. And Tarek Almu, who won that C final, up to 7th. Brilliant stuff. Richard Masterson under pressure coming up the hill from Richard Newton and Richard Lavender. It is now 3 Richards lying astern. Masterson, Newton and Lavender in 8th, 9th and 10th.
So at the moment, this top 3, the pace is 54.3, 54.4. Behind them, Jason Bear 54.6. Obviously with no slipstream at the moment. Bramford a 54.5 last time round. So they're doing enough at the moment. They're doing enough to stay away from the rest of the pack. They're not being reeled in. In fact, they're going a little bit quicker that time at the end of lap number 9. Bramford, though, 54.0. So what is that? That's a quarter of a second, the advantage for Bramford over a lap, and the gap is 5.2. At the moment, I think that's a little bit too large of a gap with 3.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, agreed. And a lot of this speculation depends on when these three decide it's okay to start fighting.
And the onus is now on Oliver Moss to do that. In fact, that's now. That, in answer to your question, I mean, Lindley puts his hand up, but for me, that was a fair move. And in fact, is Moss going to let him back through here? Well, that's do you know what? That's actually quite a, for me, that was fine because Oliver was alongside him. But what he has done in all of that, he's isolated Steve Lindley now. That's a good few corners for James Small, because he now has a nice gap over everybody else, and he's not really giving anybody a tow. And Moss can now pick off Lindley on his own.
I know it's a non-contact sport officially, but even though there was a small amount of contact there, I'm with you, mate. I think that was fair. I think Moss would have been within his rights to carry on with that.
As far as I'm aware, there's been no contact for Moss as well. A wise thing to do.
You can't be too cautious.
Yeah.
Well, actually, you can be. You cannot get promoted because you never made the move.
Yeah.
But, you know, understandable why Moss wants to be on the right side of race control with regards to that. But, yeah. I'm not the clerk of the course. I want to make that very, very clear. But if I were, I'd have been all right with that.
Yep.
Just so everyone knows.
2 minutes to go then. James Small starts a new lap. The lead is now 0.9 of a second. New personal best from Steve Lindley and from Oliver Moss. Both of them in the 54.1s now.
Just within your class 3. Bramford, of course, high place of those so far. But there's a good battle between second and third within that class. It's between Don Cliff and Luke Phillips, 171 83 over 14th place. They're just a tenth of a second apart. Second and third within that normal class 3. So good battle for second within that subclass.
I really hope that Oliver Moss hasn't just thrown away a top 2 there, because there was no warning as a result of that slight contact. And from experience, when you have one of them and you let the other driver back through, you know, you still get the warning. You know,
yes.
You can let them back through and it would have been a penalty. It gets downgraded to a warning.
Yes.
That was not the case there.
No.
And yeah, I think Oliver Moss unless he can find something in this last couple of laps, may regret being the gentlemanly driver in that situation.
Yeah. I mean, there was a gesture from Lindley, but with the best will in the world, the other driver can gesticulate as much as they want. Yeah. If the pass is fair, the pass is fair. Yeah. It's down to the judgment of race control. We should mention is that Bramford past Bear?
Yeah, Bramford has got past Bear,
yeah.
4th place.
Yeah, absolutely. So
Moss having a much better lap this time around, has closed into Steve Lindley now. There's going to be one more after this one. They'll cross the line with about 8 seconds to go.
Ironically, the difference this time is the last lap. You may as well go for that move, whether it's a bumper pass or not, in many regards. On to the last lap we go. James Small, we barely mentioned him, have controlled this race brilliantly.
Oh, yeah.
Half a second to the good over Steve Lindley.
Here.
And this is it. Will Oliver Moss go for a move on Steve Lindley? Can Lindley be the defensive driver and hold off Moss for 2nd place? All 3 of these drivers, I think, have driven very well, mate.
Yep.
They've all held their heads up high, but one of them will have to hold their head up high sooner because they won't be in the A final.
This is where Moss made the move last time around. Lindley's going to go defensive. It's going to come down to the boot for the last time. If Moss can get a good exit out of here, he could have a chance, but Lindley is going to be defensive now and has carried actually a very good speed. Is Moss going to throw it down the inside? No, Lindley closes the door. This has been a great defensive drive from Steve Lindley. James Small is going to go through to the A final, and Steve Lindley's going to make it as well. A very good drive from both of them. Oliver Moss misses out by 0.127 of a second. Look at this over the line. Steve Bosley goes from the back of the field to 5th, but does have a penalty, but good drive nonetheless. So it was Moss in 3rd. Mark Bramford is your top C3, wins in C3 in 4th place there. Very impressive driving from Mark. Steve Bosley 5th, Jason Bear 6th, Tarek Almu. In fact, I think once all the penalties have worked out, will be your biggest mover in that race. Finishes 7th on the road. Anthony Ridd 8th, Richard Lavender 9th, Richard Newton in 10th, 3rd in Super Heavyweight. Richard Masterson 11th, Mike Bodner, Paul Williams, Dom Cliff 2nd in C3, and Luke Phillips 3rd in C3. That takes us down to 15th overall. Jeremy Deeks, Samuel Bentley, Andrew Cherry, Daniel Hollenshed, Shane Cotter takes us down to 20th. Kevin Lake, Simon Kavanagh, Kieran Chigsey, Vidnod Hirani, Stefan Appleton, and that was all the runners at the end of the race. One retirement, I believe, which was Elliot Taylor.
Congratulations to James Small and Steve Lindley. Entertaining race, mate. For me, for Oliver Moss, that's a bit of a case of the one that got away.
Yeah, but he'll learn for next time, and it's still decent points as well, being in that position in the B final. Hopefully, when we get to Lid, he'll be back in that A final.
Absolutely. Coming up next here, though, at Whilton Mill, it's our finale to the weekend's running. We're going to find ourselves the overall winner in heavyweights. Let's take a look at your grid then for this A final. Anwar Barul Smith has earned himself the pole position, tied on points with Adam Wright, but takes it courtesy of the faster lap. 53.6 versus a 53.8. Richard Allen and Chris Alcock are your second row of the grid. Alex Pritchard and Jack Bolton will be row number 3. Tim Williams is going to be starting this one from 7th with Jordan Salter alongside. Jonathan Elliott and Miguel Hall round out your top 10. Lewis Ridd and Kurt Holmes are row number 6. Darrell Lowe and Chris Dixon will make up row 7 with Francesco Volpe and Lee Henderson next up. Harry Melvin and Bill Taylor are on the row 9 with Kevin Coombs and Mikey Nichols rounding out the top 20. Joe Holmes down in 21st place on this grid. Matt Wallman alongside. Tom Fuller and Alexander Lamin are on row number 12, and then making up row 13 will be our 2 promotees from the B final, which I can confirm will be James Small and Steve Lindley, now confirmed as your top 2 from that one. Interesting grid, this one. I think, mate, just to run through some of the finer points on this one. Richard Allen in third on the grid, your highest placed Class 2 runner coming into this one. And then you have to next go down to row 4 with Tim Williams and Jordan Salter for your next 2 Class 2 runners. Jonathan Elliott, points leader in Class 2, just behind them. Just looking for our top super heavyweight. It's going to be Lee Henderson down in 16th. Bill Taylor starting right behind him in 18th.
Those back 2 rows of those that qualified automatically through, including Joe Holmes, all qualified for this A final by 1 point. Over
Yes.
those 3 heats. Talk about by the skin of your teeth.
Yeah.
So yeah, and we should say, because we've watched him for far too long, don't write off Joe Holmes in this situation. We dared to do that a couple of years ago at Lid when he was starting in a similar position.
Yep.
Thinking, no,
It's
he's
where
not
we
gonna
went
make it through this. This is damage limitation job, but this is Joe Holmes.
Yes.
You know, so this could be quite spectacular.
Did he come through from the C final on that day, or have I made that up?
No, I think he came through from a similar one where he'd had an off in his second heat, and he had to, you know, fight through the third heat, get a good result to just get him in the A final grid.
Yeah.
But it was always it was going to be further back. This is a similar story. For the start is crucial here, really crucial for Anwar and Adam, because they'll be thinking championship. They've got to make sure it's clean. And they've got to make sure that they can control this race. The trouble is they've got to, you know, rows 2 and 3 are all drivers not in the championship fight who will all want to be, you know, they all want to take a round win. So they're going to be gunning for it at the start. There will be some practice laps ahead of this, folks. So you will see some high-speed action in the next couple of moments. And don't worry, you're not missing any of the competitive stuff. And before we wrap up, give thanks to all the Club100 staff here. Another great event today. Looking forward to the trip to Lid in a few weeks' time. Last weekend, first of October. 2 weeks later, we go to Bayford Meadows. Thanks to all the staff here at Whilton Mill as well.
Yep, absolutely. It's been another treat. As I said, the very top of today's stream. Whilton Mill combinations that I rather enjoy. Do hope you've been enjoying the Alpha Live stream. Alongside us, all the shots, doing all the graphics on screen. Thanks to the camera crew as well, who have been stationed around the circuit with moving cameras to bring you all of the action. Do check out Alpha Live. If you haven't liked and subscribed yet, then well, we hope you've watched the stream enough that we can compel you to do so now. Please give us the like, subscribe. Don't forget to hit the notification bell as well, so you don't miss the various videos that Alpha Live put out there. Plenty of action coming up in their events calendar as well in terms of what they're covering. And if you like what you've heard from myself and Andrew today, we're Double Dash Motorsport Media. Please check us out. We are on YouTube ourselves, amongst other things particularly relevant to this paddock, doing the Legends of Club 100 and BUKC iRacing Championship, as well as the Gran Turismo Championship as well for Club 100. So do please check us out. We're also on Facebook. And if you're missing any of the social media reach, double-dash.com.
On the YouTubes.
There we go.
Gran Turismo Sport, the next round. A good championship so far. Very tight championship battle. We're already getting a little bit racy into Christmas, and it's just practice laps.
I noticed that you're not missing anything competitive, and like someone's going to do a banzai move in practice now.
Yeah. Yeah, keep an eye out on the socials on Double Dash MM over the next few days, because we've got one of our biggest events of the year coming up this next week.
Can we also do the cautionary point? If you are looking forward to our stream of Lid, unless I'm completely getting my calendar wrong, that is also the weekend that the clocks change, folks. So just bear that in mind if you're planning to tune in and planning your day. That's that weekend.
It's the good one, though. We all get an extra hour in bed.
It is. Well, unless you're an F1 fan, because I seem to recall traditionally that's the one where there's like an F1 Grand Prix in Asia where you have to wake up stupidly early anyway, so you've got no real assessment of what the real time of day is. But there we go. But do bear that one in mind, folks, as we're getting ready here, forming up ahead of the A final.
Well, the lightweight final, if you weren't with us earlier and you don't want the spoilers, put your fingers in your ears now. You can go back and watch it later when the whole stream is uploaded for public viewing. A strong winner, a deserved winner, but not the one I think we were expecting when Daz Teal took that win. And I think there's a couple of drivers in this race as well who would be willing to play the Daz Teal role. Haven't won an A final in a while, but have got a good opportunity to do so. And, just glancing over Howard's shoulder. Yeah, I was going to mention this name as an example of that. Adam Wright. When was the last time Adam Wright took a final victory? And yeah, Joe Holmes is looking around there going, this is uncustomary territory for oneself in an A final.
Yeah, it's actually one apiece between Anwar and Adam for a trophy win this year. So that's something to know. And we shouldn't forget, mate, Matt Wallman is on the same row as Joe Holmes here.
Yeah.
It's not like he hasn't got some time to make up here as well. So this is an interesting one. Class 2 as well. What can Jonathan Elliott do? Alex Pritchard. But Richard Allen is easily the furthest up the grid. There in the 3rd spot. You can see him there. So this one's going to be interesting.
I'm just going to have a look at another stat I've got in my head. Alex Pritchard hasn't had a trophy final podium, i.e. top 3 overall, since Rye House last year towards the back end of the season. So this is an opportunity to break that duck. Here we go then, 12 minutes on the clock for the A final here at Whilton Mill for the heavyweights. Away we go. Good start from both of those on the front row of the grid. Richard Allen trying to fight for P2 already against Adam Wright. They're clear and through the first couple of corners. Pritchard hung out to dry a little bit there. Miguel Hall slightly on the grass, but it's Anwar Barul-Smith into Christmas Corner in the lead in this one. Everyone trying to just, and in fact, Alex Pritchard's got a cone underneath him. Twice round, 720. He's stuck. That cone has got him beached, basically, and Alex Pritchard is out of the race, and it's not even gone, well, halfway round the first lap.
That's devastating. That's grim as Tim Williams battles away with, that was Jordan Salter. He was fighting with their important battle there within Class 2, but that is devastating for Alex Pritchard as another cone gets sent flying, and I think that might have been Lindley involved in that one.
Tom Fuller was the one who made contact with it, but he was a little bit forced out wide there.
Yeah, that'll be galling for Alex because, you know, okay, a spin happens, but the cone is underneath your car.
I've never seen that.
I don't quite know how. I don't know how that happened. Anyway, Anwar Barul-Smith leads. Richard Allen has got himself up to second ahead of Adam Wright. There is the 93 of Kurt Holmes going for a move on Lewis Ridd and makes that stick through Christmas Corner. Miguel Hall behind them in the number 8 was getting creative, wasn't he, up to Christmas Corner, trying to do a bit of a pass on the grass with 2 wheels over. It was almost 5 wide heading towards Christmas Corner. But Miguel Hall is quickly coming under the attentions of a certain Joe Holmes. How did he do on his first lap? He got up 7 positions, and Matt Wallman managed 6. So they are on the move, those two. And look at this, Adam Wright trying to tuck underneath Richard Allen. I think Allen knew that he had terrible drive there off of that part of the boot, and Adam Wright has got through. Needs to be a little bit careful with the track limits on that last corner, but has got up into second place. So it's now Barul-Smith from Adam Wright, Richard Allen in third, still the highest place of the Class 2 rows.
10 minutes to go. And Barul-Smith starting to stretch his legs. There is, well, I think there's a yellow out, probably for the replacement of Colin after Alex Pritchard's kart breakdancing on top of his head.
Darrell Lowe versus Matt Wallman over the top of a hill. I thought Wallman had a move on there, but Darrell Lowe positioning his kart well. But at Ashby, Wallman is down the inside again and has made that stick. So Matt Wallman up past Darrell Lowe up into 14th place by my reckoning.
Yeah, really good drive from Darrell yet again. And here he comes. Is Joe Holmes got 20 brake horsepower more than everybody else? He's just gliding through. minding his own business and took 3 drivers there in one straight.
Just want to confirm for all viewers at home, we do not run a fan boost system in Club 100. You can't vote to get more horsepower. That was like he was joining from stage. Like, I've just cut through the grass here. Where's he come from? What?
Yeah.
Honestly, that was almost like he
was that a little bit of Holmes' tactics there, because it was Kurt in front of all of that.
That honestly looked like I was watching a back straight where he'd done the international loop and carried more speed, and everyone else had gone through the Zulus and was slower. It's really weird. Anyway, he's buying Chris Dixon now, is Joe Holmes, in his race up through the field.
And he's pumped up for this. 8.5 minutes to go. And this is the thing. He's up to, as a forcing driver wide penalty for Kurt Holmes.
He's up to 8th.
Yeah.
I think.
And this is the thing now. He's in that territory. The gap to the leaders. It's 4.5 seconds. And what have we got? We've got about 9 laps to go.
Jonathan Elliott's next up.
It's not inconceivable that Holmes gets in the top 5 here.
Yeah.
Here he goes up the inside of Jonathan Elliott. That's 7th place. He is now into that stage with it being a bit more spread out at the front. He's just picking them off one by one.
Yeah, Miguel Hall having a battle with with Matt Wildman there. But we sometimes in the British Universities Karting Championship, mate, talk about the concept of big name on circuit.
Yes.
It sort of references the university idea of a big name on campus. But it's worth mentioning here, a lot of these drivers know what... that's Joe Holmes. Right.
Yes.
Through you go, and there's Chris Dixon having a go now at Jonathan Elliott, and he's got through there, and that's left Elliott exposed as well to further attack from Lewis Reid. Indeed it has.
53.7 that time around from Joe, so that is his pure pace at this stage of the race.
And Elliott needs to be careful, because that will happen. Kurt Holmes sees the opportunity and has got by, and that's more significant in terms of who gets to stand on a podium for Class 2 come the end of the day. Kurt Holmes now ahead of Jonathan Elliott after that exchange.
Very interesting to work out what this quartet do here. And oh no, thinks Tim Williams. He checks over his shoulder, sees G3 Joe on the move and closing in. What do this quartet do now? I mean, the worst thing to do now would be panic as Joe comes along. They haven't got the pace of Anwar or Adam Wright at the moment.
Sorry, Andrew. Jack Bolton was trying to get the switch back on Chris Alcock, and he's made it work. He's going to challenge him onto this, but they're going to both go wide, surely. Well, Alcock went wide, certainly, but that's allowed Tim Williams to get through on Jack Bolton there. That's the first thing that happens in this quartet. Some infighting.
Yeah, and that's not what they want to be doing, because they're losing time now to those behind. And here he is, the number 1, the reigning champion, trying to defend his title here in 2021. He's right on the tail of Jack Bolton now. Does he pull the trigger and go for 6th? Yes, he does, down the inside into Ashby, deep on the brakes. He's got it done. There's the finger point to say, come on, let's go. And it is in Bolton's self-interest now to comply with that, because Joe's going to keep going here. And if Jack could just sit in his wake, in a way, he's going to gain positions himself.
6 minutes to go, and the gap between Joe Holmes and the front of this field with Anwar Brule-Smith is 4 seconds.
It's coming down quick enough that Joe could catch the leaders here.
And just to be clear, Adam Wright keeping Brule-Smith honest here. It's only 2/10 between those two. And as I say, they've got one trophy final win apiece this season. They'll both want that. But at the moment, if they start battling... they need to try and pull out a gap here, and at the moment that's not quite happening. Here we go on Chris Alcock. Now Joe Holmes is attacking. He's going to be on the outside of Inkermans. That's not going to be an easy place to get the move done, but somehow he's going to get the move done around the outside of Ashby Corner. I think Chris Alcock's like, well, I may as well follow you through. And that is Joe Holmes, and now Jack Bolton's going to seize the opportunity down the inside of Chris Alcock into Ozier's corner. Chris Dixon in the green helmet there will want to go. I think Chris Alcock's rather annoyed with how this lap has gone, but however everyone's feeling, Joe Holmes is now up into 5th place by my maths.
Fastest driver, and changed the lead. Adam Wright's gone through past Anwar Brule-Smith. So I just wonder, is that them switching because Adam's got a bit more pace? Is that tactical?
No.
Anwar's going back down the inside into Christmas Corner. Chris Dixon, by the way, is currently the fastest driver out on circuit. He's set a fastest lap of a 53.552, so watch out for him. And they are battling, and this is going to encourage this second group onto them, and Joe Holmes from the back of the field is now on the podium.
And significantly in that, Andrew, does that mean that Richard Allen and Tim Williams have now swapped places in the highest placed Class 2 runner as well, I think in that exchange? Right. So this is the thing. All of the, well, 3 of the top 4 in the championship are going to be in the top 3 here come the end of the race. The one man who's missing out on that is Matt Wildman, has not been able to make up the same kind of progress that Joe Holmes has. And there you see it, Joe Holmes up to 3rd place and Tim Williams ahead of Richard Allen now in the battle over who takes home the trophy in Class 2. So here's the question. Can Joe Holmes make up that gap and get onto these two? Are these two aware of that threat, and are they going to fight? And there's a lot of different permutations that can play out here with 3.5 minutes to go.
They cannot fight at this stage of the race because the rate, if you think of it as minutes to seconds, Joe Holmes has been taking out more than 1 second in that gap every single minute of the race so far. 2.7 is the gap, and there's more than 3 minutes of this race to go.
Just to do some housekeeping on the other classes, Lee Henderson, highest placed super heavyweight, currently running in 19th place. Bill Taylor is in 21st.
They're fighting again, Howard, and in fact now they're starting to communicate a little bit more. Adam Wright did not go down the inside. Yellow out for turns 1 and 2. Sorry, Howard, I cut across you there.
No, it's fine. Just wanted to say they're close to go, and there's a driver in the wall, and is that
Volpe?
Yeah, although Chris Alcock's also dropping down the order here, Andrew. Chris Alcock is tumbling down the timing sheets. So dramas there for Volpe and Alcock. They're both dropping down, and that is Chris Alcock.
Chris Alcock looks in a bit of
he's not happy, is he? There's something up there being attended to, just to check he's all right. But yeah, only 2 karts separate the top 2 in Super. It has 3 karts now because Steve Lindley has just got by on Lee Henderson. But there's battles to be had in Super Heavyweights, there's battles to be had in Class 2, and there's certainly, Andrew, a battle to be had here in Class number 1.
7/10 is what Joe took out of the 2 leaders last time around. 2 minutes to go. What is the gap now? 1.7. That's still, it's still 4/10. Well, there or thereabouts, quicker than Anwar, your race leader at this stage of the race. And this is nervy times for Anwar Barul-Smith and Adam Wright because their title rival is on the charge here. It's almost reminiscent to the Formula 1 a few weeks ago with Max Verstappen. No one was expecting him to be in this position. I'll be honest, we've seen Joe Holmes do this so many times before.
Look at the train, though, as well, that's going on. Jack Bolton, Chris Dixon, Kurt Holmes, Jonathan Elliott, Lewis Ridmatt, they're all separated by mere tenths. There's a right old train in the mid-pack of this one as well to keep you entertained. So it's difficult to know. It's our job to direct you around the action. It's difficult for us to know what to say in that regard. But I think we have to understandably stick with the battle going on here. But the battle for Class 2 is just in the back of your shot as well. What's going to be interesting is if the likes of Bolton and Dixon do Tim Williams a favour and start hounding the back of Richard Allen. That's going to be interesting. Look at how Holmes is closing here. And the thing is, if you're Adam Wright, you're going, well, heck, I want the win.
Yeah.
I want to start battling here. This is the penultimate lap of this final. There's a yellow flag, is there, down into Ashby Corner. But there's no yellow for the next one, so that suggests to me that Chris Alcock has been cleared.
That'll be this lap plus 1 more. And to be fair, the pace of the 2 leaders has been pretty good on this lap. Adam Wright, it's his race. You can see his racer's instinct there, wanting to go for the move on Anwar. But he's knowing that in this situation, you go for first, you risk ending up 3rd because Joe is right there. This is the last lap. Anwar Barul-Smith leads it. Adam Wright 2nd. Joe Holmes is there in 3rd place. It's going to be these 3 surely on the podium unless something extraordinary happens. But does Adam Wright brave it? Does he go for the move? Does he go for that overtake? Not into Christmas. That's one of the opportunities for Adam Wright over.
Absolutely, going down into Ashby then. You've got to think Barul-Smith will go defensive. He doesn't go defensive enough. Adam Wright goes all in, and he's going to go out wide onto the grass, and that is Joe Holmes. 1 out of the way, up to 2nd place. Is he going to have an opportunity? He's not going to be close enough into Osiers. It's all going to be about the boot section. Joe Holmes is closing and closing onto Anwar Barul-Smith. All of a sudden, Anwar's going to be saying, where have you come from? Into the boot. It's going to be the switchback attempt for Joe Holmes. Barul-Smith, there is the gap. He's not too happy. He's going to let him back through. That is chivalrous right there from Joe Holmes. Anwar Barrell-Smith will take the win for round number 9. Joe Holmes will be second. Adam Wright in third. Tim Williams in fourth. Your highest placed Class 2, Jack Bolton and Chris Dixon did take Richard Allen, so that is 5th, 6th and 7th respectively. Lewis Ridd in 8th, 9th for Jonathan Elliott sees him round out your podium for Class 2 as head of Kurt Holmes in 10th, Matt Wildman in 11th, Jordan Salter in 12th, then it was Miguel Hall, Mikey Nichols, James Small in 15th place, Tom Fuller in 16th. Congratulations to Bill Taylor for that super heavyweight win in 14th. And
Darrell Lowe wasn't too happy.
Oh, I don't think he was, no. Harry Melvin in 18th, Lee Henderson in 19th, and second in super heavyweight. Steve Lindley rounds up the top 20, then it was Darrell Lowe, Kevin Coombs, Alex Lamin, Francesco Volpe, I have to say, kept on circulating. Here's the replay, though, Andrew.
This is going to be an interesting one. I think Joe gave him it back for fear of getting a plus foot. I mean, actually, yeah, there is a tap. There is a significant tap on the rear right. And, yeah. Well, I mean, it's a remarkable result nonetheless from the back of the field.
It absolutely is. And a
first final win for Anwar in far too long as well. He's worked hard for that, so good to see him back on the top step.
So this is the thing. We've spoken not for the first time. We've spoken already today about how drivers need to almost stop it on a dime there and not give the room on the inside when a driver's trying to get the switch
pivot
back.
Opportunity to get underneath at all.
And that's borderline for me. That's do you know what? I can't say I'd have been as gentlemanly as Joe Holmes in that situation.
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest with you all. I think I'd have tried to argue the case after the fact or something. But hey, maybe it guarantees in the second place spot. Good points for Joe Holmes. This one's going to be fantastic for the rest of the season, I can tell. So brilliant stuff. And it brings to the end, mate, I think a really good day's running in general here in Club 100 at Whilton Mill. It's been thoroughly entertaining for me.
Yep.
I think we've both enjoyed it. So a big thank you to everyone who makes it possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you to all of our team here as part of the Alpha Live stream today. And another one in the can. 2 more of these to go as well. Remember, for the first time, we'll bring you all of the action all the way to the end of this Club 100 season. We will be back on the weekend of the 30th and the 31st of October for our second trip to Planet Lid for the year, before 2 weeks later, the 13th and 14th of November, the season finale back at Bayford Meadows on the Sunday. And I think that is all we've got time for, really. Well done to our winners here today across all of our classes. Thank you so much, all of you at home, for watching. Thank you for your continued support. As I say, we'll be back the final weekend of October for more racing here in Club 100 and the Sprints Championship for 2021.